Hi, welcome back guys. This is your sensei, back with another fanfiction. This is the first part of What If Naruto Had Crush on Ino. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. A baby laughs at the funny face being made by its father, sending drool flying everywhere as it waves its chubby hands in the air. A mischievous young woman steals a tip from a recently deserted table. A fly buzzes quietly on the door to the restaurant, seemingly oblivious to the waitress approaching from behind with a rolled-up magazine. Ordinary things that a person usually ignores, but Naruto was aware of all of them, mostly because he was trying to avoid staring at the green-eyed woman sitting across the table. Hard to believe it's been half a year, huh? Sakura asked, chopsticks held lightly in her right hand. She and Naruto were currently grabbing dinner at a swanky new restaurant near the Hokage's mansion, relaxing after a grueling day of training with the Godame. Since the deaths of Sasuke and the Akatsuki, Tsunade had the two of them practically glued to her shapely hips, using whatever extra time she had available to teach them. More often than not, it involved the both of them reading old, musky books and writing research papers on what they'd learned. Naruto smiled half-heartedly. He was used to this conversation. Since Sasuke died, right? Sakura nodded her head, a faraway look on her face. Do you think he really killed himself? The blonde frowned. He didn't want to sound cruel, but he was sick of thinking about their wayward former teammate. After the initial news of his suicide, Naruto had refused to believe it. Sasuke may have been a lot of things, traitorous, evil, crazy, possibly gay, but suicidal wasn't one of them. As time wore on, though, he'd begun to question his initial opinion. How much had he really known about Sasuke? Sure, he'd at one time considered the Uchiha one of his closest friends, but he'd only been around him for a little under a year, 3 months of which were spent completely ignoring the other. Besides, even when they had become actual friends, it wasn't like Sasuke had ever told him anything about his family, besides how much he wanted to kill Itachi, anyway. No, he really didn't want to talk about him anymore. That part of his life was over. More importantly, he had something to ask the woman idly picking at her fish. He took a deep breath and slowly exhaled through his nose, deciding to take the plunge and get it over with. No, Sakura. If you're not doing anything tomorrow, you want to go ice skating with me. The pond at the park's frozen over. Naruto bit the inside of his lip, trying hard not to look too interested. He thought there was a good chance that she'd accept his offer, but as his perverted former sensei used to say, women are illogical and insane. Sakura looked surprised for a couple of seconds, but to his relief, she smiled and nodded. Sure. Oh, but we have to do it before 6. I have a date tomorrow night. The chopsticks in his hand clattered against the floor. His body suddenly went cold, and his ears burned with an intense fire. The plate in front of him began to blur in and out of focus, causing the recently eaten food to churn and rumble in his stomach. He felt sick. Naruto, you okay? I have to go to the bathroom, Naruto said, standing up suddenly. The only emotion he could feel was shock. The news had literally blindsided him. Although she was attractive, Sakura had always had an unapproachable air about her. In the academy, she was too shy and withdrawn for anyone to notice her. When she became a genin, she was a crazed Sasuke fangirl. As a Jounin medic serving directly under the Hokage, she was just FING scary. Who the hell had enough ball to ask her out? No, a better question might be who was suicidal enough. He numbly pushed open the door to the bathroom. Luckily it was empty. He could imagine what his face looked like at that moment. He walked up to the sink and stared into the mirror, confirming his assumption. He looked like shit. The blonde tiredly lowered his head. What did he expect? Did he really think that with Sasuke gone Sakura would suddenly look at him? He should have known better. Just when he'd begun to believe that she was developing feelings for him. Just when he thought he'd finally found someone who really understood him and liked him for more than his social status or fighting ability. Logically, he knew that she didn't belong to him. He'd never been able to work up the courage to ask her out, and she'd never said that she wouldn't date anyone else. Somehow, though, he still felt betrayed. Naruto lifted his head to stare into the mirror again, remembering the words he'd been told by an ANBU officer when he was a child. Just grin and bear it. Things will be brighter tomorrow, kid. He didn't know who said them or why those simple words made him feel better, but they did. That's right. Just grin and bear it. It's how he'd gotten through 17 years of his life, and it hadn't failed him yet. With that, he slowly began to piece together his mask. He cleared his throat and pasted on a smile, staring into the mirror to make sure it was correct. Since Sakura had been his friend for nearly 5 years now, his smile would have to be impeccable. Otherwise, she'd notice right away if something was bothering him. Satisfied that she wouldn't see through his grin, he took a deep, calming breath and headed back out to the dining room. He eased himself into his seat, doing his best not to look her directly in the eye. It was easy to put on a smile to hide his frown, but it was much harder to hide the look of anger and betrayal in his eyes. "Are you all right?" Sakura asked again, green eyes furrowed and concerned. Naruto bit back his shock. He was surprised that she was able to see the crack in his smile so easily. After a little thought, though, he realized that she may just be asking because he'd left too suddenly. It was okay. She hadn't actually noticed anything. "Yeah, just tired. I had a long day." The medic Nin stared at him for a few seconds, trying to figure out exactly what was going on. He wouldn't look her directly in the eye, and his posture looked more slumped than usual. Giving up, Sakura leaned back and placed her chopsticks on the table. "Why didn't you say so? We can go home if you'd like." As if he'd been waiting for those words all night, Naruto quickly stood to his feet and reached for his wallet. "We probably should." He felt his voice waver. Not good. Wanting to get out of there as fast as he could, he tossed a few bills on the table and walked towards the door. "Naruto, wait up," Sakura called, digging through her purse for her wallet. Unfortunately, the blonde was already out of the restaurant, resisting the urge to run home. He didn't want to be around Sakura for another second. The feel of her hand on his shoulder almost made him vomit. "Hey, what's the rush?" He paused momentarily, debating whether or not to turn around. If he didn't turn around, she'd know for sure that something was up, but if he did turn around, he might not be able to keep his smile from crumbling. "I'm just really tired. I want to get some sleep," he said, cursing himself for stuttering. Feeling his fatigue, she allowed her hand slip from his shoulder. "Well, good night then, Naruto," she said, jade eyes still furrowed with concern. Unable to bring himself to answer, Naruto simply walked off towards his apartment, leaving a confused Sakura in his wake. Naruto trudged up the wooden stairs to his apartment, feet making a hollow thumping sound with each step. He wanted nothing more than to fall face first onto his bed and forget everything. Forget about stupid Sakura, forget about her stupid date, and while he was at it, forget about his stupid life. "It's about time you got here, Uzumaki." Naruto snapped his head up to see an angry young woman standing in front of his apartment, arms crossed and travel pack hanging from her shoulders. A black duffel bag sat at her feet, spiking his curiosity as to her intentions. Finally finding his voice, he deepened his frown and leveled his gaze on the woman. "What do you want, Ino?" The kunoichi averted her gaze, instantly putting her fellow blonde on edge. "That was never a good sign. Let me crash here for a couple of nights. You're the only one I know who has their own place, and my parents would never think to look for me here." He thought about it for all of 2 milliseconds. Shoving her out of the way, he jammed his key into the lock and opened the door. Just as he was about to close it behind him, Ino forced her foot in the doorway. "Why not? Sakura told me that you have 2 bedrooms in this place, so it's not like I'll be in your way." She noticed his face crumble at the mention of Sakura and instantly felt a little bad for him. He looked like a lost puppy who'd just been separated from his mother. "Hey, you all right? Go home. I'm not gonna take care of you." He kicked her foot out of the doorway and tried to close the door again, only to have Ino slide her torso halfway into his apartment. He was so shocked by her near-suicidal move that he paused for a seokond, giving her a chance to get one final word in. "Dinner," she said, looking him straight in the eyes. A little caught off guard by the word, Naruto raised his eyebrows. "What?" Seeing that she had his attention, she quickly continued. "I'll buy groceries and make you dinner every night for as long as I'm here. Can you even cook?" Ino recoiled as if she'd been slapped, mouth opening in a shocked, "Oh, are you serious? What makes you think that I can't cook?" Naruto frowned. You don't seem like the useful type. Move it. Ino forced the door open and elbowed him out of the way. She looked around his apartment with disdain, mouth screwing up in obvious disappointment. It's smaller than I thought. And dirty. I guess it's better than those cheap motels on the south side of the village, though. Your kitchen's at the end of the hall, right? Without waiting for his answer, she skipped around the corner to the kitchen. Once there, she opened his refrigerator and stuck her head inside, only to find little more than a carton of milk and a few eggs. This is all you have? Naruto sighed loudly, feeling fatigue begin to claw at his body. After all he'd gone through that day, he didn't have the energy to argue with her. Letting the girl sleep in his place for the night wouldn't kill him. He closed the door and trudged down the hall towards his bedroom, loosening his clothing as he went. Noticing his departure, Ino pulled her head out of the refrigerator. So, can I stay? She yelled. No. He slammed the bedroom door behind him and fell limply on his bed, just barely slipping out of his clothes. He faintly heard the front door open and close, signaling the girl's departure. It was a bit surprising that Ino had given up so easily, but judging by the look on her face when she'd first stepped into his apartment, she wasn't too keen on staying anyway. He felt a little bad for not letting her stay since she had nowhere else to go, but hell, she was a shinobi. She could easily find a safe place to camp out in Konoha. Besides, the last thing he needed was a loud-mouthed, spoiled princess hanging around when he was feeling so shitty. Putting the Yamanaka out of his mind, Naruto slowly shut his eyes, silently praying to Kami-sama that tomorrow would be brighter. Naruto woke with a start, body tense and wet with perspiration. His heart beat at 1,000 miles per second, threatening to pop out of his chest. A nightmare. He wasn't a stranger to waking up this way, not by a long shot. His childhood was filled with these kinds of mornings, and though they'd lessened over time, they had never completely gone away. Unlike usual, though, he could barely remember what had happened in his dream. The only two things that had managed to stick with him were a scream and a pair of BLD red eyes, both of which left him feeling more than a little sick to his stomach. He took a few more minutes to catch his breath before slowly rolling out of bed to start his day. He didn't really have anything to do. His initial plan had been to go ice skating with Sakura since it was his day off, but there was no way he could face her after what had happened the night before. Not without breaking down in front of her. Naruto slipped on a pair of loose brown shorts and a white t-shirt. He hadn't showered last night, but it didn't matter. It wasn't like he was planning on leaving his apartment. Deciding that he'd better at least eat something, Naruto trudged into his kitchen to see what he could find. If he remembered correctly, he still had a few cups of ramen in the cupboard and a couple of eggs left in the fridge. To his surprise, there was already someone standing in his kitchen. It took a few seconds, but he was eventually able to remember that Ino had asked to stay at his place for the night. Even though he thought he'd refused her, the woman apparently didn't know how to listen. He watched as Ino worked over his stove, seemingly unaware of his presence. She wore a loose white tank top over her torso and a pair of baggy gray sweatpants adorned her legs. Her long blonde hair was pulled back in her usual ponytail, but unlike her usual hairstyle, the long bang that usually hung in front of her right eye seemed to also be pulled back away from her face. "What do you think you're doing?" Naruto asked, eyes groggy and red as he stared at her. She glanced over her shoulder and glared at him as if it was obvious. "Making breakfast. I went out and bought some groceries. I figured that since I couldn't make you dinner last night, I should make it up by cooking breakfast. Sit down." He frowned in her direction, unsure of how to take her explanation. Her tone had been harsh and demeaning and she wasn't supposed to be here, but she was cooking him breakfast. Since it didn't smell too bad and he really wasn't in the mood for ramen at the moment, a rarity that he chalked up to his current emotional state, he decided to plop down in one of the two chairs sitting in the kitchen. He could kick her out after he finished eating. Ino set the table, placing a variety of dishes he'd only ever had in restaurants in front of him. She poured them both a cup of tea before seating herself in the chair opposite him, clasping her hands together and bowing her head. "Itadakimasu." Picking up his chopsticks, Naruto dipped his utensils into his rice bowl and brought them up to his face, discreetly checking the food to make sure everything was in order. He didn't believe she'd actually poison him, but it was more of a habit than anything. He'd learned his lesson after a certain incident involving a certain perverted hermit and a certain HKR at a certain BR gel in a certain Earth country town. Yeah, that hadn't been very fun. Deciding that the food was safe, he shoveled some rice and vegetables into his mouth. Surprisingly enough, it didn't taste half bad. He packed in another mouthful, finding that it was getting better and better with each bite. Still, although the food was good, he couldn't let Ino stay with him just because she could cook a little. Placing his chopsticks on the table, he leveled his gaze on the kunoichi. "Why'd you run away from home? Right to the point, aren't you?" She joked, smirking at him. When his face remained unamused, she sighed and answered his question. "Well, you know how my dad works in terror and interrogation?" Naruto didn't say anything, so she continued. "I asked him to help me get in, and he said that as long as I was under his roof he wouldn't allow me to apply. Apparently, it's too rough for a young woman of my constitution. Can you believe that shit? It's a total double standard." Naruto spared her a deadpan stare. That's it. When someone tells you that you can't do something, don't you get upset? I mean, where does he get off saying that it's too tough for me? Her eyes were angry and wide, and her mouth was twisted into a vicious scowl. He works in torture and interrogation and he's your father. I think he'd know. Ino shot him a glare. Shut up. They ate in silence for a few minutes, neither of them all that interested in speaking with the other. Every now and then the kunoichi would glance up at Naruto, curiously studying him in an attempt to figure out why the village's loudest shinobi was so quiet. Unable to take it anymore, she slammed her chopsticks down on the table. "What's with you? You're not acting like Mr. Sunshine and Rainbows today." He gave her a tired, sarcastic smile before going back to his food. He wasn't terribly hungry, but he had to admit that the girl could cook. It almost amazed him that a headstrong, annoying girl like Ino knew anything about housework, and it wasn't long before he was wolfing the rest of his meal down. Ino watched him eat with a knowing smile, more than a little pleased that he seemed to be enjoying himself. If the way to a man's heart was through his stomach, then she had a good chance of convincing him to put her up for more than the few days she'd initially suggested. She didn't know how long this Cold War with her father would last, but she figured it'd be at least a couple of weeks before he finally caved. "Good?" she asked, trying as hard as she could not to sound smug. Naruto glared at her from over his cup of tea, finishing the drink before setting it back down on the table. It briefly occurred to him that this was the first time he'd seen her right eye since he'd left for his 3-year training trip with Jiraiya. It was okay. He stood from the table with his dishes, dropping them into the sink noisily. The woman bit back a laugh. He was so dishonest that it was almost cute. "I'm glad you liked it." He grunted a response and headed to the bathroom to wash up. Unfortunately, he wasn't quite prepared for the sight that met him. His sink was literally covered with different and strange-looking bottles, most of the in funny shapes he hadn't known existed until now. It smelled distinctly of wildflowers, a scent he actually didn't mind too much. The thing that did bother him was how comfortable she'd gotten in his apartment in only one night. If he didn't know any better, he'd say that she was planning on staying longer than the few days she'd asked for. He debated whether or not to confront her about it, but at the moment, he really didn't feel like dealing with it. He was still feeling depressed about Sakura's betrayal, and all he wanted to do was mope around his apartment until he felt better. Sure, it wasn't the most effective plan, but doing anything else seemed too troublesome. Maybe this was how Shikamaru used to feel before Asuma died. After brushing his teeth and washing his face, he dragged himself out to the living room and flopped down on his couch, letting loose a heavy sigh. "Seriously, what's up with you?" Ino asked from the kitchen. "I haven't seen you this upset since Jiraiya-sama." She quickly shut her mouth, noticing the way Naruto's face took on an even darker look. "It doesn't have anything to do with you." Undeterred, Ino pressed on. "Is it Tsunade-sama? Kakashi? Sasuke? Sakura?" When Naruto's face soured, she rolled her eyes. "Sakura? Should have known. It's always about Sakura." She frowned in thought. What could Sakura have done to PSS Naruto off so much? The only thing she could think of that would make him this upset is if Sakura went back to Sasuke after all that had happened. Since Sasuke was dead, it had to mean that he'd found about, the date? Ino said, not realizing that she was speaking out loud. Naruto snapped his head around to stare at her, shock prevalent on his face. You know about it? Sakura's like my best friend. Of course I know about it. Do you know who she's going on a date with? The girl smirked inwardly. This was it. This was the exact situation she'd been waiting for. A situation that could give her leverage. Well, I could tell you, but... Not realizing that he was falling into her trap, Naruto leaned forward with wide eyes. But what? In exchange you have to let me stay here for a week. Naruto blinked. A week? Living with Ino. The thought alone sent shudders down his spine. She'd already conquered his bathroom. What else would she take over before she was satisfied? His kitchen. His living room. Still, the curiosity was killing him, and he usually only came home to eat and sleep anyway. It wasn't like he'd be running into her very often. Sighing in resignation, he glared at the bossy kunoichi. Do I still get dinner? If he was gonna admit defeat, he wouldn't let her feel the satisfaction of completely getting one over on him. The woman smirked and nodded, smelling victory. Of course. Fine, but only a week. After that, you're gone. No exceptions. The woman rolled her eyes. I know. So, Ino's grin dropped slightly, and her face took on a mildly apologetic look. She's going on a date with Sai. She furrowed her brows when Naruto's mouth dropped open. Perhaps telling him was a little more than he could handle. After a few silent seconds, the young man was finally able to find his voice again. Sai. The Sai on our team. It surprised me too. Naruto's lip curled angrily, baring his fanged teeth for Ino to see. That backstabbing dash. So, what are you gonna do? Find him and beat him up for going on a date with a single, available girl. He felt his anger deflate slightly. She had a point. But this is different. He knows how I feel about Sakura-chan. If you felt that strongly about her, you would have asked her out already. Ino snorted when his face fell. He was starting to look pathetic. However, she really didn't want to stay with a guy who moped around about one stupid girl. Sighing loudly, she crossed her arms and pet her hip. Look, it's just a date. I've been on 2 dates with the guy, and trust me, he doesn't have much to offer besides a pretty face. What? And you didn't marry him? Naruto bitterly asked. Ino frowned. Despite what you may think about me, looks aren't the only thing I look for in a guy. They have to have ambition, a personality, and treat me like I'm the only girl in their world. Settling for less isn't an option. So you want to be a princess? I'm trying to cheer you up and you're throwing it back in my face? No one asked you to cheer me up? Ino bit her lip harder than she ever had in her life. Every bone in her body was screaming for her to rip into him, demeaning and insulting him until there was nothing left of his small, pathetic ego. However, since she was living in his apartment for the time being and had no other friends to stay with, she decided to simply turn around and walk away before she said or did something she'd regret. Naruto watched her leave with a sigh. She just happened to choose the worst possible time to show up at his doorstep. He didn't feel particularly bad about snapping at her. It was her fault for poking her nose where it didn't belong, and if it kept her out of his business, and if he was lucky, apartment, then he was all right with playing the bad guy. Out of the corner of his eye he saw Ino, fully dressed in her usual shinobi garb, leave the apartment. She didn't bother to even glance his way, something that suited him fine. He leaned back on solitary confinement, the breaking point, the effects of sensory deprivation. Ino, what is all of this? Sakura asked, staring down at the books Ino was steadily piling up in her arms. The blonde let loose a short breath of annoyance, already seeing where this conversation was going. The two of them were currently in the Konoha library, perusing stacks upon stacks of seemingly endless amounts of books. Each of the jounin already had an armful of material, and the Yamanaka showed no signs of slowing down. I'm going to apply for employment within the Terror and Interrogation Department, Ino mumbled. Eyes instantly lighting up, Sakura nudged her friend in the shoulder with a grin. Your dad approved. Ino, that's awesome. When Ino averted her gaze, Sakura's excitement dropped. Your dad didn't approve. The blonde grabbed another book from the shelf and huffed. He can't control my life. You're still living at home, So technically he can? Sakura said, raising an eyebrow. For the second time, Ino avoided the Medicnine's eyes, instantly worrying her friend. You're still living at home, aren't you? When she didn't answer, Sakura put her books down on a table and crossed her arms in front of her. Ino, where are you staying? Exasperated, Ino also set her books down. Would you stop trying to pry into every detail of my life? Sakura wisely backed away, staring at her friend with concern. It was normal for Ino to be bitchy, but she was quickly moving into the realm of actual anger. Are you okay? The blonde sighed and rubbed her forehead with her palm, forcing herself to calm down lest she do something she regret. Even though Sakura was being annoying, it was only because she cared. I'm just stressed. Obviously. Ino shot Sakura a playful glare before seating herself at the table and reaching for a book. She'd initially planned to hop into the minds of some of the lower-level employees in the terror and interrogation department to get an idea of what was on the test, but after her falling out with her father, she decided to show both him and herself that she could do it on her own without help from her clan's abilities. She'd gathered the books based on the information she'd managed to glean from her father over the years. From what she could tell, the most important thing about working in interrogation was knowing how to deal with each individual criminal. It relied on her being able to find and exploit a person's weak point within hours, a skill that took years to perfect. Not that she was actually expecting to be allowed to interrogate prisoners right away. She'd probably be relegated to desk duty or something for a few years, and after that, they'd make her a prison guard. If she was lucky, she'd be able to get to the good stuff at the 5-year mark. For nearly half an hour, Ino read over the books she'd picked out, every now and then pausing to write down the points that she felt were most important. Eventually her mind began to wander, and before long, she found herself thinking about Naruto. She was still a little set at him for taking his anger out on her, but she could sort of understand his pain. Sai had stolen Sakura out from under him, and despite what she'd told him the day before, she had to admit that it was an incredibly beach move. It annoyed her, but she was getting less and less upset with Naruto. Remembering his sullen face, she winced and raised her eyes to look at Sakura. So, just out of curiosity, why did you agree to go out with Sai? She asked, trying not to sound too interested. Without even looking up from her own book, Sakura shrugged. Because he asked me. Did you change your mind about me dating him? I'll cancel if it bugs you. No, it's not that. I'm just curious. You're his teammate. You know better than anyone what he's like. Sakura shrugged her shoulders again. I know, but it's only fair that I give the guy a chance. Who knows? He might have this whole other, deeper side to him. They stared at each for a few seconds before simultaneously bursting into laughter. Sakura was the first to get a grip on herself, and wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she continued. But seriously, he offered to pay and it was a free meal. Are you sure you're all right with it? Ino nodded and smirked. She didn't particularly know why, but she was relieved to hear that Sakura didn't feel anything for Sai. Positive. Now help me study. Slipping on a huge t-shirt and tying her hair up into a loose ponytail, Ino sighed in dismay as she looked around her large room. Naruto's guest bedroom was dead empty save for a few of his books and scrolls that she'd thrown into the closet. There was no dresser, no mirror, no bed, nothing. The idiot didn't even have an extra futon, giving her a clear picture of how often guests stayed over at his apartment. Luckily, she'd had the foresight to pack her sleeping bag just in case she wasn't able to find a place to sleep for the night and had to camp outside somewhere. She glanced over at her travel pack resting snugly against the wall. Thanks to the effective packing techniques they'd learned in the academy, she had enough clothing to last her for around 2 weeks, barring any unforeseen circumstances, anyway. She had yet to find a laundromat in the area, but it wasn't like she'd been looking all that hard. If things between she and Naruto ever improved, she could always ask him where he did his laundry. Sighing loudly, she pushed herself to her feet and stretched her arms toward the ceiling. She was tired from studying all day, but she still had to hold up her end of the deal by cooking dinner. Naruto didn't seem particularly picky about what he ate, so she could throw something together and he'd probably be satisfied with it. Ino shuffled out of her room towards the kitchen, dark gray sweat breaths dragging the ground. She glanced towards the couch to see that Naruto hadn't moved an inch since she'd gotten home from the library. Hell, as far as she knew, he hadn't even moved since she'd left that morning. She rolled her eyes and opened the refrigerator, sighing again as she put together a meal in her mind. Since she'd bought fish on sale the day before and it was due to expire the next, she decided to cook it first. She also grabbed an armful of vegetables and chopped them up to make a simple side dish, sautéing them in one of his seemingly barely used frying pans. As she cooked, her eyes occasionally strayed to her fellow blonde staring blankly at the wall. She couldn't really understand what he was so bummed about. Sure, the girl he liked was going on a date with another guy, but it wasn't like they were getting married or anything. Over 80% of all relationships were destined to fail, and since the guy she was dating was Sai, that percentage jumped to 99%. Was anything like her own dates with him, Sakura probably wouldn't even get through the first 10 minutes before sending the black-haired boy through a wall. Ino shook her head, exasperated with herself for even caring. She had enough problems of her own without worrying about Naruto's. She turned off the stove and poured the soup into a couple of bowls. It was only a simple meal of rice, miso soup, sautéed fish, and vegetables, but it was probably more than enough to make him happy. "You can eat," Ino called from his table, already seated. She gave him a few seconds, but when he didn't move, she frowned and narrowed her eyes. "Uzumaki, come eat." No. He looked over and gave her a look that clearly said, "Seriously?" Not budging, she pointed to his seat and deepened her glare. They held a fierce staring contest for a few seconds, neither willing to back down. Unfortunately, Naruto's stomach chose that exact moment to growl loudly, pretty much costing him the battle. He grudgingly stood to his feet and walked over to his seat, ignoring the triumphant smirk Ino was sending his way. After plopping down in his chair, he grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat, not bothering to say grace or even thank her for the food. As soon as Naruto placed a piece of the fish into his mouth, his taste buds exploded with flavor. The meal hadn't looked like much at first glance, but just like the night before, Ino had managed to make something that actually tasted good. The surprise must have shown on his face because the woman sitting across from him leaned forward with a knowing grin. "Good." Naruto scowled and looked away, annoyed that he'd allowed her to read him so easily. "Why do you keep asking that? Shouldn't you know if the food you cooked is edible?" He grumbled. "It boosts my ego and assures me that my taste buds haven't gone to shit." When Naruto smirked, she gasped exaggeratedly and widened her eyes. "What's this?" Mr. Mopey finally cracked a smile. She teased, adjusting her voice to sound as if she were a kindergarten teacher conversing with a student. "Shut up." Despite his harsh words, both his face and tone betrayed his true feelings. It was obvious that his mood had improved since that morning, and it further proved her mother's theory that all men needed to be happy was good food and section. Unfortunately for Naruto, all he'd ever be able to get is the good food part. A low mumble snapped her out of her thoughts, and she glanced up to see Naruto staring down into his bowl of soup. "What?" she asked, curiously tilting her head. Naruto shifted uncomfortably, refusing to look her in the eyes. "Sorry." Ino, pleasantly surprised that he'd had the decency to apologize, smiled and shook her head. "It's okay." "What are you doing?" Naruto asked, yawning as he scratched at his unruly blonde hair. Ino was lying back on his couch in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, bare legs propped up on a huge pile of books. Her face was screwed up in concentration as she read, light blue eyes narrowed into determined slits. Unwittingly, his eyes traced the smooth contours of her thighs before quickly darting back up to her face. "Studying? For what?" "To apply for the torture and interrogation department. I have to score at least an 80 to even try out." "Ouch," Naruto mumbled, visibly wincing. "You're telling me?" "Breakfast is on the table if you want it," she said, waving towards his small dining room. Naruto glanced over to see that there were a few dishes littering his table, a sheet of plastic wrap draped over them to presumably keep any bugs or dust from getting in the food. "Breakfast? I thought the deal was just for dinner." Ino shrugged her shoulders. "Don't get used to it or anything. My mom usually cooks at home, so I wanted to use this chance to work on my cooking skills a bit. Think of yourself as my guinea pig." In truth, She'd actually been pleased that her cooking had managed to cheer him up. It wasn't often that she was appreciated for, well, anything, and it was a surprisingly good feeling. Wanting to feel more of it, she had woken up half an hour early just so that she'd have a little time to throw something together for him. Thanks. For the first time since they'd begun speaking, Ino dropped her book to her lap to shoot him a shocked expression. What? Thanks. I guess you're feeling better about Sakura. Naruto's face noticeably darkened. I was. Sighing for what felt like the millionth time that week, Ino rolled her eyes. It was seriously just a date, Uzumaki. I talked to Sakura yesterday, and she saw it as more of a free meal than anything. Really? Like I said, I've dated the guy. Even you have more to offer personality-wise than he does. Naruto scowled. Hey. Ino ducked behind her book, hiding her smile from view. Just as quickly, she wiped the smile from her face completely. What the hell was she acting coy for? Besides the bone-chilling fact that it was Naruto, the idiot probably wouldn't even realize what she was doing. Shaking her head, she chalked it up to habit and returned to her book, fully intending to block her fellow jounin out of her mind. Unfortunately, she was only able to get 10 or so minutes of silence before he spoke again. I wonder how her date went. Groaning, Ino slammed her book down into her lap. You're seriously way too obsessed with forehead, you know that? Despite herself, she felt a wry smirk appear on her face. But it's kind of sweet how fixated you are on her. In a creepy, overbearing kind of way. Naruto paused momentarily, seemingly thinking her statement over. After a couple of seconds, he narrowed his piercing blue and leaned forward. Are you insulting or complimenting me? Both? Good to know. He stood from the table and put his dishes in the sink. I have to meet with Bachan today, and probably won't be back until late. Lock the door if you leave. Without sparing him another glance from over her book, Ino lifted a hand and threw him a half-hearted salute. Roger that. Say that again. Standing in the office of the Godame Hokage, Naruto was flabbergasted. He had initially assumed that she just wanted him to run errands or something, but unfortunately, it turned out to be more than that. Much more. Hoping he'd misheard her, he eagerly awaited her reply. I want you to take the application test for the torture and interrogation department next week, Tsunade repeated, glaring at him from over her threaded fingers. What? Why do I have to take it too? Tsunade furrowed her brows. Too. Oops. Ino had wanted to keep that a secret. If Tsunade knew about Ino's dad refusing to allow her to take the exam, she may also try to get in her way. Even worse, the Hokage might start asking questions about how he was involved with the Yamanaka, and that could lead to a very, very unpleasant situation. I'm not interested in torture or interrogation at all, though. Naruto yelled, quickly circumnavigating her question. The Godame frowned. The more you understand about Konoha's internal affairs, the better prepared you'll be if you somehow manage to become the Hokage. I also want you to get a legitimate score. You don't have to pass it, but I expect you to get at least a 70. Naruto's jaw dropped. A 70? That was only 10 points lower than the score needed to pass. Even worse, he'd never been good at tests. The Chunin exams were a tremendous reminder of this. She handed him a flat manila envelope, glaring straight into his eyes as she did so. Gut. Frowning, the jounin scrunched up his face and nodded, snatching the envelope out of her hand. It wasn't like he really had a choice in the matter. Fine. Good. Now get out of my sight. He stuck his tongue out at her and turned on his heel, annoyed that she was making him do something so unreasonable. He could kind of understand her point of view, but at the same time, he really didn't want to spend the next week poring over dozens of books. He'd much rather be out on an A-ranked mission or training. Just as he was exiting the office, a bright pink blob entered his peripheral vision. Groaning inwardly, he recognized the blob as Sakura. Naruto, she said, popping up in front of him. Her bright green eyes sparkled as she looked up at him, making the blonde's heart jump painfully in his chest. I haven't seen you around lately. Is everything all right? Yeah, everything's fine. Naruto said, smile wide and eyes closed into slits. Sakura frowned and tilted her head. There was obviously something up with him, but if he wasn't going to spill, there was no point in prodding him any further. When he wanted to, Naruto could be a cast iron safe. Well, alright then. Wanna grab lunch? Normally, he'd have jumped all over her offer. Normally, there was nothing that would stop him from joining her for a meal. However, things were hardly normal between them. Avoiding her gaze, he declined. I had a big breakfast. Which was the truth. Ino hadn't held back at all, and since she'd gone through the trouble to make it for him, he felt obligated to finish everything. Sakura lifted an eyebrow. What? 10 bowls of ramen? Naruto, that stuff is loaded in sodium. It'll kill you if you keep eating it like that. She reached out towards his face, but to her surprise, Naruto edged out of her reach. I'd better start studying if I want to get a 70 on that test, he mumbled, turning in the direction of the Konoha library. Are you avoiding me? Sakura asked, staring at his back as he began to walk away. Just because I have a life of my own doesn't mean that I'm avoiding you. The kunoichi's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto had never taken such a cold tone with her before. Now she was sure of it, there was definitely something wrong with him, and it was only a matter of time before she found out what it was. Naruto opened the door to his apartment, both mentally and physically tired from the hours he'd spent combing the library for the books on the list Tsunade had given him. Half of them had already been checked out the day before, and after a little thought, he realized that it was probably Ino who had grabbed most of them. Hearing him come in, Ino popped her head out from the kitchen. Uzumaki dinners? Holy CRP. She stared in surprise at the huge stack of books in his arms, not expecting Naruto of all people to be interested in studying. What are all those for? Naruto snorted and frowned. Yeah, you know that test you're taking. Bachan's making me take it too. No way. Do you have any idea how tough it is? Ino asked, visibly shocked by his admission. No, but thanks for helping to build my confidence. I feel so much better about it now. On the bright side, I now have all the books that I need, she said, digging through his stack. Can you believe there's a 10-book checkout limit? He glanced at the books littering his coffee table and raised his eyebrows. But you have like 20. Sakura checked out some books for me under her name. This is seriously great, though. We can study together. Naruto rolled his eyes. Ooh. Ino stopped looking through his books to glare up at him. You're a real downer, you know that? You're the one who's excited about studying. At least I'm trying to achieve my dream. And I'm not. Well, I'm not crying about having to study for things I'll have to know anyway. You were just crying about it this morning. Was not. Were two. Was not. Were two. Was not. Were two. Was not times 1,000. Were two times 1,000,000. Were not times infinity. Were two times triple infinity plus 1. Was. Ino paused and blinked. What am I, 6? Look at what you're making me do. You started it. Did not. Did two. Did not. Did two. Did not. Did. Ino stamped her foot, annoyed that she'd gotten drawn in by him again. Damn it, Uzumaki, would you stop being so immature? Despite her words, though, she had to admit that it was sort of fun arguing about nothing for once. The food's getting cold. Naruto grumbled and set his books down on the coffee table along with Ino's. He then sat down at the table, picking up his chopsticks and digging into his dinner. As soon as he took the first bite, he put down his chopsticks and stared down at his bowl. What is this? He asked, eyes wide and face incredulous. The question had apparently come off the wrong way as Ino frowned and glared at him. If you don't like it, don't eat it. But I like it. I want to know what it is. Ino sat back a little, presumably in surprise. It's called katsudon. It has pork, egg, rice, and a bunch of different species you don't have in your kitchen. Seriously, how the hell have you survived until now without even salt? And how have you never had of katsudon? Naruto shrugged and shoved another mouthful of food down his throat, brushing off her question. This is really good. She watched him eat in fascination. To her, it tasted average at best. She'd never considered her cooking skills to be anything amazing, but the way he was wolfing it down made her feel incredibly good. She actually kind of liked cooking when it was so greatly appreciated. Raising his eyes to stare at her, Naruto frowned. Aren't you gonna eat? Oh yeah, she stuttered, a bit embarrassed that she'd been caught. She picked up her utensils and began to eat, trying as hard as she could not to watch Naruto. You know, you're not as bad as I thought you were, Naruto said after a few minutes of silence. Ino lowered her chopsticks and tilted her head in curiosity. Bad? Like, I don't know, bitchy. But annoying. Self-centered. Hateful, I get the point. Thanks for having such a low opinion of me, she grumbled, face showing her displeasure. Hey, I'm just going by what I saw at the academy. After we were split into teams, we didn't really see each other anymore, and when we did, it was either with the rest of the Konoha 12 or for only a few minutes here and there. It's not like we've ever really had a conversation until now. Looking back, she realized that Naruto was right. She'd always considered him as sort of a friend, but how good of a friend was she if she didn't even talk to him? In fact, everything she knew about the teen was learned from Sakura, and that wasn't exactly the most legitimate of sources. It's not too late to get to know each other. She put down her chopsticks and extended her hand across the table. Hi, I'm Yamanaka Ino. Naruto stared at her hand for a few seconds, seemingly confused by the sudden gesture. Eventually his face broke out into a wide grin, and he tightly gripped her hand in his. Uzumaki Naruto, couch inside again. Now he had to figure out what to do about Sakura. Solitary confinement, the breaking point, the effects of sensory deprivation. What is all of this? Sakura asked, staring down at the books Ino was steadily piling up in her arms. The blonde let loose a short breath of annoyance, already seeing where this conversation was going. The two of them were currently in the Konoha library, perusing stacks upon stacks of seemingly endless amounts of books. Each of the jounin already had an armful of material, and the Yamanaka showed no signs of slowing down. I'm going to apply for employment within the Terror and Interrogation Department, Ino mumbled. Eyes instantly lighting up, Sakura nudged her friend in the shoulder with a grin. Your dad approved. Ino, that's awesome. When Ino averted her gaze, Sakura's excitement dropped. Your dad didn't approve. The blonde grabbed another book from the shelf and huffed. He can't control my life. You're still living at home, so technically he can? Sakura said, raising an eyebrow. For the second time Ino avoided the medicnine's eyes, instantly worrying her friend. You're still living at home, aren't you? When she didn't answer, Sakura put her books down on a table and crossed her arms in front of her. Ino, where are you staying? Exasperated, Ino also set her books down. Would you stop trying to pry into every detail of my life? Sakura wisely backed away, staring at her friend with concern. It was normal for Ino to be bitchy, but she was quickly moving into the realm of actual anger. Are you okay? The blonde sighed and rubbed her forehead with her palm, forcing herself to calm down lest she do something she regret. Even though Sakura was being annoying, it was only because she cared. I'm just stressed. Obviously. Ino shot Sakura a playful glare before seating herself at the table and reaching for a book. She'd initially planned to hop into the minds of some of the lower-level employees in the Terror and Interrogation Department to get an idea of what was on the test, but after her falling out with her father, she decided to show both him and herself that she could do it on her own without help from her clan's abilities. She'd gathered the books based on the information she'd managed to glean from her father over the years. From what she could tell, the most important thing about working in interrogation was knowing how to deal with each individual criminal. It relied on her being able to find and exploit a person's weak point within hours, a skill that took years to perfect. Not that she was actually expecting to be allowed to interrogate prisoners right away. She'd probably be relegated to desk duty or something for a few years, and after that, they'd make her a prison guard. If she was lucky, she'd be able to get to the good stuff at the 5-year mark. For nearly half an hour, Ino read over the books she'd picked out, every now and then pausing to write down the points that she felt were most important. Eventually her mind began to wander, and before long, she found herself thinking about Naruto. She was still a little set at him for taking his anger out on her, but she could sort of understand his pain. Sai had stolen Sakura out from under him, and despite what she'd told him the day before, she had to admit that it was an incredibly beach move. It annoyed her, but she was getting less and less upset with Naruto. Remembering his sullen face, she winced and raised her eyes to look at Sakura. So, just out of curiosity, why did you agree to go out with Sai? She asked, trying not to sound too interested. Without even looking up from her own book, Sakura shrugged. Because he asked me. Did you change your mind about me dating him? I'll cancel if it bugs you. No, it's not that. I'm just curious. You're his teammate. You know better than anyone what he's like. Sakura shrugged her shoulders again. I know, but it's only fair that I give the guy a chance. Who knows? He might have this whole other, deeper side to him. They stared at each for a few seconds before simultaneously bursting into laughter. Sakura was the first to get a grip on herself, and wiping the tears from the corners of her eyes, she continued. But seriously, he offered to pay and it was a free meal. Are you sure you're all right with it? Ino nodded and smirked. She didn't particularly know why, but she was relieved to hear that Sakura didn't feel anything for Sai. Positive. Now help me study. Slipping on a huge t-shirt and tying her hair up into a loose ponytail, Ino sighed in dismay as she looked around her large room. Naruto's guest bedroom was dead empty save for a few of his books and scrolls that she'd thrown into the closet. There was no dresser, no mirror, no bed, nothing. The idiot didn't even have an extra futon, giving her a clear picture of how often guests stayed over at his apartment. Luckily, she'd had the foresight to pack her sleeping bag just in case she wasn't able to find a place to sleep for the night and had to camp outside somewhere. She glanced over at her travel pack resting snugly against the wall. Thanks to the effective packing techniques they'd learned in the academy, she had enough clothing to last her for around 2 weeks, barring any unforeseen circumstances, anyway. She had yet to find a laundromat in the area, but it wasn't like she'd been looking all that hard. If things between she and Naruto ever improved, she could always ask him where he did his laundry. Sighing loudly, she pushed herself to her feet and stretched her arms toward the ceiling. She was tired from studying all day, but she still had to hold up her end of the deal by cooking dinner. Naruto didn't seem particularly picky about what he ate, so she could throw something together and he'd probably be satisfied with it. Ino shuffled out of her room towards the kitchen, dark gray sweat breaths dragging the ground. She glanced towards the couch to see that Naruto hadn't moved an inch since she'd gotten home from the library. Hell, as far as she knew, he hadn't even moved since she'd left that morning. She rolled her eyes and opened the refrigerator, sighing again as she put together a meal in her mind. Since she'd bought fish on sale the day before and it was due to expire the next, she decided to cook it first. She also grabbed an armful of vegetables and chopped them up to make a simple side dish, sautéing them in one of his seemingly barely used frying pans. As she cooked, her eyes occasionally strayed to her fellow blonde staring blankly at the wall. She couldn't really understand what he was so bummed about. Sure, the girl he liked was going on a date with another guy, but it wasn't like they were getting married or anything. Over 80% of all relationships were destined to fail, and since the guy she was dating was Sai, that percentage jumped to 99%. If it was anything like her own dates with him, Sakura probably wouldn't even get through the first 10 minutes before sending the black-haired boy through a wall. Ino shook her head, exasperated with herself for even caring. She had enough problems of her own without worrying about Naruto's. She turned off the stove and poured the soup into a couple of bowls. It was only a simple meal of rice, miso soup, sautéed fish, and vegetables, but it was probably more than enough to make him happy. You can eat, Ino called from his table, already seated. She gave him a few seconds, but when he didn't move, she frowned and narrowed her eyes. Uzumaki. Come eat. No. He looked over and gave her a look that clearly said, seriously? Not budging, she pointed to his seat and deepened her glare. They held a fierce staring contest for a few seconds, neither willing to back down. Unfortunately, Naruto's stomach chose that exact moment to growl loudly, pretty much costing him the battle. He grudgingly stood to his feet and walked over to his seat, ignoring the triumphant smirk Ino was sending his way. After plopping down in his chair, he grabbed his chopsticks and began to eat, not bothering to say grace or even thank her for the food. As soon as Naruto placed a piece of the fish into his mouth, his taste buds exploded with flavor. The meal hadn't looked like much at first glance, but just like the night before, Ino had managed to make something that actually tasted good. The surprise must have shown on his face because the woman sitting across from him leaned forward with a knowing grin. Good. Naruto scowled and looked away, annoyed that he'd allowed her to read him so easily. Why do you keep asking that? Shouldn't you know if the food you cooked is edible? He grumbled. It boosts my ego and assures me that my taste buds haven't gone to shit. When Naruto smirked, she gasped exaggeratedly and widened her eyes. What's this? Mr. Mopey finally cracked a smile. She teased, adjusting her voice to sound as if she were a kindergarten teacher conversing with a student. Shut up. Despite his harsh words, both his face and tone betrayed his true feelings. It was obvious that his mood had improved since that morning, and it further proved her mother's theory that all men needed to be happy was good food and section. Unfortunately for Naruto, all he'd ever be able to get is the good food part. A low mumble snapped her out of her thoughts, and she glanced up to see Naruto staring down into his bowl of soup. What? She asked, curiously tilting her head. Naruto shifted uncomfortably, refusing to look her in the eyes. Sorry. Ino, pleasantly surprised that he'd had the decency to apologize, smiled and shook her head. It's okay. What are you doing? Naruto asked, yawning as he scratched at his unruly blonde hair. Ino was lying back on his couch in a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, bare legs propped up on a huge pile of books. Her face was screwed up in concentration as she read, light blue eyes narrowed into determined slits. Unwittingly, his eyes traced the smooth contours of her thighs before quickly darting back up to her face. Studying? For what? To apply for the torture and interrogation department. I have to score at least an 80 to even try out. Ouch, Naruto mumbled, visibly wincing. You're telling me? Breakfast is on the table if you want it, she said, waving towards his small dining room. Naruto glanced over to see that there were a few dishes littering his table, a sheet of plastic wrap draped over them to presumably keep any bugs or dust from getting in the food. Breakfast? I thought the deal was just for dinner. Ino shrugged her shoulders. Don't get used to it or anything. My mom usually cooks at home, so I wanted to use this chance to work on my cooking skills a bit. Think of yourself as my guinea pig. In truth, she'd actually been pleased that her cooking had managed to cheer him up. It wasn't often that she was appreciated for, well, anything, and it was a surprisingly good feeling. Wanting to feel more of it, she had woken up half an hour early just so that she'd have a little time to throw something together for him. Thanks. For the first time since they'd begun speaking, Ino dropped her book to her lap to shoot him a shocked expression. What? Thanks. I guess you're feeling better about Sakura. Naruto's face noticeably darkened. I was. Sighing for what felt like the millionth time that week, Ino rolled her eyes. It was seriously just a date, Uzumaki. I talked to Sakura yesterday, and she saw it as more of a free meal than anything. Really? Really? Like I said, I've dated the guy. Even you have more to offer personality-wise than he does. Naruto scowled. Hey. Ino ducked behind her book, hiding her smile from view. Just as quickly, she wiped the smile from her face completely. What the hell was she acting coy for? Besides the bone-chilling fact that it was Naruto, the idiot probably wouldn't even realize what she was doing. Shaking her head, she chalked it up to habit and returned to her book, fully intending to block her fellow jounin out of her mind. Unfortunately, she was only able to get 10 or so minutes of silence before he spoke again. I wonder how her date went. Groaning, Ino slammed her book down into her lap. You're seriously way too obsessed with forehead, you know that? Despite herself, she felt a wry smirk appear on her face. But it's kind of sweet how fixated you are on her. In a creepy, overbearing kind of way. Naruto paused momentarily, seemingly thinking her statement over. After a couple of seconds, he narrowed his piercing blue and leaned forward. Are you insulting or complimenting me? Both. Good to know. He stood from the table and put his dishes in the sink. I have to meet with Bachan today, and probably won't be back until late. Lock the door if you leave. Without sparing him another glance from over her book, Ino lifted a hand and threw him a half-hearted salute. Roger that. Say that again. Standing in the office of the Godame Hokage, Naruto was flabbergasted. He had initially assumed that she just wanted him to run errands or something, but unfortunately, it turned out to be more than that. Much more. Hoping he'd misheard her, he eagerly awaited her reply. I want you to take the application test for the torture and interrogation department next week, Tsunade repeated, glaring at him from over her threaded fingers. What? Why do I have to take it too? Tsunade furrowed her brows. Too. Oops. Ino had wanted to keep that a secret. If Tsunade knew about Ino's dad refusing to allow her to take the exam, she may also try to get in her way. Even worse, the Hokage might start asking questions about how he was involved with the Yamanaka, and that could lead to a very, very unpleasant situation. I'm not interested in torture or interrogation at all, though. Naruto yelled, quickly circumnavigating her question. The Godame frowned. The more you understand about Konoha's internal affairs, the better prepared you'll be if you somehow manage to become the Hokage. I also want you to get a legitimate score. You don't have to pass it, but I expect you to get at least a 70. Naruto's jaw dropped. A 70? That was only 10 points lower than the score needed to pass. Even worse, he'd never been good at tests. The Chunin exams were a tremendous reminder of this. She handed him a flat manila envelope, glaring straight into his eyes as she did so. Got it? Frowning, the Jounin scrunched up his face and nodded, snatching the envelope out of her hand. It wasn't like he really had a choice in the matter. Fine. Good. Now get out of my sight. He stuck his tongue out at her and turned on his heel, annoyed that she was making him do something so unreasonable. He could kind of understand her point of view, but at the same time, he really didn't want to spend the next week poring over dozens of books. He'd much rather be out on an A-ranked mission or training. Just as he was exiting the office, a bright pink blob entered his peripheral vision. Groaning inwardly, he recognized the blob as Sakura. Naruto. Hey, she said, popping up in front of him. Her bright green eyes sparkled as she looked up at him, making the blonde's heart jump painfully in his chest. I haven't seen you around lately. Is everything all right? Yeah, everything's fine. Naruto said, smile wide and eyes closed into slits. Sakura frowned and tilted her head. There was obviously something up with him, but if he wasn't going to spill, there was no point in prodding him any further. When he wanted to, Naruto could be a cast iron safe. Well, alright then. Wanna grab lunch? Normally, he'd have jumped all over her offer. Normally, there was nothing that would stop him from joining her for a meal. However, things were hardly normal between them. Avoiding her gaze, he declined. I had a big breakfast. Which was the truth. Ino hadn't held back at all, and since she'd gone through the trouble to make it for him, he felt obligated to finish everything. Sakura lifted an eyebrow. What? 10 bowls of ramen? Naruto, that stuff is loaded in sodium. It'll kill you if you keep eating it like that. She reached out towards his face, but to her surprise, Naruto edged out of her reach. I'd better start studying if I want to get a 70 on that test, he mumbled, turning in the direction of the Konoha library. Are you avoiding me? Sakura asked, staring at his back as he began to walk away. Just because I have a life of my own doesn't mean that I'm avoiding you. The kunoichi's eyes widened in surprise. Naruto had never taken such a cold tone with her before. Now she was sure of it, there was definitely something wrong with him, and it was only a matter of time before she found out what it was. Naruto opened the door to his apartment, both mentally and physically tired from the hours he'd spent combing the library for the books on the list Tsunade had given him. Half of them had already been checked out the day before, and after a little thought, he realized that it was probably Ino who had grabbed most of them. Hearing him come in, Ino popped her head out from the kitchen. Uzumaki dinners? Holy CRP. She stared in surprise at the huge stack of books in his arms, not expecting Naruto of all people to be interested in studying. What are all those for? Naruto snorted and frowned. Yeah, you know that test you're taking. Bachan's making me take it too. No way. Do you have any idea how tough it is? Ino asked, visibly shocked by his admission. No, but thanks for helping to build my confidence. I feel so much better about it now. On the bright side, I now have all the books that I need, she said, digging through his stack. Can you believe there's a 10-book checkout limit? He glanced at the books littering his coffee table and raised his eyebrows. But you have like 20. Sakura checked out some books for me under her name. This is seriously great, though. We can study together. Naruto rolled his eyes. Ooh. Ino stopped looking through his books to glare up at him. You're a real downer, you know that? You're the one who's excited about studying. At least I'm trying to achieve my dream. And I'm not. Well, I'm not crying about having to study for things I'll have to know anyway. You were just crying about it this morning. Was not. Were two. Was not. Were two. Was not. Were two. Was not times 1,000. Were two times 1,000,000. Were not times infinity. Were two times triple infinity plus 1. Was. Ino paused and blinked. What am I, 6? Look at what you're making me do. You started it. Did not. Did two. Did not. Did two. Did not. Did. Ino stamped her foot, annoyed that she'd gotten drawn in by him again. Damn it, Uzumaki, would you stop being so immature? Despite her words, though, she had to admit that it was sort of fun arguing about nothing for once. The food's getting cold. Naruto grumbled and set his books down on the coffee table along with Ino's. He then sat down at the table, picking up his chopsticks and digging into his dinner. As soon as he took the first bite, he put down his chopsticks and stared down at his bowl. What is this? He asked, eyes wide and face incredulous. The question had apparently come off the wrong way as Ino frowned and glared at him. If you don't like it, don't eat it. But I like it. I want to know what it is. Ino sat back a little, presumably in surprise. It's called katsudon. It has pork, egg, rice, and a bunch of different species you don't have in your kitchen. Seriously, how the hell have you survived until now without even salt? And how have you never had of katsudon? Naruto shrugged and shoved another mouthful of food down his throat, brushing off her question. This is really good. She watched him eat in fascination. To her, it tasted average at best. She'd never considered her cooking skills to be anything amazing, but the way he was wolfing it down made her feel incredibly good. She actually kind of liked cooking when it was so greatly appreciated. Raising his eyes to stare at her, Naruto frowned. Aren't you gonna eat? Oh yeah, she stuttered, a bit embarrassed that she'd been caught. She picked up her utensils and began to eat, trying as hard as she could not to watch Naruto. You know, you're not as bad as I thought you were, Naruto said after a few minutes of silence. Ino lowered her chopsticks and tilted her head in curiosity. Bad? Like, I don't know, bitchy. But annoying. Self-centered. Hateful, I get the point. Thanks for having such a low opinion of me, she grumbled, face showing her displeasure. Hey, I'm just going by what I saw at the academy. After we were split into teams, we didn't really see each other anymore, and when we did, it was either with the rest of the Konoha 12 or for only a few minutes here and there. It's not like we've ever really had a conversation until now. Looking back, she realized that Naruto was right. She'd always considered him as sort of a friend, but how good of a friend was she if she didn't even talk to him? In fact, everything she knew about the teen was learned from Sakura, and that wasn't exactly the most legitimate of sources. It's not too late to get to know each other. She put down her chopsticks and extended her hand across the table. Hi, I'm Yamanaka Ino. Naruto stared at her hand for a few seconds, seemingly confused by the sudden gesture. Eventually his face broke out into a wide grin, and he tightly gripped her hand in his. Uzumaki Naruto. Pen poised readily over her notebook, Ino quickly scanned the lines of a particularly thick book, looking for the things on the list sitting on the coffee table in front of her. Thanks to the Godame giving Naruto a cheat sheet containing most of the things that would be on the test, her study time had literally been cut in half. Her eyes quickly shot from her book to the blonde studying on the other end of the couch. The night before, she and Naruto had had a surprisingly long conversation about, well, everything. People they knew, missions they'd been on, dreams, nightmares, everything. The two of them had talked well into the early hours of the morning, and the only reason it ended when it did was because Naruto's words had begun to slur and run together. Apparently 3 in the morning was his cutoff point, and it was amusing to watch his chin fall into his chest every few seconds as he tried to stay awake. There had been almost no awkward silences. When one of them stopped talking, the other would jump in immediately with an opinion or story of their own, keeping things going at a frantic, feverish pace. She idly rubbed at her jaw, a bit surprised that it was actually sore from talking. So much. She could gab with the best of them, and this was the first time she could remember this ever happening. Her eyes wandered to the clock on the wall, and eyes widening, she realized that it was 2:45. "Oh shit," she yelled, hopping to her feet. Concerned, Naruto snapped his head up to stare at her. "What? I'm supposed to meet Sakura at 3. She said it was important." Naruto frowned and threw his book on the coffee table, visibly pouting at the fact that she was leaving. Noticing this, the kunoichi raised her eyebrows. "You can keep studying," Ino said, tidying up her area. "It's no fun studying by myself," he grumbled, poking out his lower lip. "I won't be back for a few hours. What are you going to do with yourself until then?" He shrugged his shoulders and leaned back on the couch, eliciting an exasperated sigh from his temporary roommate. "Oh, quit moping. I'll be back in time to make you dinner." When Naruto didn't respond, she rolled her eyes and walked into her room to change. Just when she was starting to see him a new light, he reverted back into the same, immature Naruto she'd always known. After cleaning up and getting dressed, Ino hurried to the door and opened it, glancing over her shoulder to look at him. "Later," she said, waving her hand in his direction. Predictably, Naruto didn't say anything, preferring to simply stare blankly at the wall. Rolling her eyes one last time, Ino walked through the door and closed it behind her, leaving him to stew in his own irrational anger. "Sai asked me to be his girlfriend." Ino choked on her tea, nearly spurting the warm liquid all over the table. She and Sakura were currently sitting near the window in the same new cafe they'd been in earlier that week, enjoying a cup of black tea and a plate of cookies. Or, at least they had been enjoying them until the Hokage's apprentice dropped the bombshell of all bombshells. What? That Sai wants you to be his girlfriend. What did you say?" Sakura shrugged her shoulders. "Well, we had fun on the date, so I agreed." The blonde stared at her friend in complete and utter shock. "But, he's Sai, the one who called you an ugly beach. Remember that?" "Oh, come on, Ino. That was like 2 years ago. He wasn't used to human contact back then." "Maybe so, but..." Sensing that there was a bigger reason behind Ino's reluctance to accept their relationship, Sakura went on the offensive. "Why are you so against this, anyway? Are you sure you don't still have feelings for him?" Shocked by the accusation, Ino quickly opened her mouth to defend herself. "It's not me, but Naru, she'd almost given up Naruto's secret. Not that it was much of a secret to everyone else but Sakura, apparently." "What?" her friend pressed, leaning forward as if she smelled BLD. "I just think that you need to put a little more thought into this. Sai is not good for you. I don't know why he's taken such a sudden interest in you, but you will regret this decision." Sakura leaned back and frowned, crossing her arms indignantly. "Just drop it. I thought you'd be a little happier for me, but I guess I was wrong." Ino sighed and tiredly placed her palm against her forehead. "Sakura." She honestly couldn't understand her friend's thought process. There was no possible way that she didn't know about Naruto's crush on her, and for her to completely ignore his feelings was just, well, low. Especially given their history together. Still, it wasn't her problem, and there was no sense getting Sakura upset when it didn't even concern herself. "Whatever, you're right. Let's just drop it." From there the conversation fell into the usual gossip about who was screwing who, but all Ino could think about was the boy sitting at home alone, oblivious to the news she would impart on him later that evening. Slowly opening the door, Ino hoped against hope that Naruto had somehow gotten tired and decided to go to bed a few hours early. Unsurprisingly, he hadn't. "You're back. What did Sakura want? How did her date with Sai go? Did you ask?" Naruto asked, hopping around her like a puppy greeting its nature. Ino winced. Watching him wag his tail made her even more reluctant to tell him, and knowing his personality, she smiled and headed for the kitchen first. She figured the news would be easier to swallow on a full stomach. "I'll tell you about it after dinner." Frowning, Naruto followed. "Why can't you tell me now?" Ino didn't answer, so he sped up until he was walking side by side with her. "Nino, what did she say?" Again she ignored him, and again he sped up until he was standing directly in front of her, backtracking as they walked into the kitchen. "Ino, why are you?" Annoyed, Ino turned her head to glare at him. "Fine. You really want to know. Sakura and Sai are going out." For a few seconds, Naruto didn't move. His face was oddly devoid of any emotion, scaring her a little. Normally, this was the point where a person snapped. She'd seen it happen at least half a dozen times on missions, and while she was almost certain that he wouldn't do anything stupid, one could never be sure when it came to a shinobi. Swallowing roughly, she pasted on a grin. "So, what do you want for dinner? You can name anything you want, but I can't guarantee its taste if it's something I've never made before." His face finally changing, the young man frowned and turned his head away. "No thanks. I'm not that hungry." Ino sighed loudly. "Come on, Naruto, it's not the end of the world," she said, reaching her hand out in an attempt to comfort him. He backed away from her and glared down at his feet. "Forget it, I don't care anymore." "Naruto, I said forget it." A tense silence followed his outburst, both of them equally shocked by his tone. Gritting his teeth, Naruto stalked off towards his room, slamming the door behind him. Ino frowned. She tried to be nice. She tried to hold back her temper. However, his passive-aggressive bullshit attitude was really starting to piss her off. Being yelled at and disrespected were two of the few things that she didn't tolerate, and the only reason he was still breathing was because she knew exactly what he was feeling at the moment. It annoyed her, but in a sick, twisted sort of way, she was happy to see that he could feel something other than happiness. Naruto had always come off as an incorrigibly chipper guy, a person who didn't have any worries and wasted time chasing after impossible dreams. He actually seemed like a human now. Unable to believe what she was about to do, she walked into the kitchen and began to look through the cupboards for some flour. Since she liked to eat her favorite foods whenever she was feeling down, ice cream, fried beef, cake, deep-fried pickles, she figured Naruto would be the same. She'd never tried making ramen from scratch before, but hopefully, the gesture alone would be enough to cheer him up. At the very least, she could try to take advantage of his current mental state to suit her own selfish needs. She spent the next hour measuring, cutting, chopping, and cooking the dish, actually putting some effort into making him some ramen. When she finished, she smiled and placed the steaming bowl on a tray before walking towards Naruto's bedroom. Rather than knock first, she simply twisted the doorknob, unsurprised to find it unlocked. The effect of slamming a door was significantly lessened if a person paused long enough to lock it behind them, after all. Ino used her shoulder to push the door open all the way, flooding the dark room with light. Giving her eyes a few seconds to adjust, she was eventually able to pick out Naruto's shadowed form on the bed. She sat down next to his head and put the tray down beside her. "Eat something. I made you ramen," she said, hoping the mention of his favorite food would be enough to get his attention. The young man murmured something that sounded suspiciously like "get out" and rolled over, turning his body away from her. Unperturbed, Ino grabbed his shoulders and rolled him back over until he was facing her again. "I'm not leaving until you talk to me." Their eyes met in a fierce staring battle, both too stubborn to be the first one to back down. Realizing that the kunoichi wasn't going to leave until he spoke, Naruto sighed and averted his gaze. "Why sigh?" he mumbled after a few seconds, deciding to get what was bothering him off of his chest. Pleased by her small victory, she decided to share a little bit of her knowledge with him. "I'm going to tell you something that very few guys know, and even fewer women are willing to admit. Women are illogical." Naruto almost laughed. It was the exact same thing Jiraiya had been telling him for years. "No sheet." Annoyed by his interruption, she shot him a scowl. "Just listen to me for a second. Sometimes, even we don't understand the things we do or why we feel the way we feel. But isn't that true for men too? Why do you like Sakura? Why don't you like Hinata instead? Or Tenten? Or even me? What's so special about her?" When he turned his head away to stare up at the ceiling, she knew she was getting through to him. Before he could come up with something else to say, she quickly continued. "There's nothing you can do to make her look your way. All you can do is become the best man that you can be, and do it for yourself. If it's meant to be, she'll turn around and see you. If it's not, she won't. That's how life is. And remember, I used to chase after Sasuke, so I know what I'm talking about. She let her words soak in for a few seconds, carefully watching his face for any sign of change. This was the turning point. Either he would listen to her and cheer the F up, or he would completely disregard her argument and continue to mope. I'm hungry. Happy that she'd gotten through to him, Ino smiled and placed the tray on his lap as he sat up, removing the lid of the bowl for him so that he could eat. She watched him slurp down a few mouthfuls of noodles, eagerly studying him for his reaction. Sure, she could make katsudon or grilled fish, and he'd like it since he'd probably never eaten that much of it, but this was ramen. If there was one thing Naruto knew about, it was ramen. It's pretty good. Not as good as Ichiraku's, but pretty good. Relief flooded through her. In truth, it had only been her second time making ramen, and the first time, her mother had been there to make sure she didn't mess anything up. Still, she couldn't let him know that. Of course it is. You think you'd learn by now that there's nothing I'm not good at. Naruto lifted his head and shot her a wide smile. Thanks, Ino. Staring into his happy, cerulean blue eyes, Ino felt her chest tighten. The feeling wasn't new to her, but for her to feel it while looking at Naruto didn't make any sense. She shook her head and pushed it to the back of her mind. So, I guess this would be a bad time to ask if I can stay another week? Despite all she'd said a few days ago, Naruto was still moping around the house. It wasn't blatant, but he still refused to go outside unless absolutely necessary, preferring to stay inside and study. Not that she minded. In fact, she liked having him around as a study buddy, if only because watching him concentrate helped to keep herself focused. The only complaint she had was the fact that he insisted on sighing every few minutes. Unable to take it any longer, she slammed her book shut and looked up at him. Naruto, if you're still upset about Sakura and Sai. Before she could finish, Naruto hopped to his feet and stretched his arms towards the ceiling. I'm hungry. You want some ramen? Ino rolled her eyes. He wasn't even trying to be subtle about the fact that he didn't want to talk about it. Yeah, I'll take a cup. Shrimp if you have it. The test is in 5 days. You feel ready? Naruto asked, grabbing a couple of ramen cups from the cupboard and putting the kettle on the stove. The kunoichi nodded her head, a small grin appearing on her face. Thanks to the study guide from the Godame, I might even be able to get 100 on it. Do you think I'll get in trouble if she finds out? I mean, I kind of have an unfair advantage over everyone else taking this test. It's only all right for you since you're not actually trying to join the department. Nah, Bachan knows you're capable of passing on your own. Besides, it's not like we had the answer key or anything. We still had to study our butts off to be ready for this test. I mean, most people have probably been preparing for months to take this thing. I guess you're right, she murmured, feeling a little bit better about it. He seemed to have that effect on people. Have you spoken to your parents? Trying to get rid of me, she asked, smirking in his direction. Shortly afterwards, Ino's face soured. I talked to my mom a couple of days ago. Apparently, she's been looking everywhere for me, and she demanded to know where I was staying. You didn't tell her, did you? Naruto asked, face taking on a nervous frown. Of course not. What would I say? Oh, don't worry, Mom. I'm living with this young, cute guy you know almost nothing about. Cute? Naruto asked, lifting an eyebrow. Ino tilted her head and looked him over. Well, you're sort of cute in your own way, but I'm just exaggerating to illustrate my point. It wouldn't go over too well if I told her truth. The whistling from the teapot interrupted their conversation, and Naruto quickly turned away to remove it from the stove. He poured the water into the 2 styrofoam cups and set them on the counter between them, glancing at the clock on the wall so that he'd know exactly when the 3 minutes it took to cook ramen were up. Looking back at Ino, he continued their conversation. If your dad really wanted to find you, he could. The Yamanaka rolled her eyes. I'm aware of that. Why hasn't he come looking for you yet? It's been almost a week since you've been staying here. She shrugged her shoulders. That's how he is. Even if he's worried sick, he's way too stubborn to give in and come looking for me. Which works out in both of our favors, because he'd probably hop into your mind and make you jump off of the Hokage monument if he found out we were living together. Naruto noticeably blanched. Why am I putting you up again? Because you like to watch me prance around your house in short shorts and a tank top? Ino teased. Wait, you knew? Ino paused, unsure of whether or not he was joking. His face looked completely serious, further piquing her curiosity. Unable to take it anymore, she ignored her common sense and asked. Really? An awkward silence settled over the both of them. Had she simply laughed his question off, things would have continued as usual. They'd both have continued on joking and eating, neither one of them dwelling on his words. As it was, Naruto's face took on a surprised look, and his mouth opened and closed a few times as he fought to think up something to say. There was no real way to answer her question. But he didn't actively stare at her. He could admit that his eyes had run over her legs, chest, and but a few times. After all, he was a man. His heart may not have been particularly interested in Ino, but his body was. Still, he couldn't tell her that. Grabbing and swallowing his ramen in a few long gulps, he tossed the empty cup into the trash can and walked off towards his room as casually as he could manage. I'm gonna go take a nap. Ino watched him leave with a frown. What was that? Had he really been checking her out without her noticing? She'd never caught him staring, but then again she hadn't been trying to catch him. If that made sense. The worst part was that she really had no choice but to keep wearing the shorts. She'd only brought one pair of sweatpants with her, and she couldn't exactly wear those every single day. Besides the fact that Naruto would undoubtedly notice, it was also just plain gross. She could go home to grab more clothing, but she wasn't that confident in her ability to sneak into her room unnoticed by her mother and father. Ino sighed and took a bite from her ramen, leaning back against the couch. What was the big deal? She was used to guys checking her out. Hell, she liked it when they checked her out, and found it strange if their eyes didn't linger on her legs or but for that extra second or two. Besides giving her a small confidence boost, it also assured her that she was still the hottest sheet in the village. Shaking her head, she attempted to smile. She was being stupid. This was Naruto. Knowing him, this whole thing was a big, elaborate joke just to make her uncomfortable. Pranks were what he was known for after all. Besides, he only had eyes for Sakura if his behavior every time she was brought up was any indication. This would all blow over within a couple of hours tops. Dinner's ready, she called, trying to put all of the afternoon's awkwardness behind her. Remembering that he was supposed to be taking a nap, she hung her apron over the handle of the oven and walked over to his room door, knocking on the thin piece of wood with the back of her knuckles. Naruto, dinner's on. She heard a slight shuffling behind the door before it opened to reveal a groggy and slightly red-eyed Naruto. With him standing so closely in front of her, she for the first time realized how much bigger he was than her. She actually had to tilt her head back to look him in the eyes. Thanks, he yawned, running his hand through his sleep-ruffled locks. Ino stared at him for a few seconds before abruptly turning around and heading towards the table. It was no use. The awkwardness was still there and seemed to be growing with each passing second. Although she tried to forget about it, she still couldn't help but wonder if he was staring at her. But as she walked in front of him, she seated herself at the table and grabbed her chopsticks, waiting for Naruto to sit down before she put her hands together and bowed her head. Itadakimasu? Naruto tiredly mimicked her actions, exaggeratedly bowing his head until his forehead almost touched the table. They both began to eat at the same time, quietly chewing their meal. She'd been too tired to make anything complicated, so she'd thrown together a simple stew made of leftovers and rice. After a few awkward minutes, Ino glanced up from her food to look at him. Hey, about this afternoon. As if he'd suddenly been given a shot of caffeine, Naruto straightened his back and grinned excitedly at her. This is awesome. What's it called? Naruto. I am not Sakura. You can't dangle a compliment over my head and expect me to lose my train of thought. The slight widening of his eyes amused her. Apparently, he hadn't expected her to call him on his bullshit. Leveling her gaze on him, she put down her chopsticks to show him that she wanted his full attention. About this afternoon. Continuing to eat, Naruto shrugged his shoulders. It was a joke. I didn't think you'd take it seriously. A relieved sigh slipped past her lips. Either he was better at lying than she thought, or he was telling the truth. Since she really didn't want to picture him staring at her butt, she decided to believe him. That's all I wanted to know. It's just that it'd be awkward if you actually did have the hots for me since we're living together and all. Naruto frowned, obviously displeased with something she'd said. I can admit that you're pretty, but that doesn't mean I'm attracted to you or anything. Not every guy drools after the first pair of legs that walks by. A bit taken aback by his sudden scathing remark, Ino's eyes hardened in anger. Are you saying that's all I am? Take it how you want. Normally, his words and attitude wouldn't have affected her. It wasn't the first time someone had tried to pass her off as a mindless slut due to the clothing she wore, and while she wasn't happy about it, she was certain that it wouldn't be the last. However, coming from Naruto, the words seemed to rip a gaping hole in her chest. Probably because he was supposed to be her friend. She usually had impeccable self-control over her emotions, but it was all she could do to keep her eyes from moistening and her lips from trembling. So, glaring him straight in the eyes, she uttered one simple phrase, F. Ino abruptly stood from the table and turned around, heading towards her bedroom before she fully lost her composure. She didn't get it. Just when they were getting along. Just when they'd found some common ground. It was always one step forward and two steps back with him. Of course, he wasn't the only one to blame. The two of them both had aggressive, belligerent attitudes, and it was inevitable that they'd clash viciously and frequently. However, she never in her wildest dreams imagined that they'd fight over something so pointless. Thanks for the food, Naruto mumbled to her closed door, standing to put both of their dishes in the sink. Although she heard him through the door, Ino refused to reply. As soon as she passed the test, she was out of there, and there was nothing anyone could do nor say to make her stay with that pompous a-hole. Ignoring the hollow ache in her heart, Ino burrowed herself into her sleeping bag, hoping her dreams at least would keep her from thinking of Naruto. Ino felt like she was in a cold war. She and Naruto weren't actively fighting, but there had been an obvious tension between the two of them for the past 4 days. Unless it was absolutely necessary, they didn't speak. She still made him dinner as per her agreement, but much to her chagrin, he had stopped complimenting her and made sure to eat with as stony of a face as he could manage. They didn't even study in the same room anymore, as Naruto would simply take some books and retreat to his own bedroom. Strangely, though, popping noises and smoke would seep from the edges of his closed door, making her curious as to exactly what kind of studying he was doing. Ino sighed and rubbed at her forehead. The test was only a day away, and here she was thinking about a stupid argument that had started because of a stupid misunderstanding. However, there was no way she was going to cave first. No way in hell. Shaking her head, she tried her best to focus on the words in front of her. The test came first. After she passed and proved to her father that she was more than capable, she could go home and never have to see Naruto's immature face ever again. The sound of the kitchen faucet distracted her, and she tilted her head back to see the boy. She'd been thinking about filling a large glass with water. His eyes stayed focused on the running water, and it was obvious that he was doing his best not to look up at her. Which suited her just fine. He was just a distraction, and would probably hurt her chances more than he would help them. Still, despite her thoughts, she found herself watching him anyway. Naruto was a mystery. It killed her to admit it, but she wanted to know more about him. Even though they'd had an amazing talk before this whole ordeal started, he hadn't really offered anything about himself or his past. What happened to his parents? Did he know who they were? Where did he live before he moved out on his own? How had he turned out so well without anyone supporting him? There were dozens of questions that she wanted to ask, but couldn't. At least not now. Sakura could probably find these things out easily if she really wanted to, but somehow, she doubted that her friend would go through the trouble of coaxing the information out of Naruto for her. Surprisingly, after finishing the cup of water, Naruto looked over at her. Their eyes met for an awkward second or two, and without uttering a single word, he shuffled back to his bedroom. Her first reaction was to call out to him. Make him stick around for a little bit longer. She wasn't used to being alone, as at least one of her parents or teammates were always around to keep him company. Funnily enough, Naruto was the exact opposite. Letting loose a short breath of air, she closed the book and stood to her feet, deciding that she'd crammed as much information into her head as she could. The test was tomorrow morning, and she'd much rather go to bed early and get up with enough time to throw together some breakfast for herself and Naruto. They may not be the best of friends at the moment, but she still wanted him to do well. Nervousness didn't begin to describe what he felt at that moment. Sitting in the same exact room as the one he'd been in during that first Chunin exam all those years ago, Naruto felt less than confident. Sure, he'd studied his butt off, and sure, he only needed 10 points less than what was needed to legitimately pass the test, but he couldn't help but feel as though this test would go the same as the previous one. The room was filled with interrogation hopefuls. Most of them seemed to be trying to look like tough guys, exposing their arm muscles, tattoos, and scars for all to see. He almost laughed when he recognized one of the guys as an old classmate from the academy. This particular kid was possibly the biggest crybaby he'd ever met, and had only managed to become a genin after pain had flattened Konoha. Even though the guy had shaved his head and gotten a bunch of tattoos, he still looked like a little beach to Naruto. Against his will, his eyes shifted to the girl at the end of his row. He was pleased to see that Ino looked just as nervous as he did if the way she was viciously biting her thumbnail was any indication. Then again, she did have a lot riding on this. If she didn't pass, her ego would be shattered and she'd have to crawl back home a failure. She'd be proving that her dad was right all along in that she wasn't cut out for the torture and interrogation department. They weren't on the best of terms, but he really didn't want to see her so defeated. The way her eyes had sparkled when she talked about her dreams still haunted him, and the thought of her being unable to reach her goals made his chest ache. As if she'd sensed him watching her, Ino turned her head to look at him. Just like the night before, their eyes met for a few awkward seconds. This time, though, the corners of Ino's lips twitched upwards. Naruto found this small action to be comforting. He felt as if she was telling him, "Good luck. Or do your best." So, forgetting that they were feuding for the moment, he shot her a similar smile and a thumbs up. At that moment, the door to the classroom shot open. In walked Marino Ibiki, followed by Ino's father and a group of relatively normal-looking shinobi. They wore simple flak chunin and jounin vests, surprising Naruto a bit. He'd expected them all to be trenchcoat-wearing badasses. Unsurprisingly, Ino's dad instantly picked his daughter out of the crowd of potentials, and Naruto noticed with a wince that the man didn't look too pleased to see her there. In fact, he looked downright furious. Naruto glanced over at Ino to see that she too seemed to notice her father's glare by the nervous frown marring her face. He sure as hell didn't want to be in her shoes at that moment. "Listen up," Ibiki bellowed, instantly grabbing Naruto's attention. The man waited a few seconds for things to quiet down before continuing. At each aisle, a member of the torture and interrogation team is passing out your tests. Take one and pass it on to the person next to you. Do not turn your papers over until you are told. You will have 2 hours to complete this test, and cheating of any kind will not be tolerated. Naruto noticed that he stared pointedly at both Ino and the lone Byakugan user in the room, not so subtly implying that he'd be watching them much closer than anyone else. If you speak during the test, you will fail. If your handwriting is unreadable, you will fail. He looked around the room one last time. You may now turn your papers over and begin the test. Without wasting a second, Naruto flipped his packet of paper over to start the test, figuring that he'd need every second he could get to finish. The test mostly consisted of short answer questions with a few long answer and multiple choice questions popping up every 5 questions or so. He took a deep breath and grabbed his pencil before carefully reading the first question. What is the correct procedure for processing and detaining a foreign prisoner? The blonde blinked. What the hell? He actually knew this one. Heart-thumping, he quickly filled in the answer and moved on to the second question. When performing a strip search of a prisoner, what areas of the body need to be examined? He knew this one too. If things kept going at this pace, he may just be able to pull it off. A quick glance over at Ino showed that she was also flying through the test, face tense and focused as she scribbled down answer after answer. Every now and then she would flip her hair over her shoulder and sigh, and he noticed that she had a nervous habit of chewing on the eraser of her pencil. They had just come upon the 1-hour mark when the first person stood up and walked to the front of the room, placing their paper face down on the desk in front of Ibiki. The way he carried himself suggested that he was certain he'd pass even though they wouldn't get the results for another few days. Shaking his head, Naruto looked down at his own paper. He was around 75% done, pretty damn good considering his track record when it came to tests. Then again, he had secretly used shadow clones to help him study, figuring that if they could help him learn S-rank jutsus, they could help him learn 3 weeks' worth of material in 5 days. Luckily, his theory proved to be correct as he found most of the questions to be fairly easy. Barely 10 minutes since he'd last looked up, he watched Ino walk down the stairs to place her test face down on the desk with the others. As she was leaving the room, her father, Inoichi, stopped her at the door. He couldn't clearly see nor hear what he was fiercely whispering, but he did manage to pick out the words. Home, mother, and selfish. Coupled with the frown that appeared on Ino's face, it wasn't hard to figure out the gist of what he'd said. His heart stopped when Inoichi glanced up to look him straight in the eyes, and not wanting to seem overly suspicious, he casually lowered his eyes back to his paper. Inside, his stomach was doing backflips. Did he know about them? The fact that the two of them were living together. Inoichi's glance hadn't been malicious or anything, and since he was still currently living, he figured he was safe, at least for now. While he'd initially been trying to finish the test as soon as possible, he found that he was suddenly in no rush to walk to the front of the room. Inevitably, however, he finished, and with a heavy sigh, he stood to his feet and moved to place his test with the others. Just like he'd thought, Inoichi pulled him aside to talk. "You're a friend of Ino's, right?" the man asked, staring straight into Naruto's eyes. Well, sort of. More like a friend of a friend," he lied, hoping the conversation would end there. He tried to maintain eye contact so as not to seem suspicious, but Ino's dad was scary. While they may not be the best fighters when it came to hand-to-hand combat, the Yamanaka clan's skills were dangerous. Unless you had a mind of absolute steel, they was capable of skinging any piece of information out of you that they wished. There were also rumors that the clan was behind the suicides of certain Wind Country officials shortly after the joint attack by the Sand and Sound on Konoha. Needless to say, nothing had ever been proved, and unless someone in the clan suddenly decided to confess, nothing ever would be. Inoichi, apparently not sensing Naruto's nervousness, nodded his head and continued. "That's good enough. I wanted to know if you'd be willing to talk some sense into Ino's head. She left home a couple of weeks ago and refuses to tell her mother and I where she's staying." Resisting the urge to ask, "Why don't you just find herself?" the young man swallowed roughly and averted his gaze. I think Sakura would be a much better choice." From the way Inoichi frowned, he could tell that he wasn't too keen on the idea of asking Sakura. Instead, the Yamanaka placed a large, heavy hand on Naruto's shoulder, leveling his gaze on the younger blonde. "Tell you what, how about you just help me keep an eye on her?" Naruto paused. What the hell? Was Ino's dad trying to buddy up to him? While he liked the thought of having the Mindwalker on his side rather than against him, he really didn't want to get any closer to the man than he had to. With all due respect, sir, I really don't think I should get involved in this issue between you and your daughter." Inoichi looked disappointed, but he nodded anyway. "I respect that." Now, Naruto's head was reeling. The way Ino had described her father made the guy seem like some kind of unreasonable monster, but he had yet to make a threatening move towards him at all. He was imposing, yes, but not threatening. Then again, he also didn't know that Ino was currently living in his apartment and hopefully never would. "Thanks, Yamanaka-san. I'll just..." Naruto trailed off, inching towards the door. "Sure, go ahead." Bowing slightly to Inoichi, he pulled open the door and closed it behind him, relieved that he'd somehow managed to survive with his sanity intact. As soon as he stepped out of the classroom, though, Ino pounced on him. "What did my dad want?" she asked, cornflower blue eyes searching his for answers. Apparently, she'd been watching them talk from the doorway. Deciding it'd be too much trouble to come up with some bullshit story, he decided to just tell her the truth. "He wanted me to keep an eye on you." "Are you serious?" "He's trying to use my friends to spy on me," Ino exclaimed, fury evident in her tone. Naruto raised his eyebrows. "We're friends now." Looking at him as if he'd just asked the stupidest question in history, the girl furrowed her brows. "Well, aren't we?" "I wasn't sure, since you were ignoring me and all." Ino snorted. "You weren't trying too hard to talk to me either? I thought you hated me." "Well, I don't." The two of them stared awkwardly at each other for a few seconds, both feeling more than a little stupid about how they'd acted towards each other. That test was kind of stressful, and I'm ready to let loose and have some fun. What do you think? Ino asked, breaking the short silence. Naruto shrugged his shoulders, zipping up his jacket in the process. Sure. What do you want to do? I hear the lake in the park's frozen over. How about we go ice skating? Almost immediately, Naruto's face stiffened. It was the exact same thing he'd suggested to Sakura the night Ino showed up on his doorstep. It almost seemed like too much of a coincidence, but he doubted Ino would suggest they go ice skating just to spite him. Forcing a smile, he nodded. Sure. Ino's face momentarily lit up before dropping into a frown. Oh shit, I forgot. My skates are at home. Well, since your dad is here, you should be able to sneak by your mom, right? Ino snorted. You'd think so, wouldn't you? My mom has some kind of daughter sensor that goes off whenever I'm within 20 feet of her. She'd notice me right away. What if I get them for you then? Naruto suggested. Ino paused. Allow Naruto to go into her room without her there to monitor him. Every one of her senses were telling her that it was a bad idea. Even if he was more naive and innocent than most, he was still a guy, and all men seemed to have the uncontrollable urge to raid a woman's underwear drawer. Still, though, ice skating had been her idea. Besides, she could see his movements from the opposite rooftop. She wouldn't be able to see everything, but hopefully the fact that she'd only be 20 feet away would be enough to deter him from swiping a pair of her panties. Fine. But if you touch anything, I'll kill you, Ino spat, crossing her arms over her chest. Confused as to what she meant, he'd have to touch her skates to get them, right? He shrugged his shoulders and nodded, following her as she led the way to her home. Naruto landed on the roof of the Yamanaka flower shop, looking around to make sure no one was watching. It'd be hard to explain why he was essentially breaking into the house of one of the members of the Yamanaka clan. He glanced back at Ino, noticing her frowning at him from the opposite rooftop. She raised her hand and deepened her scowl, reminding him that he only had 5 minutes to go in and out of her room. It was painfully obvious that she didn't trust him, but he really didn't understand why not. What was so important that she didn't want him to see? Or did she think he was going to steal something? Shaking his head, he opened her window and slipped through it, being as quiet as humanly possible. Before he even had the chance to look around, he could tell that this room was Ino's. The strong scent of wildflowers immediately punched him in the nose, almost causing him to cough and gasp for air. He normally liked the smell, but not when it was this suffocating. It took a few seconds, but his nose eventually adjusted enough for him to begin looking for her skates. The room was in perfect order, everything seemingly in its place. The walls were a light lavender, and her bedspread was a darker, redder violet. If there was any doubt in his mind before that this room was Ino's, it was gone now. It was surprisingly plain considering the girl's loud and flamboyant personality, but perhaps she was like him in that she preferred to live more simply. Naruto walked around her room in slight awe, realizing that this was the first time he'd ever been inside of a girl's room. He ran his hand over the dozens of perfume and makeup bottles sitting in front of her vanity mirror, and he even leaned down to smell a few of the ones that looked interesting. He then moved over to her bedside table to look at the pictures perched neatly on its surface. There was the obligatory picture of Asuma, herself, Shikamaru, and Choji as Genin. Next to that was a picture of them as Chunin, and on the opposite side of the first picture was a photograph of the Konoha 12, minus Sasuke, plus Sai, standing in front of the Hokage Tower after the Akatsuki had been decimated. He also noticed a picture of a toddler Ino and her parents, all three of them smiling widely at the camera. It was hard to believe that the young, hip blonde guy in the picture was the same large, overbearing bear he'd exchanged words with barely half an hour ago. Remembering his mission, Naruto floated over to her closet to begin looking for her ice skates. According to Ino, they were on a shelf in the top left corner next to some old stuffed animals. He spotted them within seconds, but just as he was about to reach for the shoes, a flash of bright purple poking out of her dresser caught his eye. Curiosity getting the better of him, he grabbed the purple cloth and pulled, only to be smacked in the face by the item. "Ack," he said, rubbing at his stinging eye. "What the hell?" He stared at the object for a few seconds before realizing exactly what it was, her BR resisting the urge to throw it across the room. Ino would definitely notice. He quickly stuffed it back into the dresser, but not before glancing at the tags sticking out of the back. 34C, he mumbled appraisingly, a bit surprised that they were that large. She was more than a full cup size larger than Sakura. Never mind how he knew how large, or small, the Medicnene's BRCs were. Suddenly feeling a little too much like his perverted former senseis, Naruto reached up and grabbed her skates before he did something that would get himself killed. Without so much as a second glance, he slipped out of the window and hopped over to where Ino was waiting. "You got them?" Ino cheered, a bright smile flashing across her face. Just as quickly, her face fell into a menacing glare. "You didn't touch anything, did you?" Naruto almost choked. Almost. However, reasoning that there was no way she could have seen him from the window, he decided that bullshitting would be the best course of action. "I was only in there for a few minutes. Would I have had time to touch anything?" She eyed him suspiciously for a few seconds before sighing. "I guess not." Not noticing the relief that poured into Naruto's face, she turned around and sped off towards the park. "I'll race you." "Cheater," he yelled after her, quickly giving chase. As he ran, he felt the smile on his face grow wider and wider. This was going to be fun. "When was the last time you went ice skating?" Naruto asked, looking down at Ino. The girl was currently holding onto his arm for dear life, struggling not to fall for the 100th time. Ino poked out her bottom lip. "Hey, it's only cold enough to ice skate a few weeks out of the year, and I'm a busy girl." "Well, you'll never get any better if you keep clinging to me like this." He removed himself from her grip and skated away, leaving her to fend for herself. Predictably, she immediately lost her balance and began to topple towards the ice. Just before she fell, however, he appeared behind her and caught her by the underarms, hoisting her back up into a standing position with ease. She looked over her shoulder and glared at him. Her anger was quickly replaced by surprise when his cool hand found hers in a comfortable grip. "Relax, I've got you. We're just gonna skate like this for a while until you get the hang of it. Remember, don't look down. Just keep your eyes straight and concentrate on using the sides of your blades to push." Still in a mild state of shock, Ino slowly nodded her head. She quickly glanced around at the other people skating and hanging out near the lake, wondering how they looked to everyone else. Not that it mattered, but she wouldn't want any strange rumors getting back to her friends or parents. Especially not her parents. Luckily, it seemed as if no one was paying them any attention, so she sighed and relaxed like he'd suggested, deciding to just enjoy being led around the makeshift rink. His calm demeanor was rubbing off on her, and before long, she didn't even have to think about pushing the sides of her blades against the ice. "You're doing great, Ino," Naruto yelled from behind her, snapping her out of her thoughts. She hadn't noticed, but sometime within the last few seconds she'd been skating on her own. Fully realizing what that meant, she suddenly and promptly fell on her butt. "Why'd you stop?" "You had it," he asked, skidding to a stop in front of her. Annoyed, Ino leaned back on her hands and frowned up at him. "Thanks for letting me fall. How did you become king of the ice, anyway?" The young man laughed, turning around to skate backwards in circles around her. "It took me 3 winters of hard work and falling on my butt to get this good. You're smarter than me and have better balance, so you'll be able to pick it up much faster. Plus, you have an awesome teacher." "Wait, you mean no one taught you? Did you learn together with your friends?" she asked, furrowing her brows. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't really have friends. I just spent a lot of time watching other people, so after a while, it eventually sunk in." "Sorry," Ino murmured, not sure what she was apologizing for. She'd known he was an orphan, but she figured that he at least had some form of a support system. After all, how could a child raise himself? The thought of a child cooking, cleaning, and buying his own things was unfathomable. Naruto had to have had some help from someone. The young man shrugged again. "It's okay. I mean, when I finally got it, it was the best feeling I'd ever felt in my life. It taught me that you could do anything with hard work and a strong will." Ino smiled and raised her hands to him. "Help me up. I'm going to get this even if it kills me." "Oh," Ino sighed, leaning back in Naruto's bathtub. After 3 straight hours of falling on her butt, skating, and falling on her, but she had finally gotten the hang of basic skating. While she wasn't nearly as agile or fast as Naruto, she could now skate comfortably at his side with little to no effort. She was amazed by the patience he'd shown in teaching her. Though he laughed at her every now and then, he never got upset or frustrated whenever she did something wrong, and even encouraged her every step of the way. His attitude had been completely different than what she'd expected of him. Ino dunked her head under the water. The more she learned about Naruto, the less she understood. Sakura had always described him as loud, brash, and impatient, but the man she'd been living with for the past couple of weeks had been almost the complete opposite. Which Naruto was the real one? The one that only she apparently knew, or the one that everyone else knew? Did anyone else even know that he had two sides? Re-emerging from the depths of the bathtub, she sighed and pulled her wet bangs out of her face. God, he was frustrating. Her natural curiosity and his unwillingness to say much about himself were a horrible match, and if she spent another week with him, she was worried that she may drive herself crazy trying to understand him. She pulled the stopper out of the tub and stepped out to dry off, deciding that she'd taken long enough. Naruto was probably more tired than she was since things like tests weren't his strong point, and he'd spent a lot of energy teaching her how to ice skate. Bath is free, she said, dabbing at her damp hair with a towel as she walked into the living room. Naruto downed the rest of his cup ramen in one gulp and nodded, standing from the couch and throwing a towel over his shoulder as he strolled to the bathroom. Ino claimed his recently vacated spot on the couch, finding the heat he left behind to be extremely comfortable. Since she was too exhausted to really fuss with her hair, she decided to simply braid it up into two pigtails. Her fingers nimbly separated and entwined her hair, using the skill that had been taught to her years ago by her mother. Just as she was finishing up, Naruto opened the door and emerged from the bathroom. "Done already?" she asked, using a piece of ribbon to tie off her braid. When he didn't answer, she lifted her head to look at him, only to notice that he was staring at her blankly. "What? Pigtails," he said, expression remaining the same. Mistaking his statement for an insult, she frowned. "They're convenient." "No, I mean I like them." "Oh." Feeling as if she should say something else, she averted her gaze and shrugged. "They only took like 2 seconds." When Naruto continued to stare, she found herself rambling. "It keeps my hair from getting frizzy, but I don't like to do it all the time because it gives me split ends." "They look nice." "Thanks." Naruto stared at her for a few more seconds before coughing and finally looking away. "Since it's been a long day, I think I'm just going to turn in." "Yeah, me too." She stood up and yawned, shuffling over to her bedroom. "Good night." "Night," he replied, doing the same. Just as she was about to enter her room, Ino paused. There's something that still bothered her, and she felt that if she didn't say it now, she'd never work up the courage to say it again. "Naruto." When he turned his head and shot her a quizzical look, she continued. "Next time. I mean, if we do ever fight again, let's not do this. Not talk. It's stupid." "Yeah." He opened his mouth as if to say something else but promptly shut it, piquing Ino's curiosity. "Night," he said again, entering his room and closing the door behind him. Ino watched him leave with a frown. What was he going to say? The look on his face had been one of confusion and uncertainty. Even though it had probably been nothing, she couldn't shake the feeling that he'd had something important to say. Something that would give her a little more insight into who he was as a person. It was at that moment that she decided. She would figure out the puzzle that was Uzumaki Naruto. "Ugh," Ino groaned, almost limping to the table with their tea. Her body felt stiff and tender, and it was ridiculously painful to walk. It felt like her legs were going to fall off with each slow, careful step. Naruto smirked up at her from his seat. "Sore?" The kunoichi sat down in the chair across from him, shooting him a playful scowl. "I'm glad you find my pain amusing. More like hilarious. Since when were you so witty?" When the young man grinned and shrugged, Ino rolled her eyes and changed the subject. "What are your plans for today?" she asked, slowly sipping at her tea. He lifted his eyebrows in mild surprise, not expecting her to care about what he was up to. "I was planning to take the books back to the library, and after that I have to meet with the Hokage. I'll go with you. I checked out over half of those books, so it's only right." Oh, and we can get breakfast afterwards. There's this place down the street from the academy that I've been dying to try. Naruto shrugged his shoulders again. Sure, but will your legs be okay? This is nothing. A little exercise will do them good. She grabbed both of their cups from the table and stood to walk to the kitchen. I'll be ready in 20 minutes. Leave without me and I'll kill you. He smirked and leaned back in his seat. Wouldn't dream of it. I can carry more of the books, you know, Ino grumbled, staring at the pile of books in his arms. It was nearly quadruple the size of her own, and her own pile wasn't that small to begin with. She wondered why he didn't just make a few shadow clones to lessen the load, since he could apparently make dozens without even breaking a sweat, but before she could ask, he replied. It's okay, your legs are still sore from skating. It's my fault for pushing you so hard. Ino shook her head. It was fun, and I'm glad I actually got to use my skates for once. They've been collecting dust since I got them for my birthday 2 years ago. Yeah. We should go again sometime. The young woman almost tripped. Was Naruto asking her out? Reasoning that he didn't have that kind of subtlety, she carefully nodded her head. We should. As if he'd been expecting that answer, Naruto cracked a grin. Hopefully next time you'll spend more time skating and less time falling on your butt. Despite her best efforts, though, she couldn't keep a tiny smirk from appearing on her face at his statement. They walked the rest of the way to the library in silence, both deciding to just enjoy the quiet atmosphere of the crisp, winter morning. There were a few people milling around, but for the most part, the streets were deserted. In the winter, Konoha didn't really get started until around 8 in the morning. Naruto, surprising her a bit with his strength and chivalry, shifted his tall stack of books to one arm and opened the door to the library for her with the other. Thanks, she said, slipping inside as quickly as she could so that he wouldn't have to hold the books for long. He followed her into the building and placed his books on the desk labeled Returns along with Ino's, letting loose a short breath of air as he stretched his arms into the air. That was quicker than I thought it would be. You can go straight to the restaurant if you want. It won't take long for me to talk to the Hokage, he said, exiting the building. Ino shook her head. That's okay, I'll just tag along with you. He shrugged as if to say, suit yourself, and jammed his hands into his pockets, shielding them from the cool winter air. They reached the tower in a matter of minutes, and after bounding the many steps leading to the top, stood in front of the receptionist's desk. Unfortunately, the Hokage's right hand, man was manning it. Shizun lifted an eyebrow at the two of them, brown eyes calculating and suspicious. Since Sakura and Naruto had been helping the Godame with a lot of her work lately, the woman had much more free time to indulge in village gossip. Well, this is a pairing you don't see every day. Realizing that unless she did something their cover would be blown, Ino quickly stepped forward. I ran into him at the library, so we decided to get breakfast together with Sakura. Is she around? Naruto glanced over at Ino, impressed by the lie. He couldn't have come up with something that good even if he'd had an entire hour to think. Shizun slowly shook her head, still eyeing the two as if she didn't believe them. She just started her shift at the hospital, so I'm afraid she won't be able to join you. Perhaps you could wait until lunchtime. Ino held her stomach and winced for dramatic effect, hoping the action wouldn't be too much. I'm pretty hungry. I guess we'll just have to go without her, the girl said, sighing as if disappointed by the prospect of eating alone with Naruto. Yeah, I guess. I was looking forward to seeing Sakura-chan too. He walked towards the large double doors of the Hokage's office, unable to take the medignin stare. I'll be done in 10 minutes, and we'll leave then, he said, glancing over his shoulder at Ino. Sure thing. Ino sat down in one of the cushy chairs outside of the office, grabbing one of the many magazines stacked on the coffee table in front of her in an effort to avoid Shizun's suspicious gaze. The woman was far from stupid. With 10 minutes and the right questions, she was certain that the medignin could get her to crack. Just like she'd thought, Shizun immediately began shooting questions her way. So, do you often run into Naruto? She asked, eyes focused fully on the blonde. Ino shrugged her shoulders. Not really. Maybe once every couple of weeks. I see. You two looked pretty comfortable with each other. The statement caught her off guard. Did she and Naruto really look that chummy to others? Sure, they'd been living together for over 2 weeks, But she didn't treat him any different than usual, and neither did he. Chalking it up to Shizen trying to get inside of her head, she put on a wry smirk and rolled her eyes. I hear so much about him from Sakura that it's kind of hard not to be. Unfortunately, the older woman refused to give up. You know, now that I think about it, Sakura mentioned that Naruto's been distracted lately. We were debating whether or not he'd found himself a girlfriend. That Naruto? Not a chance. What girl would go out with him? He's loud, annoying, and immature. Sure, he can have a sweet side every now and then, but he gets extremely petty about the stupidest things. Shizen narrowed her eyes. For someone who only hears about him, you seem to know a lot, Sheet. Didn't Shizen have anything better to do than cross-examine her? I'm just repeating what Sakura said. Luckily, Naruto emerged from the Hokage's office at that exact moment. A small frown stretched across his face. Ino hopped up from her seat and practically threw the magazine down onto the table. Ready to go, she asked, eager to get away from Shizen's prying. Seeing her excitement, Naruto winced. I can't go to breakfast with you. Bachan gave me a mission, he said, not quite meeting her eyes. What? Right now? Yeah. Me and Shikamaru have to catch a nuke Nin that ran off with some kind of important document. Shika. Why him? When Naruto shrugged, she sighed and did her best not to pout. She really didn't know why she was so disappointed. It was just breakfast, after all. Oh well, that's okay, I guess. I'll just eat something at home. Sorry. Ino pasted on a smile and shook her head. You're the rumored Rokudame of Konoha, and this is probably some sort of mission to give you more experience or something. We can catch breakfast another time. Her eyes cut to Shizen. With Sakura. Sorry, he said again, looking deeply remorseful. She almost felt like punching him on the shoulder and telling him that it was okay, but Shizen was still staring at them with a suspicious frown, and she really couldn't afford to have false rumors spread about their non-existent relationship. Instead, though, she turned around to leave. Later, Naruto, Shizen-san. Watching her retreating back, Naruto moved to catch up with her. I'll walk you home. You were complaining about your legs hurting, so, I'm fine, Uzumaki. Later, she said again, hoping he would catch the hint. He'd have to go back to his house to get his equipment anyway, and it'd look much more convincing if they didn't leave together. When he didn't, she gave him a small wave and continued on down the stairs. Shizen stared at Naruto with narrowed eyes, noticing the way he looked at Ino. No matter what their words said, it was obvious that there was something going on. You seem awfully concerned about Ino. I'm not. I'm just worried because there are so many stairs and her legs are still sore from... Naruto quickly shut his mouth. He'd almost said too much. God, Shizen was good. From training. She said she did some hard training yesterday. He glanced up at the clock behind her desk and pretended to look surprised. Oh, look at the time, I'd better find Shikamaru and get ready for the mission. Bye, Shizune. Before Shizen could say another word, he jogged down the stairs after Ino. The woman frowned deeply, crossing her arms over her chest. It was only a matter of time. Naruto sped through the trees at a breakneck speed, ducking and weaving between tree branches with practiced ease. His mind occasionally wandered, but remembering the dozen or so times he'd bumped his head/chest/missed a tree branch, he forced himself to concentrate just enough to avoid hurting himself. Oi Naruto, slow down. We have 2 days to complete this mission. Shikamaru called from somewhere behind him, exerting far more effort than he'd wanted to on such a simple mission. The Jounin's breath came in short, tired puffs, and he struggled to keep the blonde in his sight. Naruto slowed down and grinned sheepishly. Sorry. Guess I got a little carried away. Shikamaru snorted. A little. I ate so much dust that I feel like a vacuum cleaner. The blonde laughed and slowed his pace a bit more. Why do you think Bachan keeps sending us on these missions? The Nara shrugged. I'm probably being a bit egotistical, but I get the feeling that she's trying to force us to have a good relationship with each other since I know a lot about the administrative and military functions of Konoha. Why wouldn't she just teach me how to do it? Face it, you don't have the brain power to manage this village alone. No one does. Behind every great Hokage are a few trusted advisors and assistants. While he didn't like to be underestimated, He could admit that the task of running a village was a daunting one. Beating up bad guys was easy, deciding whether or not the market district should expand wasn't. I guess, he said after a few seconds, a frown on his face. Noticing his disappointed look, Shikamaru continued. I don't mean anything bad by it. Eventually you will be able to take on more responsibility, but I get the feeling that Tsunade-sama wants to step down as soon as she can. Probably within the next 5 years or so. That soon? Naruto asked, incredulous. The old hag had at least another 10 or 15 in her. She probably wants to give you as good of a chance as possible. The position isn't promised to you, but if you were nominated, I don't think too many people would object considering recent events. The blonde smiled at his friend. Thanks, Shikamaru. For what? I'm just giving you my honest opinion as a shinobi, he said with a little smirk on his face. They traveled the rest of the way in silence, focusing more and more on the mission as they got closer to their destination. The mission was only a B rank, but as Naruto had learned during the events at the Great Naruto Bridge, even a routine SCRT mission had the potential to go to sheet. A slight rustling of leaves instantly caught his attention, and he narrowed his eyes at a small shadow to his left. Shikamaru, Naruto whispered. Also noticing the noise, Shikamaru nodded. Yeah. They split up silently, moving to take out the 5 or 6 shinobi chasing them. The two of them made quick work of the enemy, not even having to resort to using ninja techniques to take them down. They were Chunin level at best, and judging by their forehead protectors, they were from the grass country. How does it look? Naruto asked, tying the enemy shinobi up with their own wire and stripping them of their weapons. One of them had a pretty cool-looking katana, so he grabbed it to add to his collection of liberated weapons back home. Shikamaru sighed deeply, biting back the urge to say troublesome. I found the base. It's a small concrete building about 50 feet from here. They have every entrance point heavily guarded, so sneaking in and retrieving the scroll without being noticed impossible. I can't believe I'm saying this, but brute force may actually be the only way. Naruto, unable to help himself, grinned. Really now? Don't give me that smile. We need to be in and out before their reinforcements arrive. So what, 5 minutes? I can do that. Before the blonde was able to jump off, Shikamaru grabbed the back of Naruto's jacket. Nothing loud. Fight like a shinobi for once. Annoyed, Naruto shrugged his friend's hand off. I got it. Using an Udama Rasengan, Naruto blasted a hole into the south wall of the building. He then created a dozen or so shadow clones, using the smoke from the blast as a cover as he and Shikamaru took them down. These shinobi were much stronger than the Chunin that had been following them, and they actually managed to take out his first batch of clones. Unfortunately, since they were so busy fighting his clones, they didn't notice Shikamaru's shadow creeping towards them. With them captured, it was child's play to knock them out with short chops to the back of the neck. That wasn't so bad, Naruto breathed, tossing the unconscious bodies into a pile. A loud, slow clapping resounding from one of the dark hallways caught their attention, and they snapped their heads around to see a small shadow walking towards them. Well, this is an honor. I never thought they'd send the great Uzumaki Naruto out on such a small, frivolous mission. He's from Konoha, Shikamaru murmured, noticing the enemy shinobi's headband. Naruto reached for a kunai with a smirk. Can't have him ruining our good name after we've worked so hard to rebuild the village. You don't know who you're messing with, boy, the man sneered, hands raised towards Naruto. Shikamaru's eyes widened as he realized exactly who, or to be more exact, what, the man was. Careful, Naruto, he's a Yamanaka. Furrowing his brows, Naruto lowered himself into a slight crouch. I know. No, you don't know. Just being out of his line of sight isn't enough. Don't even meet his eyes. The Yamanaka smirked. I see you're familiar with a lot of clans' techniques, but tell me, have you ever seen this one? The man opened his mouth wide in a silent scream, bringing only Naruto to his knees. Sheet! Naruto yelled, slamming his hands over his ears. His ears rung painfully, but he was able to throw a kunai and pierce the man's leg, breaking the Yamanaka's concentration before he could fully complete the jutsu. The man let loose a grunt and jumped back. He pulled the knife out of his leg with a slight wince, pain obvious on his face. Just before Shikamaru's shadow could reach him, the man jumped out of its range, using chakra to hang onto the ceiling. He dropped the scroll to the ground with a knowing grin. Take the scroll, that wasn't the point of this whole thing anyway. What are you talking about? Naruto breathed, managing to stand on wobbly legs. Whatever the Yamanaka had done left him with the sickening feeling of vertigo. You'll find out soon enough. With that, the man formed a few seals and disappeared in a swirl of leaves, further confirming the fact that he was, indeed, from Konoha. Once he was certain that the older shinobi was gone, Shikamaru grabbed the scroll and walked over to Naruto, concern evident in his eyes. Are you okay? Yeah, I stopped it in time. He took a deep breath and glanced at the sky from the hole he'd blasted in the wall before, noticing that it was around mid-afternoon. That wasn't so hard. Do you think we can make it back to Konoha before nightfall? I thought you were rushing here so that you could enjoy some time off around the town, but you want to go back. What? Naruto shrugged his shoulders, unable to come up with a viable excuse. He couldn't say he wanted to go home because he was worried about Ino, after all. Shikamaru stared at Naruto for a few seconds before lowering his head and sighing. It was hard to deny the boy when he had those large blue eyes trained on yours. Fine, but in return, you have to write and file the mission report. There's no way I'm going to do anything besides sleep after sprinting back to Konoha. Grinning widely, Naruto shot off towards the exit. Deal. Thanks, Shikamaru. Let's go. With a heavy sigh, Shikamaru followed, hoping that he could avoid swallowing another mouthful of dust from his overeager friend. Ino boredly flipped through a fashion magazine, eyes barely registering the images on each page. With Naruto gone and herself unwilling to leave the village until she received her test results, there really wasn't that much to do. A knock at the door snapped her out of her boredom-induced daze, and she nearly jumped to her feet to see who it was. She cautiously turned the doorknob and peeked outside. It'd be hard to explain to anyone else exactly why she was answering Naruto's door. When she caught a glimpse of orange through the crack, she nearly flung the door open in surprise. Naruto, what about your mission? The blonde grinned. Finished it? Ino raised her eyebrows. Seriously? Me and Shikamaru make a good team. He's the brains, I'm the brawn. You know, when you put it like that, I can somehow see it. They stood there for an awkward few seconds, both just staring at the other. Finally, Naruto tilted his head in curiosity. So, are you gonna let me into my own home? Depends. Did you bring me a souvenir? When he frowned, she laughed and walked back into the apartment. I'm kidding. Are you hungry? Starving. I only had a ration bar today. Ino scrunched up her nose, knowing exactly how chalky and tasteless those things could be. EW. Go take a shower and I'll make you something edible. Thanks, Ino. Rather than answer, she shooed him with her hand and went into the kitchen. Naruto watched her retreating back with a smile. Even though Ino felt as though she was mooching off of him, he was really getting the best end of the deal. Her cooking, while never anything elaborate or complicated, was always delicious. He couldn't explain it well, but it had the same feeling as Ichiraku ramen. Whenever he ate her food, he felt as if the food was made especially for him and no one else. Realizing that he'd better get cleaned up, he walked into the bathroom and turned on the shower. He let the water soak into his unruly blonde hair and sighed, feeling the fatigue from that day's mission begin to wash off. After a few minutes of just enjoying the hot water on his body, he finally began to soap up his body and hair. He took another few minutes to rinse off, and throwing on an old t-shirt and shorts, he emerged from the bathroom. He then walked into the kitchen to see what Ino was cooking. It smelled like she was frying something, but he couldn't be sure from his distance away from the stove. Being as quiet as he could, Naruto slid up behind Ino. Smells good, he said, looking over shoulder into the pan. Go away, I'm not done yet. But I'm hungry, he whined. Ino rolled her eyes. She used the pair of cooking chopsticks in her hand to pick up a cube of tofu and hold it up for him to eat. When he grabbed the piece of food with his teeth, she pushed him away with her shoulder. Go away. Unsatisfied, Naruto leaned forward again, resting his chin on her shoulder. Can't I have just a little? She poked him in the middle of his forehead with her pointer finger. Go. Both her tone and glare left no more room for argument, so he stuck out his lower lip and shuffled out of the room. Naruto plopped down in his chair, holding his stomach as it roared and begged for food. He could hear the sounds of her frying, and it was becoming more and more unbearable with each passing second. That little taste she'd given him had only made him hungrier. It felt as if his stomach was eating him from the inside out, threatening to break down his own bodily tissues unless it was fed. Finally, the kunoichi emerged from the kitchen with a tray of food. Setting the dishes down on the table in front of him, Ino shot him a bright smile. I know you've had a long day, so I made you tofu stir-fry and a small sesame vegetable salad. It should help you sleep better. She seated herself in the chair across from him and gestured to the food. Go ahead. Itadakimasu. He wasted no time in grabbing his chopsticks, practically inhaling the food. He usually didn't like it when she made salads, but he found the fresh cucumbers and spinach she'd used to be oddly refreshing. Noticing how fast he was going through his food, Ino pushed her own across the table. Here, you can have mine. Naruto paused in his eating, looking at her with an unsure frown. What about you? There's more in the kitchen. Satisfied with her answer, he shrugged and grabbed her bowls, inhaling her food just as fast as he had his own while she stood to get more food for the both of them. By the time she'd returned with a second batch of their food, he was just finishing off the food she'd given him. She slid him another serving and watched amused as he instantly started in on his third helping. Finally, Naruto began to slow down. I thought I was going to have to cook more, Ino joked, putting a mouthful of the stir-fry into her mouth. Rather than answer, he shot her a grin and continued to eat, eyes sparkling with what appeared to be happiness. Her heart warmed at the childlike joy on his face. The more she cooked, the more she could understand why her mother took such pride in the food she made for herself and her father. There was something magical about watching others enjoy your hard work, and even if they didn't say anything, you could see the appreciation in their faces and their eyes as they ate. After a few seconds, Ino smiled and leaned forward on her hand. I'm glad you came home safely. Putting his chopsticks down for the first time since he'd begun eating, Naruto met her eyes with a wide smile. Me too. Watching as he picked over his food, Ino felt herself grow more and more frustrated. She was certain the breakfast she made tasted fine. Either that, or her taste buds had died over the last 9 hours. Eat something. I can't, he mumbled, stabbing at his tamagoyaki with his chopsticks. He attempted to lift the eggs to his mouth, but shortly afterwards, he let them fall back to the plate with a light plop. What are you worried about? If you don't pass, the worst that will happen is that the Hokage will be angry with you. If I don't pass, I either have to find another place to live or go home. If anyone should be worried, it should be me. She stared down at her food and sighed, suddenly finding it to be unappetizing. Great, now I'm not hungry anymore. She stood up from the table with her dishes and walked into the kitchen. Bring your dishes in here. I'll wrap them up so that we can eat them later. Doing as she asked, he gathered his food and followed her. As he moved to place his dishes next to hers, his hand accidentally brushed against hers, causing them both to jump back as if they'd been shocked. The two of them stared at each other for a few tense seconds, neither of them knowing what to say. Finally, Naruto backed away from the counter. I'm gonna go get dressed. Yeah, me too. Half an hour later, the two shinobi left the apartment and headed to the academy. There was already a small crowd of around 50 gathered in the small playground area as torture and interrogation hopefuls waited for the list to be posted on the wall of the building. Finally, a chunin emerged from the academy and pasted up a single, large piece of paper. He was barely able to get out of the way before the crowd of people stormed the list, all desperately trying to see if their name was there. From their position in the back of the group, Naruto could see that there were only 11 names on the paper, making him even more worried. One of the names was definitely Ino's, so that lowered his chances of being up there. It took a few minutes, but they were eventually able to get close enough to see as disappointed and excited people alike dispersed. Being the taller of the two, Naruto was able to see first, and scouring the list, he immediately saw his name towards the top. I made it. I got an 82. He yelled, turning to the girl at his side. Ino grinned widely and nudged him in the shoulder. That's awesome. Do you have any idea how big of a deal that is? I know. Hey, there's an opening at the front. We can see the list a lot easier from up there. Grabbing her hand, Naruto dragged Ino to the front of the crowd, easily pushing people out of the way with his free hand. Now able to see, Ino looked over the list with a wide smile. All of their hard work had paid off. Both she and Naruto had somehow, against all of the odds, managed to pass a test that no one thought they could. However, as her eyes scanned the list, she felt her heart drop into her stomach. I'm not there. What do you mean you're not there? That's impossible. His excitement immediately forgotten, Naruto moved to get closer to the board, knocking a few people off of their feet with the strength of his shoves. He scoured the paper for Ino's name, and eyes widening, realized that she was right. He turned around to look for Ino, only to see that she wasn't behind him anymore. Ino, he called. A shock of blonde hair a few meters away caught his attention, and he pushed his way through the crowd to catch up with it. Ino, hold on. Don't talk to me right now, she said, not slowing even as he reached her. Naruto furrowed his brows, falling into step behind her. There has to be some kind of mistake. Let's go back and talk too. There's no mistake. My dad was right. I'm not cut out for torture and interrogation. No way. You're the smartest person I know next to Sakura-chan, and you're definitely 100 times smarter than me. I'm sure if we go talk to Ibiki or Bachan they'll fix it. If it weren't for the fact that she was on the verge of tears, Ino might have laughed. Even when he was complimenting her, he was still thinking about Sakura, and worse, he was basically saying that she was inferior to the green-eyed kunoichi. When Naruto reached out his hand to stop her, Ino roughly slapped it away. Do not talk to me right now. Naruto blinked. What the hell? Was she mad at him? Unperturbed by her tone, he quickened his pace to keep up with her. I just don't want you to give up here. I'm sure it's just a big misunderstanding. Realizing that he wasn't going to leave her alone until he was sure that she was all right, Ino turned around to face him, a small smile on her face. It was all she could manage in her current emotional state. Thanks, Naruto. You're a good friend. I just want to be alone for a while. Sensing that he would finally give her some space, she turned around and walked away, leaving a defeated Naruto in her wake. A worried frown on his face, Naruto stood outside of Ino's door. He hadn't seen hide nor hair of the girl since they'd parted that morning. Something that deeply concerned him considering it had been dark for well over an hour. Since he'd been in the apartment practically all day, that means she hadn't eaten, showered, or even used the restroom in nearly 12 hours. The young man took a deep breath and placed his hand on the doorknob, deciding that being beaten up for entering her room without permission was well worth the price of making sure that she was all right. He gave the piece of metal a little twist, and to his genuine surprise, the door was unlocked. Slowly swinging the door open, Naruto peeked into the dark room. It took him a few moments to find her since he only had the small stream of light pouring in from the living room to go off of, but he was eventually to make out Ino's small, curled-up form on the floor in front of her window. Her arms were wrapped tightly around her shins, and her face was buried in the small nook between her clasped knees. I have ice cream cake, he said, standing in the doorway to her room. I remember you saying you liked ice cream and cake, so I got you both in one. Pretty smart. He waited a few seconds for an answer before walking into the room and sitting down on the floor next to her. Since he'd been alone for most of his childhood, he had never quite learned how to comfort other people. His mind raced through a million possible things he could say to cheer her up, but none of them seemed right. To his relief, Ino lifted her head from her knees with a loud sniffle and began to speak. I don't know what to do, Naruto. I don't want to go home. Not like this. Not as a failure. But where else can I go? Frowning at her words, Naruto quickly interjected. But you're not a failure. Like I said, it's probably just a big misunderstanding. I'll go talk to Bachan tomorrow and she'll clear this whole thing up. He paused briefly to gather his thoughts before speaking again. And you can stay here. I don't care. Ino shook her head, instantly vetoing the idea. I can't do that. Our deal was that I'd only stay until I passed the application test. But you didn't pass, did you? You can stay here until the next test. The young woman shot him a deadpan glare. Naruto, that's 3 months from now. Then you have even more time to study, Naruto said, shrugging off her argument. Ino stared at him in shock. She studied his face for any sign of deceit, or hell, even uncertainty. When she didn't find any, Ino felt the corners of her lips twitch upward. Since they were already sitting close to each other, she simply leaned more heavily into him. Her head was tucked snugly under his chin, and for the first time since she'd left home, she allowed herself to fully relax in the presence of another person. He knew he shouldn't be thinking about it, but he couldn't help himself. He was hugging a pretty girl in the dark with no one else around. His heart thumped loudly in his chest, and he idly wondered if she could hear it from her position next to him. This wasn't right. Even though it was only a friendly hug, he still shouldn't be doing this, and especially not with Sakura's best friend. Quickly but gently moving away from her, he opened the cake box and grabbed the knife. Now that you're feeling better, how about some cake? It's from that bakery you said you liked, he said, eyes focused solely on the treat in front of them. He didn't quite trust himself to look at her yet. Once again surprised by her roommate, Ino's eyebrows arched high up on her forehead. You went all the way to the shopping district just to get me a cake? Naruto shrugged. It's not like I walked. We're ninjas, remember? It only takes 5 or 10 minutes to get there by rooftop. You didn't have to do that. Hey, you've been helping me since you got here. Cooking for me, helping me deal with Sakura, helping me study. That's just what friends do, no? And so, is getting an ice cream cake to make you feel better? Ino frowned at him for a few seconds, but it eventually turned into a small smile. He knew just what to say to make her feel better. She grabbed her fork and dug into the cake, deciding to drown her sorrows in the sweet embrace of cake and ice cream. Standing in the Hokage's office, Naruto found himself on the receiving end of a rare, proud smile from the Godame. Tsunade's brown eyes shone with so much respect that the Jounin couldn't help but look away in embarrassment. He was idly wondering if this was what it was like to have a mother until the woman finally spoke. I have to say, Naruto, I'm really pleased with you. Not only did you meet my expectations, but you exceeded them. You legitimately passed this test even though I only gave you a week to prepare for it. Why aren't you more excited? Raising his eyes to meet hers, Naruto sighed. Well, Ino took this test too, and she didn't pass. I just can't believe it. The Godame raised her eyebrows. Yamanaka Ino. That is strange. She's a bright girl. She opened her desk and shuffled around a bit before producing a large manila envelope. After looking over a few of the papers inside, she stared at Naruto with a small frown. Naruto Ino passed the test. She got a 93, the highest out of all the examinees, and her father specifically requested to train Ino himself. Not sure if he was hearing her correctly, Naruto stared dumbly at the older blonde. So, Ino passed. She got into the program? He asked, trying not to look too hopeful. When the Hokage nodded, however, he couldn't stop a wide grin from stretching across his face. He knew it. After witnessing firsthand how hard Ino had slaved over the piles of books they'd checked out from the library, he just couldn't believe that she would actually fail. His eyes sparkled as he imagined the reaction he would get from his roommate after he told her the news. Noticing this, Tsunade furrowed her brows. For Naruto to be this happy for a girl that he wasn't especially close to was more than a little strange. Is there something I should know about? Quickly wiping the grin from his face, Naruto averted his gaze. Nope. Nothing at all. I'm just happy that I passed, he said, backing towards the door. Later, Bachan. With that, he quickly turned around and rushed out of the office before the woman could utter another word. Left alone in the office, Tsunade narrowed her eyes. Shizun, she shouted, leaning back in her chair. After a few seconds the young woman rushed into the room, cheeks red and flushed from running. Although she'd been an entire floor below, she had still somehow managed to hear her MSDRs. Hi, Tsunade-sama. What do you know about Naruto and Ino? Naruto bounded up the steps to his apartment, excited about telling her the good news. His mind ran through the dozens of different ways he could tell her. He could go for the old fake-out method, pretending to be depressed before surprising her with what he'd learned. Alternatively, he could also make her guess until she got it. Either method sounded fun, even though they would probably earn him a beating afterwards. With these plans in mind, he opened the door to see the girl devouring the cake he'd bought her last night, forkful after forkful of ice cream disappearing down her throat. Frosting and crumbs clung to her cheeks, and judging by the slightly musky scent coming from her body, she hadn't had a shower since the night before they'd received their exam results. It was a pathetic sight. Putting his pity aside for the moment, Naruto grinned and walked up to her, deciding that she didn't deserve to be led on any more than she had been already. "Ino, great news." Shooting him a bored glance, Ino mumbled through a mouthful of sugar. "You brought me another cake?" The blonde shook his head, mile-wide grin still on his face. Sensing that he had something legitimately important to tell her, Ino perked up a bit, swallowing the large amount of food left in her mouth. "What? I just talked to the Hokage. She looked over the test results, and it turns out you passed with a 93. A small silence followed his declaration, and slowly putting her fork down on the table, Ino leveled him with a glare. "Naruto, if you're FNG with me, I swear. I'm serious. You passed." Before he knew what was happening, Ino was hugging him tightly, pressing her sticky cheek against his. She was practically vibrating with excitement, and he had to grab onto her waist to keep them both from toppling over. She screamed and shouted at the top of her lungs, eyes bright and happy for the first time in 24 hours. When she suddenly burst into tears, however, Naruto quickly began to panic. "What? Why are you crying now?" he exclaimed, alarm evident on his face. "Idiot, it's because I'm happy. I can't help it, okay?" Realizing that he still had his arms around her waist, he quickly let her go and cleared his throat, averting his eyes as he did so. "That's great, but I didn't tell you the other news." Ino shot him a puzzled look, not so subtly urging him to continue. "Well, since you got the highest score and all, your dad wants to train you himself. At least that's what Bachan said." "My dad wants to." "What? But why?" After a couple of seconds, her face fell into realization. "He's trying to protect me. He's going to give me stupid, mindless tasks instead of actually teaching me anything." Naruto nodded his head, all excitement gone from his face. "That's what I thought too. That a-hole. I don't believe this. After all that a-hole." Naruto frowned at the crestfallen expression on her face, feeling a small amount of anger begin to creep into his heart. "Then just turn the offer down." The girl shook her head and sat back down on the chair, placing her head in her hands. "You don't understand. He won. My dad is second in command of the torture and interrogation department. It'd be seen as disrespectful to turn his offer, especially since he's my father." Unwilling to give up, Naruto crossed his arms. "I'm sure we could bullshit Bachan with a story about how you want to start at the bottom or something. You know, work your way up and earn the right to be an official member of the department without any favoritism from Daddy. There's no way she wouldn't respect that. Do you really think that would work?" When he nodded, she smiled nervously and looked up at him. "Hey, Narf. About me being allowed to stay here for another few months. I don't think it's good for me to go home right now and—" The young man grinned. "Sure." When Ino beamed and jumped up to hug him again, Naruto felt his face grow hot. The first time he had been too caught off guard to really think much about it, but this time he was well aware of the feelings that were coursing through him. It wasn't like he'd never been hugged before. Tsunade hugged him every so often. Shizune seemed to view him as her own personal hug machine, and during his training trip with Jiraiya, he'd been hugged and generally dry-humped by dozens of older women who thought he was cute, much to the chagrin of Jiraiya. This was completely different, though. He was actually reacting to it. His mind flashed to the numbers he'd read in Ino's BR34C. Size 34C BRSS, apparently uncontained by a BR, were pushing against his chest. "Thank you. I owe you so much. Seriously. What do you want? Name it, I'll do anything for you." Naruto backed away, struggling to keep his mind from wandering to places that it didn't belong. If this was one of Ero Sennin's books. He roughly shook his head to squash that train of thought and grinned. "Then make me some ramen." Ino stared up at him, a disbelieving frown on her face. "That's it?" He shrugged his shoulders. "I like the ramen you make." "Really?" When he shrugged and nodded again, She smiled uncertainly and turned to fulfill his request. Then, hold on. I think I have enough flour to make 2 or 3 bowls. Naruto watched her bounce off to the kitchen, confused. Even with a sticky face, unwashed hair, sweatpants, and a baggy sweatshirt, she still managed to look more attractive than over 90% of the women in Konoha. Ino blew into the room, stomping purposefully towards Naruto. She slammed a piece of paper and a marker down on the coffee table in front of him before seating herself directly next to him. I thought about it, and I decided that ramen isn't nearly enough to pay you back. Surprised, Naruto scooted away a bit and waved his hands in front of his face. It's fine, Ino. You're making me dinner every night and even breakfast sometimes. That's part of our deal, though. I'm supposed to do that. I mean, I want to do something more. Something that will actually help you like you're helping me. That's why I've decided to help you get over Sakura. He yelped, eyes widening. Ignoring his reaction, Ino continued. Okay, here's what we're going to do. We're going to break Sakura down into pros and cons. To illustrate her point, she wrote Sakura's name at the top of the paper in huge, dark letters. Under it, she wrote the words good and bad, separated by a long, vertical line. Now, name one good thing about Sakura. It took him all of 2 milliseconds to think of something. She's appealing. Ino scrunched up her face. Well, that's really subjective, but okay. She's cute, she said, writing down the word. I said she's beauty. Name something bad about her, she said, cutting him off before he could finish. Hits me sometimes. Okay, she's a violent brute. What else? As if he'd been thinking of these things for years, Naruto immediately began to rattle off Sakura's better qualities. She's smart, and nice, and ambitious, and fun to be around. And what about bad stuff? Ino asked, stopping him for the second time. Naruto placed his chin on his hand, obviously lost in thought. After a few seconds, he slowly began to speak. Well, she can be selfish. And hypocritical. I guess she also treats me like a kid sometimes. And sometimes she's a real know-it-all. She also has really bad taste in guys and can act like she's better than other people. Whoa, slow down. My hand can only write so fast. Despite saying that, she was secretly pleased that he was able to objectively name all of Sakura's bad points. Anything else? The young man paused for a second before shaking his head, eliciting a small frown from Ino. It was obvious he had more to add, but since he'd already named a substantial amount of bad things, she decided to let him off. Now look over this list. Weigh the good and the bad against each other and see how you feel. Doing as she asked, Naruto grabbed the piece of paper from the coffee table and leaned back on couch, studying the list carefully. He'd never really noticed before, but Sakura had a lot of flaws. While he wasn't overly fond of the way Ino had worded some of the things he'd said, she'd scribbled down selfish beach rather than selfish. He had to admit that for the first time, he was starting to have doubts about his feelings for Sakura. From her position at his side, Ino watched his face for any hints as to what was running through his mind. Annoyingly, Naruto's face was completely devoid of emotion as he concentrated on reading over the list. Fed up with waiting, she leaned forward. So, did it help? Are you over her? As if he'd just noticed she was there, he stared blankly at her before shaking his head. Not really. I feel the same way about her, he lied. Well, can't say I didn't try, Ino sighed, standing and stretching her arms. Since I'm going to be staying here for a couple more months, I was thinking I should get myself a futon. It's getting uncomfortable sleeping in just a sleeping bag. Sure, go ahead. Pouting at how easily he'd brushed off her invitation, she decided to be bold and ask him straight out. Will you come with me? Feeling a little embarrassed when he turned his curious blue eyes on hers, she awkwardly shrugged her shoulders. Shopping alone is boring. Surprised that she'd actually want to be seen with him in public, he slowly nodded his head. But, yeah, just let me throw on some breathes and we'll go. Immediately, Ino's eyes dropped to see that he was, indeed, wearing only a pair of boxers. Her face heating up slightly, she turned towards the door. Why you do that? I'll just wait here, she mumbled, a little upset with herself for both not noticing his state of undress and for being affected by it. He was in boxers for Cammy's sake. It wasn't like he was wearing a banana hammock. Her face turning another shade of red at the thought, the young woman leaned her forehead against the door. She definitely needed some air. The teens chatted animatedly as they walked through the market district, gaining more than a few stares from some of the patrons. Since the Yamanaka flower shop was only a block away, everyone in the immediate area had heard about Ino's disappearance. She knew it was risky to be in the area, and even worse, walking with Naruto, but she was tired of hiding from the entire village. Staying inside all day was starting to get to her. Noticing her destination up ahead, she grabbed Naruto's arm and dragged him into the store. As soon as the owner of the shop greeted them, she noticed Naruto freeze in her grip. "What's up?" she asked, raising an eyebrow in his direction. Nothing." Ino furrowed her brows but shrugged, chalking it up to his normal weirdness. "Well then, come on. I want to be back before 5 so that I can start dinner. I'm trying a new recipe, so I'll need all the time I can get. Plus, there's going to be a surprise for dessert." Rather than bounce around and bug her about what she was making like usual, Naruto simply grunted and shoved his hands in his pockets, confusing his roommate even more. "Okay, now you're acting like Sasuke," she said, knowing how much he hated being compared to his long-deceased teammate. Unfortunately, her words barely registered with the taller blonde. "Let's just grab a futon and go." Ino blinked. Now she knew something was up. Still, if he wasn't going to tell her, there wasn't much she could do about it short of hopping into his mind. Something she wasn't too keen on doing given that he still had the 9 tails sealed into his belly. Instead, she led him down the aisles to where the bedding was located. She looked over the prices, and after a few minutes, she managed to find 2 ridiculously cheap ones shoved in the back. They were a little dusty, but other than that, they were in perfect shape. She turned and held the futons up to Naruto with a smile. "Which one do you like?" Without even looking at them, Naruto answered. "Does it matter?" Instantly, Ino's face dropped into a frown. "What the hell is your problem?" "Nothing. Just pick one and let's go." She studied his face for a few seconds before slowly nodding her head and throwing one of them back onto the shelf. The one she'd picked looked soft, fluffy, and most importantly, was the cheapest. She led him up the counter and smiled at the older man working the register. "Just this, please," she said, reaching for her wallet. "Uzumaki Naruto. Out buying bedding with your girlfriend." The man teased, leaning on the counter. "We have some king-sized futons if you'd rather have a look at those." Without batting an eyelash, Naruto replied. "We're not going out." Ino winced slightly at how bluntly he denied it. His tone of voice left no room for argument, and while she certainly didn't view him as a romantic prospect, it still kind of annoyed her that he hadn't even hesitated with his answer. As if not noticing Naruto's tone, the man continued. "Shame. This kid's gonna be big in a few years. Grab him while you can." Ignoring the glares of both teenagers, he looked at the tag on the futon before whistling and speaking again. "Wow, this is a DM-old item. I'm surprised it was still back there. Tell you what, how about a 30% discount? I need to get rid of this thing before my reputation goes down for having old stock." Ecstatic, Ino's face broke out into a wide smile. "Really? Thanks." "Naruto, thank the man. I'm not the one buying it." Ino frowned again, noticing his steadily declining mood. She'd have to talk to him when they got out of earshot of anyone else. She paid for the futon and thanked the clerk before leading him outside. As soon as she was sure they couldn't be heard by the man inside, Ino placed her hands on her hips, shopping bag dangling from her fingertips. "What was up with that? He gave us a discount and you barely thanked him." Annoyingly, Naruto ignored her question and kept walking. Stomping her foot, Ino marched up behind him and yelled at his back. "Naruto." Deciding to shut her up once and for all, he sighed loudly and began to speak. "When I was 6, I started living on my own. I was excited about getting to shop by myself for the first time and came here to get bedding. Instead of helping me, he said that demons deserved to sleep on the floor and chased me out with a broom. I tripped on my way out, and then he started hitting me with it. I tried to get up and run, but he just kept hitting me. No matter how much I screamed and cried, he wouldn't stop. I didn't get away until an ANBU officer showed up and stopped him. I guess he thought I forgot." Ino was unable to speak. She'd heard about how hard he'd had it from Sakura, but for that BSTRD to pretend that he'd never wronged Naruto was unforgivable. When he turned around to face her with moist eyes, the Yamanaka felt her heart crumble. God, she wanted to hug him. Instead, she simply stared back into his eyes with as remorseful of an expression as she could manage. I'm sorry. Giving her a smile, Naruto replied. Don't be. They walked for a few more seconds in silence, neither of them knowing what to say. Suddenly, Ino stopped in the middle of the street, her mouth tightened into an angry thin line. You know what? I'm taking this back. Him and his discount. I'm not going to support a BSTRD like that. Naruto groaned inwardly. Ino, that was a long time ago. He's probably forgotten all about it. Let's just go. Oh. She turned on her heel and stomped back into the store. A few seconds later, he heard her yelling at the man, using words he'd only heard in some of the slummier places Jiraiya had dragged him to over the years. To say he was shocked by the action would be an understatement. She was actually willing to give up a ridiculous discount on an already dirt-cheap item to defend him. She stomped out of the store a couple of minutes later, a handful of cash in her hand and a vicious scowl on her face. Come on, I know another place that sells futons. Without even thinking about it, she grabbed his hand and led him down the street, swear words slipping from her lips every few seconds as she verbally berated the old man for being such a bigoted a-hole. Naruto felt a slow smile creep onto his face. She didn't know it yet, but at that moment, Ino had managed to work herself into the ranks of his precious people. Ino stared at her reflection in the mirror, turning her head every which way to make sure that she looked every bit as good as the current unofficial sexiest teen kunoichi of the year should. Reasonably pleased with her face and hair, she smirked and shot herself a wink. She couldn't wait. Starting today, she'd finally be able to step foot into the prison and her training with the torture and interrogation department would officially begin. Glancing at the clock resting on the dresser, that she'd picked up for cheap at a yard sale, Ino quickly made her way to the kitchen to begin preparing for the day. Since she and Naruto would be spending pretty much all day at the prison, she not only had to prepare their breakfast, but also their lunches and a snack for that dead PRD in between lunch and dinner. Based on what she'd learned from current interrogation squad members, they wouldn't have much time to rest, let alone go out to buy something to eat, and the food in the prison cafeteria was both horrible and horribly overpriced. It was important that she make something that would be both filling and give them a lot of stamina. She opened the refrigerator and reached for the 2 packs of eel she'd picked up the day before. While unagi wasn't cheap, it was loaded in protein, calcium, and vitamins A and E. It was rumored to provide mass amounts of stamina, and it also promoted healthy brain function. Not to mention it was ridiculously tender and delicious when cooked correctly. A small smile came to her face as she realized what she was doing. The way she was planning her meals based on their nutrition level almost made her seem like a housewife. Wincing slightly, Ino squashed this train of thought. If she was a housewife, then that would make Naruto her husband. Even though they'd become almost like best friends over the short 2 months that they'd been living together, picturing him as anything more than a friend, let alone her husband, wasn't something she'd ever be ready for. Ino shook her head and moved to start cooking the rice, deciding that they'd be having unagi rice bowls, also known as unadon, for breakfast and unagi sushi for lunch. She admittedly wasn't so great at making sushi, but reasoning that it was a special day, it was worth trying. Humming happily to herself, she carefully rolled the tamagoyaki until it resembled the desired shape, pleased that everything was actually going well for once. Though Naruto didn't know it given his limited experience with real food, she often fed up on the dishes she was trying to make. She had a really bad habit of undercooking the vegetables, and more often than not, the tamagoyaki she made was overcooked. It was a wonder that neither of them had gotten sick yet. She glanced over all of the dishes one final time to make sure that she hadn't forgotten anything, and pleased that everything seemed perfect and ready, she began to move the dishes to the dining table. Hopefully Naruto liked the taste of eel, as that was basically all they were eating that day. Just as she finished setting the last bowl down, Naruto emerged from his bedroom, groggy and bleary-eyed. Without so much as a glance in her direction, he pulled out his chair and plopped down, reaching for his chopsticks and staring down at the large amount of food resting before him. "Good morning," Ino chirped, shooting him her brightest smile as she mimicked his actions. A little surprised by her exuberant greeting, Naruto could only manage a small grunt in reply. With a mumbled "itadakimasu," the blonde dug in, going for the strange brown meat first as he'd never seen it before. Feeling a little trepidation, he lifted it to his mouth and took a bite. To his amazement, the strange brown meat actually tasted good. It was sweet, but it also contained a slight bitterness that perfectly balanced out the taste. "What's this?" Naruto asked, looking up at her for the first time. Feeling oddly pleased that he seemed to be enjoying it so much, she couldn't help the grin that appeared on her face at his question. "Eel. Good, right?" He nodded and continued to eat, slowing down a bit to savor the flavor. The more he ate, the more he liked it. It was only after finishing his unadon that he noticed a strange noise coming from across the table. He glanced up at Ino and raised his eyebrows, noticing the chipper little tune she was humming as she ate. It was a little disconcerting to see the normally somewhat bitchy Ino so cheerful. "Why are you so happy?" he asked, unable to hide his curiosity. Her smile widening, Ino answered. "Because we finally get to start our training at the prison. How can I not be excited?" Was that today?" Naruto mumbled around his chopsticks. Ino nearly dropped her utensils, the smile she'd had on her face disappearing in favor of a disbelieving frown. "Are you serious?" Naruto shrugged his shoulders distractedly, shoveling another mouthful of food into his mouth. After passing the first exam, he and Ino had been subjected to a host of other tests and training simulations. They'd been drilled on what to do in the event of a jailbreak, how to interact with prisoners, and basically how not to F things up. While there had been 12 applicants at the end of the first exam, by the end of all the testing, only 7 remained. The others had either quit or were deemed insufficient for the program. It had taken them over a month of rigorous testing to get to this point. Personally, he was glad that it was over. He hadn't intended on actually joining the interrogation squad, but after passing that first test, the Godame had all but forced him to join, claiming that it'd be a good learning experience that would help him become a better Hokage in the future. On the bright side, he only had to stay in the torture and interrogation department for 3 months. After that, he could, and would, quit. Of course, Ino had been staying with him the entire time, continuing her cooking duties and even taking it upon herself to do little things like cleaning and laundry. He'd also noticed a small increase in the amount of furniture in his apartment. Just the other day she'd bought a second-hand dresser from God knows where, and before that, she'd somehow slipped a full-screen mirror past him. Not that he minded. In fact, he was secretly happy that she seemed to be growing more and more comfortable with the idea of living with him. Besides all of the free meals, it was also nice having someone to talk to for a change. Considering the fact that they used to hate each other back in the academy, Naruto found it amazing that they were getting along so well. If only she wasn't so eager to have a career that involved constantly hearing the screams of captured criminals. His face dropping into a small frown, he stabbed at a piece of egg and shoved it into his mouth. "Torturing people isn't really my idea of a fun time." "Don't talk with your mouth full," Ino quipped, a little upset that he was basically putting down her goals. Rolling his eyes, the young man gave her a sarcastic reply. "Yes, ma." They ate the rest of their meal in an awkward silence, neither of them particularly interested in saying anything to the other. It was safe to say that he'd ruined her good mood with his bad one. Sadly, this wasn't the first time something like this had happened. With both of them being strong-headed, stubborn, short-tempered shinobi, there were bound to be a few spats every now and then. Usually they were over stupid things like who got to use the bathroom first or Naruto sneaking food away from the fridge, so their fights never lasted long. 5 or 6 hours at the most. "That was great," Naruto said, looking and sounding much more awake than he'd been only 15 minutes before. Now that he was thinking more clearly, he was a little remorseful for what he'd said, and was attempting to make amends without looking like a complete pushover. Unfortunately, his efforts appeared to be in vain. "Get dressed, we have to be at the prison in half an hour." Not ready to give up, Naruto stood up and sighed. "I didn't mean it in a bad way. What I said before." Rather than answer, Ino continued to clear the table of their dishes, face schooled into a cool, neutral expression. To the untrained eye, she looked annoyed at best. To Naruto, she looked F&G said. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. If she wanted to be mad, then let her. The entire thing was stupid anyway, since what he'd said hadn't even been that bad. All he did was give her his opinion. Feeling himself start to get angry, he shook his head and walked out of the room. It was going to be a long day. Naruto and Ino, along with 5 other trainees, stood in front of a large wooden door. 2 ANBU officers were positioned on either side of it, and though they were very well hidden, Naruto could sense 4 or 5 more jumping around in the treetops. The prison was over 10 miles outside of the village, surrounded by nothing but dirt, trees, rocks, and layers upon layers of complex concealing genjutsu. Unless you knew exactly where the prison was, the complex was impossible to find, and if you by some small chance were skilled or lucky enough to get within half a mile of it, chances were the ANBU would be on you before you could get any closer. All 7 of the trainees had been blindfolded and led out to the building, and they wouldn't be able to learn the prison's position until they officially made it through their training. After a few more minutes of waiting, the door to the prison suddenly slammed open, startling a few of the Chunin trainees. Marino Ibiki, the head of the torture and interrogation department, emerged from the darkness of the open doorway. Unlike when they'd seen him during the Chunin exams and their first department exam, he was alone. The scarred man stared down at them with what looked like a mixture of contempt and impassiveness, his stern dark eyes seeming to bore into all of theirs at once. Starting today, all of you are in a probationary PRD. 15 days from now we will judge your midterm performance to determine whether or not you are a good fit, and at the end of 30 days, you will be evaluated again and either offered a job or let go. He paused briefly to judge their reactions, staring at each of them for a good second or two before continuing. I'll tell you this now, not even half of you will make it into torture and interrogation, Ibiki said, face devoid of emotion. This is a difficult job, and not everyone is cut out for it. You'll have to deal with S-ranked criminals on a daily basis. Criminals that have the ability to kill you with little more than a glance or spoken phrase. If you'd like to leave, please do so at this point. 5 full, tense minutes followed his statement as he waited for someone to step out of line and leave. Naruto struggled not to smirk. This was almost the same exact tactic he'd used during the Chunin exams. Basically, leave now and live to fight another day, or take your chances and hope for the best. It hadn't worked then, and it sure as hell wouldn't work now. Glancing over at the other trainees, he could see that most of them were beginning to get nervous. Small beads of sweat were beginning to break out on their foreheads, and their eyes shifted from side to side as they also tried to evaluate their comrades' mental states to decide what they were going to do. Naruto noticed with a small amount of surprise and pride that Ino was looking straight ahead, expression calm and eyes focused on nothing but the dark, open doorway in front of her. She didn't look nervous in the least, though that wasn't too much of a surprise considering that she was a jounin and had gone through much tougher shit than the Chunins standing next to them. Finally, when no one moved, the scarred man turned towards the large steel door of the torture and interrogation department and knocked on it a few times before uttering a low phrase that none of them managed to catch. Almost instantly, the door swung open, revealing nothing but darkness. "Follow me," he commanded, already out of sight. The trainees awkwardly stood around, none of them willing to take the first step. Taking a deep breath, Ino stepped forward into the darkness. She'd worked 2DMN hard and gone through too much shit to let a little thing like darkness stop her from achieving her goals. The others soon followed, and surprisingly, the opposite side of the darkness wasn't black at all. "A genjutsu," Naruto muttered, slightly annoyed that he'd been taken in by such an obvious scare tactic. It wasn't even that scary considering Ibiki himself had walked through the door first. "All of you followed." "Good," Ibiki praised, standing next to a broad-shouldered blonde man. A man that both Ino and Naruto recognized, with a slight intake of breath, as Ino's father. The man instantly turned his steely blue gaze on Ino, staring at her for an intense 5 seconds. Though his face showed neither approval nor disapproval, Ino felt herself begin to sweat. Luckily, he turned his eyes away from her and looked over at Naruto, fixing him with a similar stare. Despite his best efforts, the young man couldn't help but gulp. My name is Yamanaka Inoichi, and I am the second in command of the torture and interrogation department. He grabbed a large stack of books from the desk behind him and began to hand them out to the trainees. This is a handbook containing all of our rules and procedures. Take it home and memorize it by next week. Ino's jaw almost dropped. By next week. The book was almost as thick as her arm. In between working in the department, sleeping, and cooking, that left her no time for herself. This morning, we'll take a tour around the prison so that you can get acclimated with your surroundings. After lunch, we'll be assigning you some simple low-level work to see how you do. Do not brush this work off, we'll be watching you closely. As if they'd rehearsed this dozens of times, Ibiki stepped forward. Any questions, he asked, knowing full well what the answer would be. No one was particularly eager to call attention to themselves. Good, let's continue. They moved to follow the scarred jounin out of the room, but before Naruto could even take a step, Inoichi stepped in front of him. Uzumaki, I want to speak with you. Ino and Naruto exchanged fearful glances. Did he know? Had he followed Ino to Naruto's apartment? Even though he'd stared down some of the most fearsome criminals known to the ninja world, locking eyes with Ino's dad was easily one of the most frightening experiences of his young life. What's up, Yamanaka-san? Naruto could smack himself. What's up? What the hell was that? Not only was the elder blonde his current boss, but the guy could effed his brain 2 ways from Sunday if he so desired. He might as well have said, hey, your daughter's living with me and I've almost seen her naked twice. By the way, she has great melons. Which would be true, but suicidal. I just thought I'd congratulate you on making it so far in this program. I have to admit, I honestly didn't think you'd do so well. Thanks, Naruto awkwardly replied, not sure how to respond to that. It was kind of a backhanded compliment. As if the situation wasn't weird enough, Inoichi reached out his hand and placed it on Naruto's shoulder. If you need anything, don't hesitate to ask. I know this must sound strange coming out of nowhere, but you have a lot of potential, Naruto. I don't want you to waste it. Giving him one last grin, Inoichi turned and walked down one of the prison's many corridors. After waiting a few seconds to slow down his furiously thumping heart, Naruto also left to follow the rest of the group. His legs threatened to give out on him with every step, and he could barely believe that he'd gotten out of that situation alive. It was funny, had Inoichi been an enemy shinobi from a different village, he wouldn't have been frightened in the least. He'd have faced him like he faced everyone else, head held high and with ball of steel. The fact that he was Ino's father, well, that changed everything. He walked into the room with Ibiki and the other trainees, instantly noticing Ino's curious/panicked stare. Wanting to put her at ease, he quickly shot her a small smile in an attempt to show her that everything was okay. It seemed to work as her brows instantly unknitted themselves, though the puzzled frown on her face remained. Still, her eyes narrowed as she gave him a look that clearly said, we'll talk later. 9 hours and 2 breaks later, Naruto raised his face to the sky and took a deep breath, glad to finally be free. He couldn't understand why anyone would want to be cooped up inside of a prison all day. Missions and training were a million times more fun. The sunshine on your face, the feel of the wind caressing you as you jumped through the trees, the smell of the earth filling your nostrils. There was nothing better. His stomach growled noisily. Despite being angry at him, Ino had still managed to discreetly slip him his lunch and a snack. Her reasons for not eating with him were simple. If someone, more specifically her father, saw that they were eating the same exact things, it probably wouldn't end too well. While he could certainly see her point, he knew the real reason why she really didn't want to eat with him. She was still said. If there was one piece of advice that Jiraiya had drilled into his head, it was that women always held a grudge. Boys. The light sound of jogging footsteps, and he slowly turned around to see Ino staring up at him impatiently. Hey, what did my dad want? She asked, trying, and failing, to sound as casual as possible. A little surprised that she was speaking to him, he lifted his eyebrows. He wanted to congratulate me for passing the exam. Ino's face instantly morphed into a mixture of shock and appall. He what? Ino gasped. Yeah, I was surprised too. That be absurd. Oh, he can congratulate you, but he can't say, "Hey, great job," to his own daughter. She kicked a conveniently placed rock with all of her strength, sending the stone flying into the village. Naruto hoped that whoever was in the path of it would be quick enough to get the F out of the way. What's so special about you? Hey, don't get mad at me. I didn't ask your dad to praise me. Ino sighed and rubbed a hand over her face. I know. I just don't get why he's being such a jerk. Your dad's probably just worried about you. I mean, you saw the guys in there. They were practically drooling over you. Well, that's nothing new. He should be used to it by now. The young woman paused. Are you jealous? She asked after a couple of seconds, eyes glowing with amusement. Her anger was temporarily forgotten in favor of the stricken look that had appeared on Naruto's face. What? No way. What the hell are you talking about? Relax, Naruto, I'm just kidding. I know you're in love with Sakura and everything, Ino teased, smile dropping a bit. Surprisingly enough, Naruto's first thought was to deny Ino's accusation. Something about the way she'd said it had made it sound like he shouldn't love her. Then again, he hadn't seen Sakura in almost 2 months, and because Ino had basically been living with him since their last meeting, he hadn't really thought much about her either. Yeah, he mumbled after a few seconds, a little shocked at how unsure he sounded. They walked along in silence for a while, neither of them really knowing what to say next. Despite having over 3 miles to walk until they got back to the village, both were comfortable taking their time, using the trek through the forest as a way to unwind after a day of nothing but tests, busy work, and training procedures. As if just remembering something, Naruto grabbed her wrist to stop her. She stared down at his hand before looking up at him with a questioning gaze. Naruto took a deep breath before opening his mouth to speak. Since you're talking to me again, I guess this is as good of a time as any to give you this. He pulled a small gift bag from his pocket and held it out to her. Ino gawked at the gift in disbelief, eyes widening with surprise. When he'd said he was going to give her something, she had half expected him to pull out a kunai and stab her through the heart. What is it? She asked, looking up at him with a suspicious glare. It's for you. Open it. Still in a mild state of shock, she gingerly grabbed the package and stared at it. But I thought we were fighting. Naruto shrugged his shoulders. Yeah, well, I was going to give it to you anyway before you decided to get all pissy. Just open it already. Slowly nodding her head, she opened the little bag and glanced inside. A small, plastic keychain was inside, molded into the shape of a few interlocked wildflowers. She lifted the keychain from the bag, and surprisingly, there was a key connected to the end of it. Is this? Since you seem to be moving in already, I thought I'd make it more official. I mean, I'm not saying you have to live with me or anything, but I thought it'd more convenient if you had a key of your own and... Before he could finish, Ino launched herself full force at him. I love you. You are seriously the best friend ever, she exclaimed, squeezing him as tightly as she could. He didn't really get it for her because he thought it'd make her happy. He just bought it because it would make both of their lives easier. Still, the warm feeling in his chest made him feel good, so he slowly closed his eyes and allowed himself to get lost in her embrace. Hugging Ino was almost one of the most comfortable things he'd ever felt. His eyes popped open at this train of thought. He was getting far too used to the feeling of her body against his. Ino was a lot more touchy-feely than the rest of his friends, and it seemed like she was constantly finding an excuse to hug him. He gently pushed her away, looking down at her with a smile. He had to stop this. Stop her from getting too close. Ino, he started, hands holding onto her upper arms. Looking into her curious bright blue eyes and wide, glistening smile, he found that he couldn't finish his sentence. I'm excited about living together. It should be fun. I know. She moved as if to hug him again, and thinking quickly, Naruto stepped out of her immediate hugging range. By now his heart was thumping powerfully in his chest. I just remembered that I have to go to the library for something, he said, taking a few steps back. He didn't want to lie to her, but he couldn't think of any other way to get away. Nodding, Ino began to follow. Cool, I'll come with you. Naruto's smile dropped. No, that's okay. It'll probably be done in a few hours. I really don't mind. I don't have anything else to do today. Ino explained, not catching the hint. It'd be faster if I just went by myself. Sensing that he really didn't want her to go with him, Ino frowned, confused by his sudden change in mood. Okay, but I'll be home around dinner time. 8, right? He asked, relieved that she was giving up. Yeah, 8. Shooting her a small, uneasy grin, Naruto jogged ahead to get to town faster. Ino stared after him, her expression darkening. Something was wrong. She racked her brain for a reason, but she honestly couldn't understand what had freaked him out so much. It couldn't have been the hug since he never seemed to mind them much before, and she'd pretty much agreed to officially move in with him. What the hell was his problem? The woman let loose a frustrated sigh. Naruto was a mystery. This fact was nothing new, of course, and she probably thought about it at least once a day, but even after 2 months she hadn't been able to figure out anything substantial about him. She kicked another stone and sent it flying, hoping that whoever was in its path was too slow to get the F out of the way. He didn't know what to think. What to do? He wasn't stupid enough to believe that Ino liked him as anything more than a friend, though. Almost every guy in Konoha, and even a few women, wanted her. He walked aimlessly for a while, killing time and allowing his heart to relax a bit before he had to return home. Unfortunately, he'd wandered a little too close to the hospital, and before he could run, Sakura emerged from the large building. She stared at him disbelief, eyes bright and wide. "Hey, Naruto," she called, jogging up to him with a wide smile. Naruto blanched. All of the emotions he'd felt that first night came rushing back, swirling around in his brain until he felt sick. He swallowed his anger as she approached, somehow managing to piece together a neutral smile. "I haven't seen you in months. What have you been up to? I heard you passed the test for the torture and interrogation department. Congratulations. We should grab something to celebrate and catch up," she said, completely oblivious to the shakiness of his smile and the subtle twitching of his shoulders. Getting a grip on his feelings, Naruto forced himself to speak. "I just ate," he lied, avoiding her smiling gaze. "Well, we should still go somewhere to talk. You've seriously been like a ghost these past couple of months. Everyone is always saying that I just missed you, so I was wondering if you were avoiding me. Did you get yourself a girlfriend?" She joked, leaning forward to nudge his arm. The blonde almost sneered. Of course she was always just missing him. He could sense her chakra from a mile away, and if she was within even a quarter of a mile of him, he would quickly run in the other direction. It had worked up to this point, but since he'd had other things on his mind, he wasn't exactly thinking about Sakura. Feeling annoyed by her patronizing tone, Naruto snapped. "What, do you think I couldn't? Do you think I'm too stupid for anyone to ever fall in love with me?" Taken aback by his outburst, Sakura glanced around to make sure no one was watching before addressing him again. Luckily, there were only 2 or 3 people on the street, and they were way too far away to hear their conversation. "Naruto, I don't have time for this. I'm busy." Stepping around her, Naruto moved to head back home. He'd much rather deal with Ino and her ambiguous actions than Sakura. She quickly caught up to him and slammed her hand onto his shoulder, using her inhuman strength to turn him around. "You're not going anywhere until you tell me what the hell is going on with you. Is it something I did? Something I said? If you just talk to me?" Naruto began to feel himself zone out as she spoke. He loved the way her pink lips shined and crinkled with each syllable, and he couldn't help but lick his own lips at the way her green eyes shined with unshed tears as she tried to understand him. Before he knew what he was doing, he suddenly leaned down and pressed his lips against hers, cutting her off before she could finish her sentence. Sakura's eyes opened wide in surprise, and immediately after, she slapped him painfully across the face. They stared at each other, both shocked by what she'd done. "Naruto, what? Why, Sai?" he asked, voice shaky as he struggled to keep himself together. The pain in his heart greatly outweighed the stinging pain in his cheek. Her eyes lowered to the ground. "I like him. He's good to me and he likes me too." "Sai doesn't like you," Naruto yelled, drawing attention from some passers-by. "He's Sai. He doesn't feel anything. And good to you. What about all of the things I've done for you? I know, and I appreciate them, but we're only friends. I just don't feel that way about you." Without another word, Naruto turned around and walked away. Wait, Naruto? Sakura started, jumping to catch him. Feeling his anger spike, the blonde reeled on her. You know, I hope you don't regret picking Sai over me. Have fun living with the fact that you made the wrong decision. Although he was angry, Naruto winced. His statement had been completely unnecessary and had only served to make himself look like the immature brat she still thought he was. Just as quickly as his guilt had arrived, it left. He'd spent almost 10 years of his life trying to get Sakura to notice him, but this was it. He knew he wasn't that great, but he was 1,000 levels above Sai. Ignoring the pointing and whispering of the nearby villagers, Naruto smoothly walked away with his head held as high as he could manage. Practically stomping up the steps to his apartment, Naruto pushed his key into the lock and slammed the door open. He pulled off his jacket and threw it, not caring in the least where it landed. Surprised by his sudden entrance, Ino almost jumped up from the couch, the book she was reading falling to the floor. Naruto, you're back early. I just started dinner, so it'll be another 45 minutes. When she noticed the look on his face, she quickly strode across the room to comfort him. Hey, are you okay? What's wrong? Letting loose a frustrated sigh, Naruto turned his glare on Ino. What is with everyone thinking that there's something wrong with me? Do I really look that pathetic? You're not pathetic, Naruto, I'm just worried about you. You left in such a hurry before, so I was wondering what had happened. Naruto felt his anger begin to dissipate as he saw the concern in her eyes. At least someone gave a shit about him. He knew it was suicide, and he knew that it was incredibly stupid, but he couldn't help himself. Cupping her cheek in one hand, he jammed his lips against hers. Unlike his experience with Sakura, though, Ino didn't slap him. She stood still for a couple of seconds as if she was trying to process what he was doing, but once she figured it out, she leaned further into him, deepening the kiss. Her hands instantly snaked around his back, and her hips pressed lightly against his. The fragrance of her soap was driving him crazy, making him more aggressive with each passing moment. It also didn't help that she had changed from her regular shinobi gear and was only wearing a pair of shorts and a small, thin t-shirt. After a few seconds of kissing, it became obvious to Naruto that he didn't know what the hell he was doing and that she did. She'd grabbed his hands and placed them on her waist, basically telling him where she wanted him to go. Her own arms slid up to wrap around his neck, bringing his face down closer to hers. Every now and then her tongue would brush against his lips, sending sharp, electric sparks down his spine. Feeling his neck begin to tire from having to bend down, Naruto picked her up and walked her over to the dining table. He set her down on the edge and grabbed her bare thighs to hold her in place. The books that had been resting there were shoved haphazardly to the floor, making a thumping noise as they bounced off of the hardwood surface. He was so focused on kissing her that he barely noticed her hands sliding up the front of his shirt to touch his chest, nor her legs crossing behind his lower back to pull him closer. Ino was the first to break the kiss, placing short, precise kisses on his neck and eliciting a low groan from the Jinchuriki. Just as her hands dropped to his breathes, she suddenly stopped and pulled back to look him in the eyes, breath coming in short, deep breaths. Why? She breathed, eyes unfocused and lips puffy. Rather than answer her question, Naruto leaned forward and tried to kiss her again, only to be foiled by her hand on his chest. Naruto, stop it. We have to stop. This is wrong. We live together now. He rested his lips on her neck. So, he mumbled, tickling her. It's not right. We don't like each other like that. Naruto slowly removed his hands from her legs and stood up, a frown settling onto his face. Ino could literally see the betrayal in his eyes, and it hurt her to see him this way. I'm sorry, Naruto. This was a mistake. While she should have just stopped there, her mouth decided to keep going. I've just been so alone without my parents or my friends, and I haven't been on a mission lately, so I have all of this pent-up energy, and it's okay. It was my fault. Let's just pretend none of this happened. Ino furrowed her eyebrows. There was something he wasn't telling her. What happened, Naruto? Nothing. Her mouth tightening into a thin line, Ino grabbed his face in her hand and forced him to stare at her. Look at me. What happened? What the F did he have to lose? He'd already been completely rejected by two of his best friends. Why not spill everything? So, with his eyes watering, Naruto confessed. I talked to Sakura. She's in love with Sai. She's really in love with him and there's nothing I can do about it. Rather than say anything, Ino wrapped her arms around his head and pulled it into her chest. She felt his body tremble as he struggled to hold in his emotions. It was a losing battle, however, and a drop of water splashed onto her bare thigh. As soon as he realized that he was crying, Naruto quickly slipped out of her grip and turned away, wiping at his eyes with the sleeve of his jacket. God, he was weak. He sniffled loudly and walked towards his room. I'm going to sleep. You don't have to make dinner or anything. She started to stop him, but at the last moment, she changed her mind. Leaving him alone was probably the best thing she could do for him at this moment, even if it killed her to do so. She placed her fingertips on her lips, the memory of their brief make-out sessions still fresh in her mind. While she knew that it was wrong, and she knew that this was only a one-time thing, she couldn't help but wonder what it would be like to kiss him again. Ino sat at her large wooden desk, eyes glued to the page of a particularly thick and old-looking book. She was trying her best to read it, but for the life of her, she couldn't concentrate on what the words were saying. Not that it wasn't interesting. There were a surprisingly large number of ways to break a man, and nearly every one of them seemed to be more interesting and vicious than the last. Anko had recommended it to her as light reading, leading the blonde to wonder what the hell heavy reading for the snake jounin was. No, she couldn't concentrate on the book because her thoughts kept shifting back to Naruto. He'd left without eating breakfast that morning, giving her little more than a grunt as he passed by her on his way out the door. It was obvious by his demeanor that he didn't want her to bother him. Yamanaka. Not that she could blame him. It was kind of a mean thing to think, but the boy was pitiful. He'd been rejected by his longtime crush, and though they hadn't been close for nearly as long, she had also pushed Naruto away. Granted, it had been a Herculean effort for her to stop him, but she'd still done it. Yamanaka. It wasn't until the woman slammed her hand on the desk did Ino finally jump and look up from her book. Get it together, Yamanaka. Seeing that she had the blonde's attention, the woman continued. It's time to feed the prisoners. Really? Ino asked with interest, closing her book and standing up to stretch. The torture and interrogation department wasn't nearly as fun as she'd thought it would be, so getting to do something like this was a rare and welcomed opportunity. For low-level members like herself, most of their day consisted of filling out paperwork, filing, and if they were lucky, booking civilians. That was it. No interrogating, no interaction with the prisoners, and worst of all, no torture. She was beginning to wonder if all the menial LBR they were being subjected to was worth it. Yeah, there are some real hotties in there, the woman said as she grabbed a large set of metal keys from the hook on the wall. There's this one guy in C Block that's just gorgeous. The guy could be a model if he wasn't a homicidal, schizophrenic, child-raping lunatic. The blonde paused and shot Anko an incredulous stare, unable to believe the words that had come from her mouth. Are you serious? The purple-haired jounin shrugged. Hey, just because they're sick and evil doesn't mean that they can't be hot. Those are the ones that I love to make cry the most. Ino took a discreet step away from the woman, giving her a small, nervous laugh. She'd heard that there were some crazy FS in the torture and interrogation department, and it was just her dumb luck that she'd gotten stuck with the craziest one. On the other hand, she couldn't deny that Anko knew her sheet. Besides giving her heaps of advice on how to quickly move up in the department, she'd also given her a suggested reading list of books on subjects like psychoanalyzation and torture. Even if she was missing a few hundred screws, she was still a valuable resource. You know who else I'd like to put under my heel? That Uzumaki kid. Ino once again stopped in her tracks, eyes widening slightly at the statement. It took her a few seconds, but she was eventually able to speak. Naruto. Yeah. He's just my type, Anko grinned, a wide, crazed smile appearing on her face. Cute, innocent, and bullheaded. How long do you think it'd take me to break him? 1 hour. The woman was practically salivating at the thought of getting a few hours alone with Naruto, and to be frank, it said Ino the F off. It was one thing to want to break a prisoner. It was another to want to torture her friend. Don't touch him, Ino hissed, surprising herself with the intensity of her anger. She could almost taste the venom on her tongue as she spoke. Noticing this, Anko turned around and fixed the blonde with a curious stare. Why not? Though her tone was light, her eyes carried an unmistakably dangerous look. It was almost as if she was daring Ino to say something out of place, and realizing what would happen if she continued mouthing off, the Yamanaka swallowed her anger and decided to choose her words carefully. He's a friend. Remember the Rookie 9? Almost instantly, the scary look in Anko's eyes disappeared. Yeah, I remember that. Your dad was talking about it for months after the exams had ended, bragging about how his baby girl almost made it to the final round on her first try. So Uzumaki was part of the Rookie 9 too. As if suddenly remembering something, the Jounin snapped her fingers and pointed at Ino. That's right, he was one of Kakashi's kids. That gives me even more reason to F with him. I'm serious, the teenager frowned, feeling like she was getting nowhere. Leave him alone. Don't be such a stiff, Yamanaka. You're just as anal as your dad. I'm not. I'm nothing like him. Well, when other guys so much as mention your name he freaks out. You should have seen what happened to the last prisoner who mentioned that he wanted to stick his pee-pee up your butt. Anko paused and rubbed her chin, eyes rolling towards the ceiling in thought. Actually, what the hell ever happened to that guy? Ignoring this disturbing new piece of information, Ino persisted. Do you promise not to touch him? The woman fixed the girl with an even stare, boring her light brown eyes into the blonde's cornflower blue ones. After a couple of seconds, she shrugged nonchalantly and turned around, a tiny smirk appearing on her face. Fine, whatever. There are plenty of other toys in here to keep me occupied. I'll leave your boyfriend alone. Ino started to deny that he was her boyfriend, but changed her mind at the last second. As long as Anko was going to leave him alone, she could think whatever she wanted. They walked into the prison cafeteria where the normal prisoners were already sitting down for lunch. All of the guys in this area were either civilians or genin-level shinobi with their chakra coils blocked, so they were of little to no threat to the two kunoichi. No one was willing to take on two jounins who had the ability to both mentally and physically F them up. Anko led Ino to the back of the room where 15 or so trays sat waiting for them. These are the lunches we serve to the guys in maximum security. Here. She picked up the stack and shoved them into the blonde's arms, effectively cutting off her line of sight. Let's go. With Ino stumbling along behind her, the older jounin backtracked through the cafeteria until they reached the maximum security cells. These guys were jounin level or above, and even with their chakra coils blocked, they were considered highly dangerous. She stopped in front of the first cell and turned to her temporary apprentice. Okay, basic rundown. Lift the hatch and slide the tray underneath it. Do not let your hands get anywhere near the door. Unless you're me, that is. Shooting Ino a conspiratorial wink, she lifted the hatch and slid the tray inside the door, deliberately letting her hand get a little too close to the opening. Almost instantly, the large, grubby hand of the prisoner shot out of the opening to grab her, only to be impaled by Anko's kunai. Ino winced at the horrified scream the man let loose. Are you allowed to do that? She asked. Anko shrugged. I can do whatever the hell I want. I'm the guard, they're the prisoner. Still, the girl was unconvinced. What if the wound gets infected and he gets sick? He'll be taking up hospital resources if we have to treat him later. You should let me take a look at that now while it's still fresh. The woman seemed to consider this for a few seconds, and realizing that the teenager was right, rolled her eyes and kicked the metal door. Hey, shitface. If you want to be healed, stick your hand out again. Oh, but if you try anything, I'll take the whole thing off. The other side of the door was silent except for the man's heavy breaths, but after a few short seconds he tentatively stuck the damaged appendage through the small slit in the door. Ino instantly fell to her knees and began to heal the wound, hands glowing with the skills she'd learned from Tsunade. After a few seconds of this, the hole gradually began to close and stitch together until there was nothing but a large, pink scar left. All it takes is a little creative intimidation to get men to do what you want. Remember that, Yamanaka. Ino resisted the urge to reply with something snide and sighed. Getting on Anko's bad side probably wasn't a good idea, right? An hour after feeding the prisoners, Ino went to the prison break room to grab her own lunch. Unsurprisingly, Naruto wasn't there. She glanced in the fridge to see that the food she'd made that morning was still sitting in the back of the icebox wrapped in a couple of nondescript handkerchiefs. She wasn't too worried about any of the other trainees stealing their food. She'd placed a hasty genjutsu on their lunches, making it so that if anyone opened the box, they'd see and smell nothing but rotten rice and spoiled eggs. It wouldn't fool any of the more experienced members of the department, but they usually went out for lunch anyway. Grabbing their bento boxes, she spared her fellow trainees a small smile and wave and strode out of the room, intent on finding Naruto before their hour lunch break was up. Trying to recall things Sakura had said about Naruto, Ino walked to the front door of the compound, and immediately after getting outside, she took to the trees. If she remembered correctly, he liked high places, more specifically, the top of the fourth Hokage's head. Since that was way too far from the torture and interrogation department, she decided to look for someplace a bit closer. She applied some chakra to her feet and ran up the tallest tree she could find. She shielded her eyes and looked around, and spotting a ridiculously tall rocky hill in the distance, Ino grinned. Bingo! She hopped down from the tree and began to jog towards where she assumed her friend to be, food held carefully in her left hand. It only took a few minutes for her to reach the hill, and smiling wider as she picked out the small orange speck resting on top of it. Taking a small breath, the blonde smoothly hopped her way to the top until she was standing right behind him. "Hey, I've got your lunch," she said, holding out one of the boxes towards him with a small amount of triumph. Naruto, not quite meeting her eyes, turned in her direction. "Thanks," he mumbled, reluctantly taking the large wrapped box from her. He set it down on the rock next to him without so much as a second glance at it. "You should go somewhere else. Don't want your dad seeing us eating the same thing. Enko says he's on a mission until tomorrow. It's safe enough since I don't think anyone else is particularly interested in following me around." Naruto nodded his head towards an especially thick area of vegetation to their left. "There are 2 ANBU officers watching us right now. People talk." "I'll take my chances," Ino shrugged, not bothering to see if he was telling the truth or not. Before he could say anything else, she brushed the dirt off of the rock next to him and sat down, shoulder bumping into his. "So, listen, we get our first week's pay today, and I was thinking that we could go out and get something to eat to celebrate. Nothing fancy but no ramen either. There's this great restaurant near. I actually have a mission this weekend," he said, cutting her off. "It starts a couple hours after I finish here, and I need to get my things together." She couldn't hide the disappointed frown that appeared on her face if she tried. She'd spent all morning thinking of some excuse to get him to go out with her, and he'd shot it down with what seemed like little remorse. "With Shika?" she asked, remembering her teammate mentioning that he had a mission today. "Yeah. Where? Amage Cure?" Ino frowned. It wasn't terribly long ago that AIM had started rebuilding, and though it was way better now than it was when Pain ruled the village, there were still a fair amount of crazies milling around who believed that their god would rise from the dead and return one day. On any given day, a person could see one of the crazies walking around with a sign that said, "Pain-sama is coming," or "The world is ending. Are you ready?" It was actually kind of pathetic. "What do you have to do?" she asked, eyebrows furrowing slightly with worry. Rather than answer, Naruto shrugged his shoulders. He was tired of talking to her. It wasn't that he was upset with her, on the contrary. He was embarrassed. It was obvious that she was pitying him. She handled him as if he were a china doll, as if he would break if she did or said the wrong thing. It was almost frustrating how nice she was being to him after everything that had happened. After everything he did. He didn't deserve her smile. Standing up, he handed her the untouched bento and began to walk down the hill. "I'm gonna go try to get ahead on some work." Ino grit her teeth. At first, she tried to be understanding. She could see why he'd feel a little awkward around her, and as such, she'd been extra careful not to bring up anything even remotely related to what had happened. However, things were getting a little out of hand. She turned around with an exasperated sigh, uneaten food dangling from her fingertips. "Stop being this way, Naro. So we made out a bit? Big deal. I still consider us friends." She yelled at his back. The young man paused for a few seconds as if mulling her words over, but just as suddenly as he'd stopped, he continued to walk again. She threw his lunch at the back of his head, frowning when it hit the ground well before it even got close to him. The hot water from the old shower head streamed down onto her hair, causing her long, wet bangs to fall into her eyes. Naruto was out on his mission, so she could take as long as she wanted to without having to worry about saving him any hot water. This was a rare chance for her, and she fully intended to make the most of it. She stepped out of the shower and dried herself off, taking the chance to admire her body in the mirror. She frowned at a few of the scars she'd gotten from some of her more intense battles, and she reached for the scar cream she'd bought to help them fade faster. She shuddered to think how bad her scars would be if she didn't use the stuff. After throwing on a pair of shorts and a t-shirt, she quickly clipped her toenails and applied some lotion. She kept the towel on her head and walked out into the living room. She plopped down on the couch with a loud grunt, glad to finally be resting after a hard week at the interrogation department. She had takeout that she'd picked up on the way home, a comfortable pair of sweats, and a good book. Not a bad way to spend a Friday night. Ino propped her feet up on the arm of the chair in an attempt to get more comfortable. Since she had the place to herself, she could pretty much do whatever the hell she wanted, whenever the hell she wanted, and however the hell she wanted to. It was kind of like having her own apartment. She opened the warm carton of noodles and began to eat as she read, being careful not to choke as she did so. It wouldn't be the first time. Hell, it wouldn't even be the second or third. Sometimes she got so caught up in the story that she'd forget to chew, and well, let's just say that spewing rice through your nose wasn't the most comfortable feeling in the world. The book she was reading was sort of an adventure romance novel with a dash of comedy. It was basically a more mature version of the popular children's books The Princess and the Fox, with all of the main characters being real people instead of animals or magical beings. The original story had been about a princess who wanted to visit her old friend the wizard. To get to the wizard's house, however, she had to brave one of the most dangerous parts of the forest where Orochi-san, the evil, giant snake lived. When Orochi-san managed to capture the princess using hypnosis, her friend the golden fox saved her and they all lived happily ever. In the book she was reading, the princess was a regular teenager, the fox was her strong, wrong side of the tracks friend, and the giant snake was the neighborhood gang boss who was trying to capture the princess and turn her into his willing CCSLV. The old wizard was the girl's grandfather, a police chief with a penchant for justice, and rather than using hypnosis, the gang boss used some kind of mind-altering drag. By itself, the book wasn't that amazing. However, being able to draw lines between this story and the one that had been read to her as a child was what made it interesting. Just before she could take another bite of her food, the sound of a key being inserted into the lock grabbed her attention. She closed and tossed the book onto the short coffee table in front of her, more than a little surprised that Naruto was back so early. Not that she was complaining. They really needed to talk about what was going on between them so that they could go back to being good roommates. That was fast, she said, standing up and stretching as the door opened. I didn't think you'd be back for... Before she could finish her sentence, a shocked gasp reached her ears. A gasp that definitely didn't belong to Naruto. Ino. The blonde's eyes popped open, and she quickly wheeled around to see an equally wide-eyed Sakura staring back at her. Sakura, why are you in Naruto's apartment? As soon as she asked, understanding dawned on her. This is where you're staying. Moving faster than she ever had before, Ino hopped over the couch and grabbed Sakura's shoulders, staring pleadingly into the girl's eyes. You can't tell anyone. The medic Nin pushed her friend's hands away, shooting her a disapproving frown. Ino, you're staying with a guy, and Naruto of all people. What the hell is wrong with you? It's not a big deal. It's Naruto, Sakura. He's not the type of guy who would steal my underwear or feel me up while I'm sleeping. She felt a little bad about pretty much saying that he wasn't a real man, but it was the only way she knew how to convince Sakura. The Hokage's apprentice paused in thought, apparently realizing that Ino was right. Well, that's true, but then what's the problem? The blonde pushed, trying not to look as nervous as she felt. The problem, Ino, is that you're living with a guy while your poor mother is at home freaking out. Ino lowered her eyes, feeling a little guilty. Well, what do you want me to do about it? It's not like I can go home. My mom wouldn't let me leave again if I went back, and I might accidentally run into my dad, she murmured. Sakura let loose another sigh before walking over to the couch and sitting down. This was almost too much to handle, and oddly enough, she felt herself becoming angry. I can't believe you've been here all this time. I thought we were best friends. How could you hide something like this from me? You won't tell, right? Ino asked, ignoring her questions. The pink-haired kunoichi was quiet for a few seconds, appearing to mull the request over in her mind. Finally, she rolled her eyes and leaned back into the worn cushions of Naruto's old couch. No, Ino, I won't tell anyone. The blonde crossed her arms tighter over her chest, slightly unconvinced. Promise me. I promise. Relieved, Ino plopped down on the chair next to her longtime friend, folding one leg under the other. Now that she was certain their secret was safe, there was something else that was bugging her. How did you get a key, anyway? Naruto gave it to me. Kakashi has one too, but he likes coming in through the window since it annoys him, Sakura explained, grabbing Ino's half-eaten container of noodles. She picked up the chopsticks and swallowed a mouthful, allowing a small to escape past her lips. Ino's breath caught in her throat, surprised by this new information. Kakashi came by too. Kakashi. How often does he show up? I dunno, he checks in whenever he feels like it. He probably already knows you're here. Noticing the horrified look on Ino's face, Sakura rolled her eyes. Don't worry, I doubt he's told anyone else. He probably finds it too amusing. Good. The last thing I need is for my dad to find me here. Putting the chopsticks down, the pink-haired kunoichi leveled her gaze. Look, Ino, I know this sounds horrible, but you really can't stay here. Ino's face instantly dropped into a scowl, and she bit the inside of her lip. What the F dash? Where the hell did she get off telling her what she could and couldn't do? This was Naruto's apartment, and she had no say whatsoever in who could or couldn't live in it. You're right, it does sound horrible. Just hear me out. Satisfied that Ino was looking at her, albeit with unhidden hostility, she continued. I know you find Naruto to be a nice guy, but he's still a guy. And let's face it, Ino. You're a tease. Ino winced inwardly. As much as she wanted to, she really couldn't deny it. Dozens of guys and girls alike had told her the exact same thing, and just because it was unintentional didn't make it any less true. And she asked, already knowing what was coming next. I'm just saying that it's only a matter of time before he tries to. You know. What? Tries to what, Sakura? I don't know, like, try something. What makes you think Naruto would do something like that? Never mind the fact that he'd already done it. Of course, it didn't really count since he had been emotionally distraught, but even if he hadn't been, Sakura was right. It definitely would have happened eventually. Because he kissed me. Ino's anger died, instantly being replaced by shock. He what? Well, yesterday I ran into him after my shift at the hospital and he just kissed me out of nowhere. She looked up at the blonde and tilted her head, noticing the surprised expression on her friend's face. Ino. It suddenly all made sense. The need in his eyes, his desperation. It wasn't about her. It was never about her. Oh, do you see what I mean? About Naruto. He's just another guy. He's a nice guy, but still a guy. What did you do? When he kissed you, she asked, voice low and muffled. I slapped him. I didn't really mean to, but it just kind of happened before I could think about it. Really, I don't know what he was thinking. I have a boyfriend now, and it's not like a kiss would change my mind. Ino stiffened. Sakura's tone had started off gentle and apologetic, but the more she spoke, the more condescending she seemed to become. As if what she'd said wasn't bad enough, the girl continued to speak. Besides, it's Naruto. You know, he hasn't changed at all since we left the academy. He's like a big kid, and dating him would just be weird. Ino grit her teeth. The nonchalant way she disregarded Naruto's feelings, the feelings he'd carried for Sakura for as long as she could remember, set her off. Shut up, Sakura. Sakura blinked. She quickly ran her previous sentence through her mind, and finding nothing particularly insulting or mean in her statement, opened her mouth and uttered a single word. Get out. You don't know anything about Naruto, yet you act like you're his best friend and spout all of this bullshit about how he hasn't changed. Naruto has grown up, you just haven't tried to notice. Instantly, the medicnine's eyes widened in understanding. You like him? Get out of my apartment. Sakura, if you're not gone in 5 seconds, you're leaving through that window, she snapped. Sakura stood to her feet, anger rolling off of her in waves. I don't know who the hell you think you are, but don't forget which one of us was trained by one of the legendary Sannin. Don't forget which one of us took on and beat a member of the Akatsuki, and you'd sure as hell had better not forget which one of us is Naruto's best friend. With that, the kunoichi turned on her heel and walked out of the apartment, slamming the door behind her. Ino clenched and unclenched her fingers, struggling with all her might to keep from following Sakura and kicking her butt. Naruto had kissed Sakura, probably right before he'd kissed her. At first she hadn't been that upset about his clumsy assault since she was sort of an unintentional tease, but now, well, she was no one's sloppy seconds. She couldn't wait until that rat BSTRD got home. Noticing how peaceful the atmosphere was as he and Naruto jumped through the trees, Shikamaru couldn't help but feel a little worried. Since the blonde was never quiet nor particularly introspective, there had to be something horribly wrong with him. Troublesome. Hey, Naruto, you okay? He asked, plopping down beside the blonde. After he'd called for a rest. One leg was curled beneath him while the other swung gently beneath the tree branch. Yeah, Naruto mumbled, staring off into the distance. Shikamaru nodded silently to himself. There was definitely something wrong. If there's something bothering you, you can tell me. It'd be too troublesome for me to tell anyone else. It took a good minute, but Naruto eventually relented. Does Sai seem any different to you? No, he's pretty much the same as when I first met him. What? So he's still the same emotionless BSRD that he's always been. The strategist blinked, a little surprised by the bitterness in his voice. It wasn't like Naruto to badmouth a friend, even if it was Sai. Well, yeah, if you want to put it that way. What's this about? A sudden thought occurred to him. Is it about him and Sakura going out? A flash of anger passed across his face. I just don't get it. Why him? Women are troublesome, Shikamaru shrugged, unable to offer any advice. Frankly, he was just as surprised as everyone else was about the situation. Yeah, but Sai. Well, if Sakura's anything like Ino, she'll dump him soon. Don't worry about it. I guess. A brief silence passed between them, lulling Shikamaru into believing that their conversation was over. No such luck. Hey, you're Ino's friend, right? The black-haired teen's eyes widened slightly. Listen, Naruto, I'm going to be honest with you. Ino's much more trouble than she's worth. What do you mean? She's my friend, but she's not really known for settling. She's pretty shallow when it comes to guys, and you don't exactly have the funds to keep her happy. Granted, if you manage to catch her attention, she's probably a great girl to have in your corner, but you'd have to catch her attention. Naruto nodded, taking in his words. If I wanted to catch her attention, which I don't, how would I do it? You'd have to be. Not you. Like I said, Ino's picky. She plays a lot of games, so if you can keep her interested and on her toes, you might have a chance. Just know that you only get one real shot at her before she strikes you off of her list. He had to admit that his friend's analysis of her seemed spot on, but it still bugged him to hear Shikamaru say that about her. She doesn't seem that way to me. Shikamaru shrugged, already over the conversation. Okay, but don't chase Ino just because you can't have Sakura. You'll just end up making a huge mistake. Standing to his feet, he stretched and nodded towards their left. We should get moving. This mission's time-sensitive after all. Mimicking his actions, Naruto put his fingers together into a familiar cross sign. He made 4 Kagebunshin, hinged them into squirrels, and sent them ahead to scout while he and Shikamaru headed towards aim at a slightly slower pace. While they were scouting, the squirrels were also planting his seal everywhere, just in case. It was supposed to be an easy mission, but he'd learned the hard way that missions were never as simple as they initially seemed. One of the clones found something, Naruto said, keeping his voice low. Shikamaru was instantly on guard. Where? West. There's a team from AIM. He also spotted the Yamanaka from before. Sheet, he mumbled, eyebrows furrowing. We'll have to be careful. They made a beeline for the team, practically doubling their speed. Naruto had already sent his clones in and had instructed one of them to allow themselves to be killed. He was instantly flooded with an overview of what was happening, and it looked like by the time they'd arrive, the battle would be largely over. He was right. They landed in the clearing to see one remaining clone and the Yamanaka squaring off, both in battle stances, at least until the clone suddenly exploded into a puff of smoke. The Yamanaka raised his eyes to Naruto's and grinned. "Ah, there he is. The real Uzumaki Naruto. Hero of the shinobi world and wanted by girls all across the nations. It's an honor being in your presence again," he shouted, theatrically stretching his arms towards the sky. When Naruto didn't answer, he continued. "I didn't know that much about you before, but after our first meeting, I did my research. You are one amazing guy. I realized that I couldn't beat you. Unless," he ducked under the kunai that Shikamaru threw and smirked. "Unless I attacked your only vulnerable point?" With Naruto watching, he raised his finger and tapped it against his own head. "Telling me what you're going to do before you do it. You're falling into the old evil genius cliché," Naruto said, not taking his eyes off of the man for a second. He was up to something, but he didn't know what. "Oh no, you misunderstand. I've already done it." Naruto's eyes narrowed. What did he mean? He hadn't even moved. "That thing I just did. Tapping my forehead while you looked into my eyes." The blonde's eyes widened. "Correct. I just completed the jutsu. Now, I just have to activate it." As the man began to make hand signs, Naruto moved to stop him. Drawing on both kyubis and what small amount of natural chakra he could absorb in such a small time frame, he virtually teleported until he was standing directly in front of the Yamanaka. As if in slow motion, the man's grin widened. Too late. The next thing Naruto heard was that same loud ringing in his ears, and the last thing he saw was his fist caving in the man's face. The sound of the key turning in the lock catching her attention, Ino stalked towards the front door with murder in her eyes, fists balled and ready. She couldn't wait to cave his face in with her knuckles. "Naruto, you f***." Before she could finish her sentence, Naruto grabbed her around the waist and pressed his lips against hers, instantly silencing her words. For a few seconds she simply allowed him to kiss her, too surprised to even move. Finally able to get a grip on herself, she roughly pushed him away, glaring daggers at him. "What the hell are you doing?" she yelled, breathing heavily as she struggled to regain her breath. Seeming to ignore her, Naruto began to attack her neck, kissing her all the way from her collarbone to her jaw. One of his hands rested on her lower back, and the other held firm onto the back of her head to keep it in place. Ino wanted nothing more than to scream at him for making a fool of her, but her mind refused to string together a coherent sentence. Every time she'd open her mouth to stop him, a short gasp or slipped out before she even had a chance to tell him to stop. Screw it. She could yell at him later. Reaching around behind him, she shoved the door closed to avoid any nosy neighbors, or worse, someone she actually knew, seeing them. Immediately after, she pushed him up against the smooth slab of wood and began to kiss him back, removing his lips from her neck. She felt his hands lower until they reached her sweatpant-clad bottom, and apparently feeling dangerous, he gripped both cheeks and gave them a nice, strong squeeze. She couldn't help it, she squealed. The move had caught her largely off guard, and though she was loath to admit, it had actually felt pretty good. She couldn't let him know that, though. "Don't get ahead of yourself," she mumbled, grabbing his hands and pulling them back up to her waist. Unfortunately, her words seemed to fall on deaf ears. "Take your shirt off," he commanded, voice leaving no room for argument. Before she could even register his words, Naruto had somehow managed to slip most of her shirt over her head. By the time she realized that she was topless, he was already staring at her bare chest. She quickly crossed her arms in front of her, shielding herself from his wandering eyes. "You're appealing, Ino." Her breath hitched in her throat. While she was busy reeling from how fast things were going, Naruto had somehow worked his way behind her. His hands slid smoothly down her toned stomach, ever so slowly beginning to creep into her breathes. And it was at that moment that she woke up. Gasping for breath, Ino rolled over and turned on the lamp sitting next to her futon, instantly bathing the room in light. She took a few moments to get oriented, eyes wide and unfocused as she stared blankly at the brightly glowing light. What the hell was that? Did she really just have a wet dream about Naruto? She felt a slight tingling in her crotch. She definitely had a wet dream. Though, in retrospect, she really should have known. Like Sakura had said earlier, Naruto was a good guy. He didn't have the ball to grab her butt or command her to strip, and he certainly didn't know that the weakest spot on her body was her collarbone. This couldn't happen. There was just no way that she liked Naruto. No way in hell. It had only been one stupid kiss, and to be honest, he hadn't even been that great at it. It was probably because of that stupid romance novel she'd borrowed from the library a week or so ago, and since Naruto was the closest male to her, her brain had naturally latched onto him as the ideal male subject for her dream. Besides, there were tons of other guys to choose from. Sure, Naruto was the strongest, but there were other guys who were richer and better looking. She'd just be settling if she decided to date Naruto. Hands shaking, she ripped a piece of paper out of her notebook and wrote Naruto's name at the top of the paper. Underneath that, she wrote good and bad in large, bold letters, followed by a thick vertical line separating the two words. Bad. What's bad about Naruto? She muttered to herself, tapping the marker against the table. After a few seconds of thought, she began to write. He's immature. Not that smart. He's not cool. Can be annoying and hyper. Clueless sometimes. Has some emotional baggage. No fashion sense. In love with Sakura. Which was true. Even when he wasn't wearing his orange jumpsuits, he walked around in oversized t-shirts, shorts, and sandals most of the time. Good things. Surprisingly, it was much easier to think of these. He's loyal and always tries to help. Really fun to be around. Likes to try new things. Ambitious. Cute. Really hot body. Thoughtful. Always full of surprises. He challenged her. Sure, they often made fun of each other and exchanged the occasional punch in the shoulder, but that was what made their friendship exciting. The only males who ever dared to stand up to her were Shikamaru, her father, and occasionally Chuji whenever she mentioned something about his weight. Most did their best to please or placate her, and while she certainly didn't mind being doted on, it didn't take long for her to get bored with those kinds of guys. Not to say that she liked JRKS. She didn't have time for men who believed women were second-rate human beings. All she wanted was a tiny bit of friction every now and then. A little banter to keep her grounded when her admittedly large ego started to get out of control. She wanted someone who found just living to be boring, and was always looking for something new or interesting to do. She looked over the list one more time before dropping her face into her hands, unable to believe what she was about to say next. I like Uzumaki Naruto. Ino sat on the couch, staring straight ahead at the blank wall in front of her. She was bored. Ridiculously bored. It had been almost 2 days since her revelation. She hadn't really felt like cooking, so she'd been living off of nothing but takeout and Naruto's ramen. Sure, it was horribly unhealthy, but she was in far too much shock to care. After hours of agonizing over it, she could now fully admit that she had a thing for Naruto. Granted, she didn't really know what that thing was. It wasn't love, but it was a weird sort of gray area where she wanted to both stick her tongue down his throat and beat his head in with a rock for making her want to stick her tongue down his throat. Finally, the sound of a key inserting itself into the doorknob caught her attention, giving her a welcomed reprieve from her thoughts. She quickly pinched herself to make sure that she wasn't daydreaming, and since she didn't wake up, she felt reasonably sure that this was it. The moment of truth. She was nervous, but also excited. Rather than pretend that she didn't like him, she was just going to lay it all out on the table. He might turn her down, but she'd be dead if she was going to go through the stress of trying to hide her feelings from him. It just wasn't who she was. Of course, it'd be a little weird going out with her roommate. If they decided things between them weren't going to work out, it'd be really awkward getting back to where they'd been as friends. Still, she wasn't going to let that stop her. Nothing ventured, nothing gained. Ino bounced over to the door on the ball of her feet, smile already beginning to spread across her face. She didn't know how she was going to do this. Should she just ambush him with a hug? Or maybe she should just subtly flirt with him and ease him into the idea of a date. Both sounded like good ideas, so she decided to try them together for maximum effectiveness. When the door finally opened and she saw who it was, her smile instantly dropped into a scowl. "What the hell do you want now, Sakura?" She expected an equally hostile response, but her friend just stared back at her with a haunted expression, making her chest feel tight with worry. "Sakura, Naruto's in the hospital." The next 10 minutes were a blur. She barely remembered throwing on some clothes and sprinting to the hospital, and the only thing she could do was pray that he was okay. When they reached the hospital, she practically flew up the stairs, taking the steps 5 at a time. Her lungs, legs, and eyes burned with unshed tears, and as much as she wanted to stop, she refused to rest until she saw his face. The weirdest part was that she didn't even know why she was upset. Naruto was no stranger to the hospital. For a while, Sakura had been threatening to charge him rent. But it was something in her friend's face. Maybe it was the confusion or the fear, but she knew it was different this time. Whatever was wrong with him was bad. She burst into the hospital behind Sakura, eyes scanning the room for the telltale shade of yellow blonde. Her eyes finally landed on Naruto's pale face, and a second later, a choked sob slipped out of her throat. "What happened?" she asked Shikamaru, noticing him skulking somewhat guiltily in the corner. Shikamaru stared at her as if she'd grown a second head. "Why do you care? Naruto's my friend, too." Seeing her expression, he sighed and crossed his arms, guilty expression returning. "This guy we were fighting did something to him. He was a Rouge Yamanaka, the same one we encountered before. They knocked each other out at the same time, and I had to carry them both back to the village. Right now the BSDRD's with Ibiki in the interrogation department." Ino felt herself become marginally happier. Ibiki was ruthless, especially if you hurt one of his. She was confident he'd have it figured out in no time, Rouge Yamanaka or not. What was it? A genjutsu? We don't know yet, but like I said, he was a Yamanaka. He probably did something to Naruto's mind. Ino's eyes widened. "Sheet. Is it really that bad?" Sakura asked, looking twice as afraid as she had before. She was well versed in medical ninjutsu, but when it came to issues of the mind, she was still somewhat of a novice. The blonde nodded. "Mind jutsus are one of the most devastating kinjutsu in the shinobi world because we can't tell for sure what he did unless he tells us. If we try to force anything, it could make it worse." Ino took the seat directly next to his bed, worriedly biting her thumbnail as she tried to think of a solution. Unfortunately, short of calling her dad, which she really wanted to avoid, she couldn't think of anything else to do. While she racked her brain, a slight shuffle of the boy on the bed next to her caught her attention. "Ino," Naruto mumbled quietly, barely moving his lips. "Sakura. He's awake. He said my name." The blonde gasped, hopping to her feet. Sakura winced. "Ino. No, really he did?" Sensing the urgency in her friend's voice, Sakura rushed over and began checking him over. "You're right. He's regaining consciousness." His eyes fluttered before slowly opening into thin slits. A moment later, a tiny grin spread across his face. "Did someone die?" Ino punched him lightly on the shoulder, unable to stop herself from smiling back at him. "That's not funny." She then leaned over and wrapped her arms around him, the tension she'd been feeling since she heard the news leaving her body. Naruto closed his eyes, deciding to just enjoy the contact. He took a deep whiff of her hair, and as usual, she smelled like wildflowers. A strong hand fell onto Ino's shoulder, and she was abruptly pulled away by Sakura. "I need to check up on him. Wait outside." They glared at each other for a tense few seconds, neither wanting to be the first to look away. "Make me." "Fine, go get Tsunatsuma." "Do you want Naruto to slip back into a coma?" Ino frowned. Though she was reluctant to leave them alone, she was more concerned for Naruto, so she turned on her heel and ran out of the room to head towards the Hokage's office. "What happened?" Naruto asked once she left, taking a few sips of the water Sakura offered to wet his throat. "We're not sure. Shika said the shinobi that you were fighting used some sort of jutsu and you just passed out. You managed to knock him out too." Her fingers gently pushed his bangs out of his eyes. "I'm glad you're all right. You really scared us." Naruto grinned. "Of course I'm all right. I'm gonna be the next Hokage." Sakura laughed as Tsunade strolled into the room, Ino hot on her heels. I brought the Hokage, she said, staring directly at Sakura as she spoke. She'd noticed that the medic Nin had moved just a little too quickly away from Naruto. The kunoichi bit her lip. What the hell was going on? A few days ago Sakura was taking the PSS out of Naruto and now she was all over him. It was like she knew she liked him, like she could sense her feelings even though she tried to hide them. Tsunade walked over to Naruto's other side and looked him over, going through the set of tests that she couldn't perform while he was unconscious. After checking to make sure that he wasn't suffering from anything dire, she stood up and frowned. He seems to be fine. At least physically. Sakura sighed with relief, but Ino instantly understood the implications of her statement. What did he do to his mind? Both Shikamaru and Sakura turned to stare at her, a little surprised that she'd picked up on something they'd missed. He made him happy. I don't know how to explain it, but for some reason, his dopamine levels seem to be higher than normal. I'll have to send his BLD work up to the lab to be sure. The woman grumbled more to herself than to the other occupants of the room. She began scribbling something down on Naruto's clipboard, still muttering every now and then as she thought out loud. Ino took a step forward, biting her lip worriedly. Is it that bad? Should I try to take a look? I've already called your father, so he should be down shortly. As if just realizing that she was there, Tsunade fully turned around to stare at Ino with her eyebrows raised. Why are you here? She started a bit at the question, not sure if she should be insulted by the woman's disbelieving tone. Well, we work together. You know, in the department. The interrogation department. And I'm a medic Nin. When the woman's face remained unchanged, she averted her gaze and put on a hesitant smile. And we're friends? Tsunade didn't get a chance to comment as her father came rushing into the room followed by her mother. Ino groaned. Of all the rotten luck. She knew it had to be coincidence that her mother had tagged along, but it didn't make her feel any better. Ino, I haven't seen you in weeks. Where have you been? Her mother shrieked, wrapping her up on a tight hug. She released her daughter a few seconds later, taking note of her less than stellar appearance. Are you all right, dear? You look a little. The younger blonde rolled her eyes and lowered her voice, not wanting anyone else to hear too much of their conversation. Yes, mother. I hurried down here so I didn't have time to do anything. The woman's hazel eyes glanced over at Naruto, a look of realization spreading across her features. I see, she whispered, watching as her husband ran through hand seals. See what? Her mother slid her eyes back over to Ino and leveled her with a serious gaze. Ino, are you living with Naruto-kun? Ino bit back her shock. How the hell had she known? Did Sakura tell her? As soon as the thought entered her mind, she dismissed it. Sakura was a lot of things, but she was still her best friend wouldn't snitch unless her life was in absolute peril. It was probably just a combination of mother's intuition and the Yamanaka clan's ability to read other people. Still, she wasn't about to admit it if she didn't have any concrete evidence. Why would I live with Naruto of all people? Seriously, that's so gross. The older Yamanaka hummed. Just checking. If you were, though, I know you'd be responsible, right? Not dancing around his home in those ridiculously short shorts you like to wear. It was a struggle to keep herself from wincing. She couldn't wait to be a mother, if for no other reason than for the psychic abilities that they apparently gained. If I was living with Naruto, which I'm not, nothing would happen. He's Naruto. He's also a young man. A small smile appeared on her face. Though I'm certainly not adverse to having a few grandchildren. Mother, I am not living with Naruto, and there is nothing going on between us. The look on her mother's face remained skeptical. She knew she didn't buy any of it. The jig was up, but strangely enough, she didn't seem like she was planning on telling her dad anything, at least not yet. How is he? Ino asked her father, noticing that he'd finished with his jutsu. The man grunted. He appears to be fine. I checked his mind, and Tsunade's analysis seems to be correct. His dopamine levels are abnormally high, but that's not necessarily a bad thing. We'll just have to wait and see how this develops. He fully turned to look at Ino, almost as if just noticing that she was there. Why are you here? Ino let loose a frustrated sigh. Was it really so odd for her to be visiting Naruto in the hospital? Yeah, they weren't the closest of friends as far as everyone else knew, but they were still friends. She had a right to be concerned about him. Because I care about Naruto, she said a little louder than she'd intended to. She could feel everyone's eyes on her and had to struggle to stop a blush from rising to her cheeks. He's my friend. Inoichi narrowed his eyes. Is that right? An uncomfortable silence settled in the room as he stared down his daughter. He turned to look at a stupidly grinning Naruto, and just as quickly, he shook his head as the suspicious look on his face dropped. Well, it's nice that you're concerned for your comrades. Ino can be surprisingly serious about that sort of stuff, Shikamaru said from the corner of the room. He looked much better after hearing that Naruto was going to be okay. Well, I need to write up the mission report. Maybe I'll think of something that can help. I'll be back to visit you tomorrow morning. With a lazy wave towards Naruto, he slipped out of the room. Ino's father also moved to leave, nodding towards the Hokage on his way out. I'll head home and see if I can find something in our family scrolls that might be of use. Are you coming back with us, Ino? No, I'm going to stick around here to see if there's anything else I can do. The man frowned, obviously displeased with her answer. But, come on, dear, we need to do some shopping for dinner, her mother said, pulling him out of the door despite his protests. She shot her daughter one last smirk before leaving and closing it behind them. Ino let loose a breath she hadn't known she'd been holding. That was close. If it had been any other guy, the jig definitely would have been up. Luckily, Naruto was so immature and unassuming that most people didn't see him as a real threat to their daughters. Which was really stupid, since girls actually liked a guy who could make them laugh. Including the fact that he was pretty cute and was known as one of the strongest shinobi in the known world, she couldn't understand why more girls weren't into him. She frowned slightly as she thought about that a little more. Actually, it was more likely that Naruto was too set on Sakura to give any other girl the time of day. He was very single-minded, a fact that frustrated her to no end. I'll watch over Naruto for the night to make sure everything's all right, Sakura said, motioning for her friend to leave. No, I will. I'm sure you have other patients to look after, and the issue is with his mind, Ino rebutted, not moving an inch. Sakura's mouth formed a thin line. That's really not necessary, Ino. You just go on home. I have all the time in the world. I'm staying. Tsunade looked between the two girls, eyebrows raised curiously. Her first thought was that they were fighting over him, but she knew that Sakura was dating Sai and Naruto wasn't exactly Ino's type. Then again, according to Shizune, there did seem to be some sort of weirdness between the two blondes, and they both seemed awfully concerned about the other's well-being. Perhaps there really was something between them. The Godame sighed, wondering why she even cared. True, she thought of Naruto as family, but she still wasn't interested in teenage drama. At least that's what she told herself. I'm fine really. You can both leave. Naruto chimed in, grinning from the hospital bed. Now there's an idea that makes sense. There's nothing either of you can do for him right now. Putting her hands on both of their shoulders, she not so gently pushed the girls towards the door. Go now. I'll let you know if anything happens. Both looked like they were going to put up a fight initially, but reluctantly, they did as they were told. Getting on the bad side of Tsuwanda's temper was never a good idea, as they'd learned the hard way. Immediately after leaving the room and shutting the door, Ino turned to her childhood friend and crossed her arms. What are you trying to pull, Sakura? You're dating someone, remember? Sakura rolled her eyes. I'm not allowed to be concerned for my friend and teammate now. The Yamanaka blew out a frustrated breath. She had to admit that from the outside Sakura's actions looked normal, but unfortunately, she wasn't on the outside. She knew Sakura better than she knew herself sometimes. Haven't you done enough? What do you mean? I'm just saying that maybe you should give the guy a little time to get over the fact that you turned him down for Sai. She tried to be as straightforward yet delicate as possible, knowing how easy it was to set Sakura off. She could say the same about herself, but at least she could admit it. Predictably, Sakura crossed her arms, looking very much like her 12-year-old self. He didn't seem to mind me being there. Ino breathed through her nose. God, she wanted to strangle Sakura. Could she really not see what she was doing to him? You heard Tsunade-sama, he can't be upset right now. Of course it won't bother him that you're around. And you think that he wants you around instead? Considering that I don't make it my job to break his heart, probably. At the stricken look on her friend's face, she sighed. Sorry. Don't be. You obviously seem to think that you know more about our friendship than I do. With that, the pink-haired kunoichi turned on her heel and walked off down the hall, shoulders stiff and held high in a pose that Ino was more than familiar with. She knew Sakura wouldn't back down and leave Naruto alone just because she'd asked, but that's not what she was aiming for to begin with. At the very least, she wanted her to be more mindful of how she acted around him and hopefully not mention Sai as much as she had been. Even she was starting to get annoyed by it. Being as quiet as possible, she slid the door open and poked her head inside to get one last look at Naruto. Luckily Tsunade had her back to her, but she could clearly see Naruto sleeping in the small bed. Despite saying he felt better, he was apparently much more exhausted than he'd let on. Ino nervously bit her lip. Just what else was he lying about? Careful, Ino urged, flitting around Naruto as he stepped through the doorway. She rested one hand on his back to support him in case he needed it and frowned when he lightly pushed it away. Ino, I'm fine. Really? She looked so worried that he felt a little flattered. Are you hungry? I can make you some ramen. Here, sit down, you're still recovering. Do you want something to drink? Or maybe you just want to sleep? Naruto rolled his eyes, amused smile still plastered on his face. Ino. The girl sighed. I just don't want you to push yourself too hard. We're still not sure what he did to you. I don't know, but I've never felt better. To emphasize his point, he raised his arm and made a muscle, one that Ino found herself staring a little too greedily at. Still, she narrowed her eyes, remembering the last time he'd said that to her in the hospital. So you've said? A knock at the door interrupted them, and frown deepening, Ino walked over and opened it to reveal the person she least wanted to see at that moment. Oh hey, Sakura. Is Naruto around? Sakura insisted, ignoring her friend's unwelcoming tone. Where else would he be? You heard Tsunade tell him to stay home for the next week just as well as I did. I wanted to come by and check up on him. You know, make sure he's getting settled in all right. I've got it. I trained under Hokakusama too, you know. Her body was fully blocking the doorway, and both hands rested firmly on the door frame, obviously telling the medic Nin that she didn't want her to enter. Not for as long as I have. She easily pushed Ino backwards using barely an ounce of her strength and stepped into the small apartment, removing her coat as she did so. How are you feeling? Sakura asked, sitting next to her teammate on the couch. She grabbed his chin and forced his eyes to stare into hers. Sighing loudly, Naruto pulled himself free of her grasp. What is it with everyone? I'm great. Never felt better. The girls exchanged glances. Even though they were at odds with each other, both were beginning to notice that he was saying, I've never felt better, a little too much. No, you're not, Ino ground out. Ino's right, Sakura affirmed, scooting herself closer to Naruto. You're not better yet? Still in the doorway, Ino struggled to calm herself down. For as long as she'd known her, Sakura had never been this nice to Naruto before, and it was becoming increasingly obvious that she had an ulterior motive. She refused to believe that she was being unreasonably jealous this time. Sakura, can I talk to you outside for a second? About Naruto. Sakura paused for a second, peering into the Yamanaka's impatient blue eyes in an attempt to figure out what she was up to. Reasoning that she didn't have anything to worry about since, she sighed and jumped back to her feet, following Ino's ponytail out of the door. As soon as the cheap wooden door clicked behind her, Ino reeled on Sakura. This is just like you. You want everything you think I want. The pink-haired girl raised an eyebrow. So you want Naruto? No. She lied, trying to sound as convincing as possible. You just think I do. Sakura laughed at that, further angering her. Naruto's my best friend, so I'm going to make sure he's okay whether you like it or not. Sorry, she added with a shrug. Shaking her head slightly, she opened the door and headed back into the apartment. The blonde sighed as she watched her go. Maybe she was overreacting. Sakura was his best friend, so she did have the right to be there. Watching the medic Nin lean over him in the low-cut shirt that she reserved for showing off what little cleavage she could manage to squeeze together, she was once again unconvinced of her innocence. All done. You look good, but take it easy, alright? No strenuous activity, the green-eyed girl warned, leaning back to glare at him. Yes, ma'am, Naruto drawled. Still, he rolled his eyes with a smile. He slowly stood to his feet and wandered towards the bathroom, causing both girls to turn and watch him. Where are you going? They demanded simultaneously. To change clothes. I promise not to trip and crack my head open. That wasn't funny. Ino called after him. Shortly afterwards, she turned a glare on Sakura. Don't you have somewhere to be? Maybe a boyfriend to hang out with? The smile that appeared on her friend's face made her wonder if she wasn't just trying to annoy her on purpose. As a matter of fact, I don't. The blonde groaned. Sakura, seriously, let's not do this. Neither one of us is interested in him that way, and I know we always have this weird rivalry thing going on, but it just feels pointless this time. You know. Sakura shrugged her shoulders. I wasn't fighting over Naruto to begin with. Ino grit her teeth. That smug, conceited look on Sakura's face was beginning to piss her off. She loved the girl to death, with emphasis on the death part, but she was being a major pain in the butt. Naruto's fine now, so you can go. I've got it from here, unless there's some reason you're hanging around. Naruto emerged from his bedroom before she could answer and pet his head at Sakura. You're still here. Ino noticed with some annoyance that Sakura's eyes had run over his torso before raising to meet his eyes. I thought I'd hang out here for a while. He tilted his head curiously in the other direction but eventually shrugged and pulled on his shirt, plopping back down next to Sakura on the couch. I was just gonna watch TV and go to bed, so if you find that exciting. Not wanting to be left out, Ino moved over and sat down on Naruto's other side. Sounds fine to me. They watched TV in relative silence, only every now and then saying something about what they were watching. After a somewhat tense hour, Naruto yawned and stood up, stretching his arms high above his head. Well, I'm going to turn in. Ino also stood. You go ahead. I'll see Sakura out. Nodding, the Jinchuriki grinned and waved, closing the bedroom door behind him. As they walked towards the front door, Ino couldn't stop herself from saying one more thing. You're not making any sense, even for you. Why are you being so clingy with Naruto 2 days after you turned him down? I'm not being clingy. I just wanted to make sure he's okay, and Tsunade-sama did originally ask me to look out for him. Fine, whatever. She was tired of arguing over this, especially since the girl seemed completely unwilling to admit that she was being unreasonable about the whole situation. Sakura glanced towards Naruto's door and let out a breath through her nose. Lowering her voice, she took a step closer to the taller blonde. Ino, I'm only going to say this one more time. Do not get involved with Naruto. Or what? You really don't get it. Look, he has problems that we can't begin to understand, and I'm not sure if you'd be able to handle Naruto when he's at his lowest. I've been there, and trust me, it's not something you want to put yourself through. I'm saying this as your friend. Ino scowled. Sakura was being awfully evasive about her point, but she was too angry to ask any further. I don't need to understand. Naruto's a sweet guy. He gave me a place to stay when I had nowhere else to go, he taught me how to ice skate, and he spoke up for me to Tsunade-sama when I was too miserable to. I don't care what his past is like. The present Naruto is better than all of us. You really don't get it, do you? The Medicnine implored, voice raising slightly. No, you don't get it. You can't hold on to Naruto if you don't want him. You can't stop him from having a life and keep him as your backup plan. It's stupid and incredibly selfish. By now she was seething. She couldn't imagine what her face must have looked like at that moment, but she knew it wasn't pretty. Sakura grabbed her coat and slipped it on over her shoulders. She glanced back at Ino one last, and shook her head one last time before leaving. Still hyped up on her emotions, she felt the sudden need to thank Naruto for being such a good friend to her. She hadn't fully realized until her argument with Sakura how much he'd done for her when he didn't owe her anything at all. She carefully pushed open his door and walked into his bedroom, hoping he wasn't asleep yet. Naruto. He mumbled incoherently. Ino winced. So much for not waking him up. Stepping a little more into the darkness, she quickly thought over what she wanted to say. I just want you to know that. I appreciate what you've done for me these past few weeks. I really regret the way I treated you when we were younger. Sakai. He sounded more awake now, though just marginally. No, it's not. It was never okay. I'm going to make it up to you, I promise, and I'm going to start by making sure you get better no matter what I have to do. Conviction firmly in mind, she eased back out of the room and closed the door. Staring at the clock, Ino wished more than anything that she could just go home for the day. Office work was incredibly boring, and she absolutely hated having to man the front desk to serve as a glorified greeter. She glanced over at Naruto happily filing the day's paperwork. He'd been getting antsy just sitting at home all day, and it hadn't helped that she couldn't stay with him. She didn't have a medical reason to miss work, so she'd still had to go into the prison for 8 hours a day. Since the genjutsu seemed to be having no drastic effects on his system, Tsunade had cleared him to return to the interrogation department after a week. Truthfully, she hadn't been all that happy about the decision at first, but after thinking about it for a little, she quickly realized that it was actually a good thing. She could now keep an eye on him and at the same time continue working towards her dream. "Good afternoon, Yamanaka-san," Naruto shouted at Inoichi as he passed by the front desk leading into the prison. The man started slightly. Morning," he replied, obviously not expecting such an exuberant greeting. Ino almost laughed. Almost. She was still sort of upset with him for forbidding her to join the torture and interrogation department, so she looked away when she felt her father's eyes on her. She then grabbed Naruto's arm and dragged him back into the office with the other trainees, reveling in the frown that her father sent their way. It probably wasn't the wisest move in the world to make him any more suspicious of their relationship than he already was, but it served him right for being so overbearing. "What's up?" he asked, tilting his head and smiling at her. She rolled her eyes at his cheery expression. "You know, it's weird seeing you happy and optimistic all the time. It feels like we're genin again." "Really? It doesn't feel like that for me. You're way prettier than you were back then." Ino blinked, not expecting the compliment. Still, she couldn't stop a small smirk from appearing on her face. "Thanks." He grinned back and sat at his desk, twirling around in the small, rickety chair with his head hanging back like a kid. She couldn't stop herself from staring at him, trying to understand how he wasn't bored out of his mind like she was. Seeing him so full of childish energy made her kind of want a dose of that genjutsu. An hour later, their shift was finally over. She quickly punched herself out and made a beeline towards the door, dragging Naruto along with her so that he didn't goof off and waste time like he had the annoying tendency to do. He followed her obediently enough, and she'd only had to steer him back on the right path 1 or 2 times, something that was unheard of for the normal Naruto. She wasted no time in commandeering his shower when they got home, not that he would have minded. She was eager to get dinner started a little earlier, so only 15 minutes later, half the duration of her regular showers, she stepped out of the bathroom after slipping on a tank top and a pair of shorts. She remembered her mother's warning about wearing short shorts around Naruto, but she just couldn't find it within herself to be concerned. Maybe it was because deep down she actually wanted him to do something. "Shower's free," Ino said, braiding her hair as she headed to the couch. Her face grew warm when she saw him staring at her and not bothering to hide the interested look in his eyes. She'd noticed in the past week that he had been doing a lot of that, not hiding his emotions. Tsunade had mentioned that it might be a side effect of the genjutsu, and Sakura had warned her to be careful, though to be honest, she actually sort of liked knowing what he was thinking now. She didn't feel like she had to walk on eggshells around him anymore since he never got angry and was always willing to speak to her about what was on his mind. Ino sat down on the couch next to him, tucking a bare leg underneath her as she continued to braid. She could feel his eyes boring into the side of her head. "I really like your pigtails," he finally said, grinning over at her. She smirked back and rolled her eyes. "So you've told me?" "No, really, I think they look really cute on you. Do you want to try braiding this side?" she asked him, surprising even herself. He just looked so interested in her hair that the question had slipped out. His eyes widened slightly, and he couldn't stop a large grin from spreading across his face. "Really?" Ino struggled not to laugh at his excited face. "Sure." She turned around on the couch so that her back was facing him and he had easy access to her hair. "It's still damp, so it won't be too hard for you to get the hang of it." As soon as the words left her mouth, she felt his fingers in her hair. He certainly hadn't wasted any time. First, split the hair into 3 sections. Try to make them even, she said, giving him instructions on how to braid. She tried not to sigh as he gently ran his fingers through her hair, an attempt to do as she told him. What now? Cross the left part over the middle part, then cross the right part over the middle part. Just keep doing that over and over. She felt him begin to follow her instructions, very slowly at first but gradually picking up speed. He moved closer as he struggled to remember the pattern, and she could feel his warm breath on the back of her neck while he worked. It sent little pleasurable shudders down her spine, and almost against her will, she leaned back into him a little more. I think I'm done, he shouted after a few quiet minutes, making her jump a bit with surprise. Ino grabbed the braid and looked at it. Unfortunately, she was unable to stop the sharp bark of laughter that slipped out of her throat. The braid was lumpy, misshapen, and very crooked. Well, it's not bad for your first try. She rolled his eyes and smiled at her pout. Seriously, I'm impressed. Believing her words, Naruto smiled with pride. That was fun. Your hair is so soft and silky. She was about to reply, but the feel of his fingers brushing against the now exposed skin of her neck quickly wiped all coherent thought from her mind. Your skin is too. Is this the genjutsu talking? She breathed, trying not to let on just how good the simple action had felt. He laughed loudly and shrugged. Maybe. She felt the cushion beneath her shift as he got up and stretched. I'm gonna go shower. Ino shook her head, trying to remove the annoying feelings coursing through her chest. Great, I'll get dinner started. How does chicken katsudon sound? Really good. Despite herself, she smiled. She was slowly growing used to him exclaiming everything. Go take your shower. You kind of stink. Naruto stuck out his tongue at her and disappeared into the bathroom. She spent a good minute or two staring at the closed door before finally working up the effort to get to the kitchen. She pulled the rice, chicken, skis, and dishes she'd need from the fridge and cupboards. The chicken was still a little frozen in the middle, so she set it aside on the countertop. There wasn't anything she could do with it yet. Deciding to relax in the meantime, she poured herself a glass of orange juice, and a few seconds later, she poured another one for Naruto. He'd be done with his shower soon and would probably like something cool to drink. No sooner did she sit back down on the couch with her drink did he emerge from the bathroom, hair damp and hanging over his eyes. She held up the glass for him, which he gratefully took. She noticed that he left a rather large amount of space between them when he plopped down next to her, something which bothered her more than it should have. How is this genjutsu affecting you exactly? Naruto's eyes rolled upwards in thought. I dunno really. I feel kinda happy and laughy, he replied, chuckling as if to confirm his statement. So, hi. I dunno, never been high. That didn't surprise her much. He didn't seem like the type to get into drags. What about drunk? Nope. The fox burns it out of my system before I can feel it. He laughed again at that. Kinda a kiss, really. Nothing to dull the pain. Ino hummed and thoughtfully ran her finger around the rim of her glass. It was hard to tell if he was joking or not about dulling the pain. That does SCK. An awkward silence developed between them after that. She still liked him but had yet to actually say anything about it. With his injury and their busy schedules, there just hadn't been a good time to bring it up. Plus, Sakura had been dropping by more often lately to check on Naruto, but she knew better. She was just being nosy and invasive like usual. A knock at the door grabbed both of their attention. Speak of the devil. Rolling her eyes, she reluctantly set her glass aside and went to answer it. I'll get it, she groaned. She threw it open to glare at whoever was on the other side. Naruto's fine, go-ho. Her eyes widened when she finally realized who was staring back at her. A mother. Not living with Naruto. Her mother's eyes slowly took in her appearance, frowning as they noticed the tank top and shorts. Oh, honey. Ino tried as hard as she could not to cringe under her mother's scrutinizing gaze. Why are you here, Mom? Well, since my daughter won't bother to visit me, I thought I'd take the initiative and do it myself. She bustled into the small apartment and looked around, an approving smile appearing on her face. How quaint. I was expecting much worse. Hi, Yamanaka-san, Naruto said, hopping to his feet with a grin. He didn't look upset at all to see her and in fact even looked a little pleased, though that was more than likely because it was the only emotion he could feel. What brings you here? The woman smiled. Well, son, she started, looking lasciviously over her shoulder at Ino, I just thought I'd see how things were going with your little arrangement. They're great. We were just watching some TV. Have you had dinner yet? As a matter of fact, I haven't. Inoichi's out on a mission, so I don't have anyone to cook for. A grin split Naruto's face. Why don't you stay for dinner then? Ino's making that katsudon stuff again. Still dumbfounded at how well they were getting along, Ino quickly noticed that if she didn't do something her mother would be around for much longer than a few minutes. I'm sure you don't want to eat my cooking, right, Mom? Actually, it's been ages since I've had anything of yours. Thank you for the invitation. She strolled into the kitchen as if she owned it. Let me give you a hand. As soon as they were out of earshot of Naruto, Ino turned to glare into her mother's eyes. Mother, what are you doing here? She hissed. I wanted to have a chance to talk to the boy to make sure you're safe with him. Everyone knows Naruto's harmless, she grumbled, rolling her eyes. She could understand her mother's concern, but in no way did she think it was justified. He wouldn't do anything she was uncomfortable with. Hell, he wouldn't do anything at all. Her mother sighed and placed the ingredients on the countertop. Be that as it may, I would still like to evaluate him for myself. Where's the pepper, dear? Frowning, Ino opened a cabinet and grabbed it, plopping it down loudly in front of her. You're just being nosy. Smirking, she set about boiling the water for rice. Also true. Start cutting up the chicken, and dump the rice in the water once it starts boiling. I know how to boil rice, Mother. Good, then you can take care of things in here while I speak with your boyfriend. Before Ino could react, she slipped out of the kitchen to go back to the living room. She took a seat next to Naruto on the couch, angled in such a way that she could clearly see his face in order to gauge his expressions. I don't believe we've formally met, Naruto-kun. I'm Yamanaka Kid, Ino's mother. She held her hand out for him to take, which he grabbed with gusto. I'm Uzumaki Naruto, the next Hokage. Kid couldn't stop herself from laughing at his exuberance. It was pretty infectious. Yes, I'm well aware of who you are. How are you feeling? If it were possible, his grin widened. Great. Ino's been taking really good care of me. The woman smiled. So, you enjoy having Ino stay with you? Definitely. She's a really great friend to worry so much about me. Only your friend? The woman asked, frowning. Naruto titled his head slightly, looking at the woman curiously. Only. Mother, I need your help in the kitchen, Ino ground out, poking her head into the room to look at them. She was well aware of what her mother was up to as she'd done this many times before, even to Shikamaru. No. Kid frowned but stood up. When she reached her daughter, she leaned in close. Does he know you like him? Ino thought about lying and saying that she didn't feel anything for him, but it'd just be a huge waste of time. Her mother's sixth sense about these things was always spot on, and she knew it. No, I haven't found a good chance to bring it up, what with him being under the influence of a possibly fatal jutsu. All the more reason to tell him now. It's not that simple anymore, she mumbled. And it wasn't. Naruto wasn't himself, and she'd feel more like she was taking advantage of his mental state than anything. They went back into the living room, together this time since she didn't trust her mother not to embarrass her further. Unfortunately, her presence in the room did absolutely nothing to stop the questions. Do you find Ino attractive? Naruto raised his eyebrows, missing the horrified gaping of his roommate. Of course. She's appealing. Ino's jaw dropped further. She'd been called appealing by probably hundreds of guys for years, but he'd said it so matter-of-factly, like it was the most obvious thing in the world, that it caught her off guard and made her face heat up. Why haven't you asked her out on a date? His face fell only slightly, and he glanced over at the girl in question. He noticed that she was looking everywhere but at him. I've never really thought about it until now. I guess I just figured that she'd want someone really handsome and rich, not a normal guy like me, he joked, laughing a bit. Ino deserves someone who can give her the world. Ino snapped her head up to look at him, only to find his eyes trained on the floor. He looked embarrassed but not sorry for what he'd said. The weirdest thing was it seemed that he meant every word, which was crazy since she certainly didn't think that highly of herself. She vaguely recalled telling him that she wanted a guy who would make her his world. Had he actually taken it to heart? Yamanaka Kid looked between the two of them, a large smile on her face. It was every parent's dream for their child to find a person who'd realize how special they were, a person who would gladly put their partner's happiness before their own. She'd worried that Ino would pick a man based solely on his looks and was relieved that she'd outgrown her more superficial phase. Personally, she didn't understand what she saw in that Uchiha Sasuke. I'd better check on the food. Ino, I'm going to need your help. I like him, she emphatically declared once they were back in the kitchen, straining the rice to get rid of the extra water. Ino smiled softly. Me too. That said, I don't like you living with him. The moment he recovers, I want you to come home. The younger girl sighed, turning off the stove's burners. She knew it had been too good to be true. Or you'll tell Dad. It's simply unacceptable for you to be living with a member of the opposite SEC, especially since you're not even dating him. Try to understand how this looks, Ino, her mother tried to reason, placing a hand on her daughter's forearm. Ino pulled away, feeling somewhat betrayed. After that display she'd put on in front of Naruto and acting like she wanted them to be together, this had come out of nowhere. I don't care how it looks. If I want to stay with Naruto, then I am going to stay with Naruto. Her mother's light brown eyes glared into Ino's equally determined blue ones. You've been living with him for 3 months and have already decided that you want to be with him forever. I've known him for years. We both have. Look at where he started and look at where he is now. He's the kindest, sweetest, most determined man I've ever met, and if you're trying to get in the way of, that's enough. Help me take these to the table. Her mother's tone was icy and left little room for argument, so she wisely closed her mouth. She was already at odds with her father, and the last thing she wanted was to make her mom upset too. Ino picked up the dishes remaining and followed her out, setting them down on Naruto's small dining room table. It wasn't much bigger than a card table really, and probably just as flimsy. She made a mental note to buy a new table the next time they got paid. Dinner's ready, Naruto-kun, Kid called, setting herself down at the table. Naruto hopped up and joined her, plopping down in the seat directly next to the older woman. Wow, this looks amazing. I didn't know food could look so fancy. Kid glanced over at Ino with surprise and a little bit of sadness. Well, thank you very much, but this is a really simple dish. I'm not really used to this kind of food, he grinned, shrugging. She smiled again, more sadly this time. Well, let's hurry and eat before this food gets cold. Itadakimasu. Despite how tense things were between Ino and her mother, it was an overall very pleasant dinner, especially since she had the decency not to bring up what they'd been arguing about in the kitchen. The younger blonde looked on anxiously as Naruto regaled her mother with tales of his more dangerous missions, trying to decipher exactly how sincere the laughter coming from her mother was. She genuinely seemed to liking him more and more, but it was hard to tell with her. She was relieved when the older woman finally stood up to leave, stacking her dishes into a neat pile. Naruto-kun, you should come over for dinner sometime. We'd love to have you. He looked surprised for a few seconds, almost as if he weren't sure if he'd heard her correctly. It was the first time anyone had ever invited him for a home-cooked meal. Ino looked equally astonished. Her mother was full of surprises. That would be great. She smiled at him one last time, a glint of something in her eyes. Well, I suppose I'd better head home. Good night, Naruto-kun. Good night, Yamanaka-san. He smiled so widely and so happily that she couldn't stop herself from laughing on her way to his door. Ino walked her out, heart still pounding in her chest. She wanted to talk to her alone where Naruto couldn't hear her. Are you going to tell Daddy? She asked, trying not to look as afraid as she felt. She didn't know exactly what her father would do when he found out, but she knew it wouldn't be good. At all. Her mother stared at her for a long few seconds, brown eyes scrutinizing and thoroughly scaring the shit out of her. No, I'm not going to tell your father, she relented with a sigh. When Ino smiled, she quickly held up her hand. However, I do hope you know what you're doing. I don't want to see you get hurt and I don't want you to hurt Naruto-kun. You don't have to worry about that, I promise. Thanks, She hugged the older woman tightly. She was reluctant to let go, something that surprised her yet didn't at the same time. Not counting her brief makeout session with Naruto, she hadn't been hugged or really even touched since she'd left home. It was a feeling that she really missed, though she hadn't realized how much until that moment. "Promise me that you'll visit," her mother mumbled into her hair, stroking it gently with the tips of her fingers. Ino pulled away, quirking an eyebrow at the request. "When Daddy's out, sure." She watched her make it safely down the stairs and didn't come in until she was out of sight. It wasn't that she thought anything bad would happen to her. She'd retired at the genin level after marrying her father, but she could and would put up a good fight. There was a legitimate reason her father was afraid of pissing her off. "Your mom is nice," Naruto grinned, clearing the table of their dishes as she came in. Ino frowned at this, obviously annoyed that he wasn't resting like he should have been. She still wanted him to take it easy, but she shrugged it off and helped, following him into the kitchen with the remaining dirty dishes. Besides the whole being happy 24/7 thing, he seemed to be doing just fine. "I guess. I don't know what she sees in you, though." "Ouch," he laughed, grin widening when she joined him. He moved out of the way while she began to wash dishes and leaned back against the fridge to just stare at her. He wasn't really smiling, but his face wasn't blank either. He was just watching her. "What?" she finally asked, turning away from the sink and quirking an eyebrow. She was beginning to feel a little uncomfortable with his eyes boring into the back of her head. His lips parted but came together soon afterwards into another smile, whatever he'd been about to say hidden beneath the jovial expression she'd grown accustomed to since his accident. "I'm going to bed." He headed towards his room without another word, hands shoved into his pockets. She relaxed her shoulders after he'd left, the breath she'd been holding coming out in a sudden rush. She didn't know what she was expecting him to say, or if he'd even planned to say anything, and somehow, that bothered her. A lot. Thinking quickly, she finished rinsing the last dish and followed him out into the living room. She saw him just standing in front of his room with his hand on the doorknob, head leaning against the cheap wood. It was strange seeing him be anything other than ridiculously chipper. Not that he looked upset, though he seemed to be deep in thought. "Naruto," she started, standing in front of her own door. He looked up at her and grinned. "Yeah." With the full force of his gaze upon her, Ino felt her throat suddenly tighten. She hadn't fully thought through what she was about to say. A flash of words passed behind her eyelids, and before she could change her mind, she blurted them out. "I don't want the world." He furrowed his eyebrows for a few seconds in an attempt to decipher her phrase, and a second later, his eyes widened. "Good night," Ino mumbled. She quickly opened the door and closed it behind her, heart thumping out a quick rhythm in her chest. She felt like she was in some cheesy romance movie, one-liners, awkwardness, and all. She waited in front of her door for a good 5 minutes, hoping that he wouldn't come speak to her. Or maybe she did want him to knock on her door. Maybe she wanted him to confront her about her statement and demand an explanation, but when she didn't hear anything after a couple of seconds, she decided it was safe to relax. She didn't know what she was expecting, really. Naruto never did what anyone thought he would do. There was a reason he was known as the world's most surprising shinobi. Sheet, sure, something wrong. Anko drawled, eyes following the blonde currently pacing in front her. "I'm not ready for this." "I am so not ready for this," Ino mumbled. She chewed nervously on her thumbnail, not slowing her gait in the slightest. The snake Jounin breathed heavily through her nose. "Listen, Yamanaka, you've been studying under me. You're ready for this." Stopping in front of the one-way mirror, Ino peeked through the glass of the interrogation room at the man sitting inside. He was a chunin, but he looked like he'd eaten a horse. His hair was greasy and loose, and a snarl seemed to be etched into his large, square face. "I can't interrogate him. He'd eat me and use my bones as a toothpick to clean his teeth." Anko leaned her head back and sighed again. "Are you afraid of me?" Ino paused, trying to understand what she was getting at. "I wouldn't say afraid. Cut the sheet. Are you afraid of me?" "Yes," she admitted reluctantly, shoulders dropping. The only thing that kept her pride somewhat intact was the fact that she knew at least half of the shinobi felt exactly the same way. A smirk popped up on the older woman's face. Put. What? The blonde swallowed and averted her gaze. Well, you won't hurt my feelings, trust me. Why are you afraid of me? Because you're crazy. She cringed as the words left her mouth, almost as if she were afraid the woman would jump out of her seat and attack her. No, I'm unpredictable. At Ino's confused stare, she sighed. Look, we're pretty women. We're not going to scare a man with our looks. That's why we have to use the one thing everyone fears. The blonde blinked, still not understanding. The unknown. How do we do that? You keep them guessing. 1 minute you're sweet, the next you're stuck, and then you're FANG nuts. They can't handle such a sudden change of emotion. You need to be brutal. Shut down everything. While you're in that room, your sole purpose is to get the information. Nothing else matters. She nodded, though her face still held an expression of disbelief. I'm not sure if I can do this. I'll tell you a little secret. Read his file, she said, pushing a beige folder across the table. She waited a couple of minutes for Ino to look over it before speaking again. What do you see? Anything that? He has no family and doesn't seem close enough to any other shinobi to call them friends. No pets, nothing of value that we can hold over him. And asked, smirking at the slight widening of the girl's eyes. His nose was recently broken. Exactly. Look, you have all the tools you need to break him. Just get in there. Despite the way he looks, he's only a chunin. Ino took a deep breath and nodded one more time. Whether she was ready or not, if she didn't do this, she'd never be able to move forward. Besides, she was doing this for Naruto too. He'd believed in her so much, and having to tell him that she'd wimped out on what was supposed to be her dream wasn't an option. Placing her hand on the cool metal doorknob, she nearly threw the door open and strode into the room, forcing herself to assume an air of someone who'd done this countless times before. The worst thing she could do is show her greenness. He'd eat her up alive. Possibly literally. The man raised his eyes to meet hers as she approached the slim wooden table separating them. She could see the amused glint in his near-black orbs and forced herself not to react. Oi oi, they're letting little girls in now. So much for Konoha being the strongest village. What FING joke. He raised his head and looked around the room, completely ignoring her presence. Hey, can I get a real interrogator in here? He yelled, baring his yellowed teeth while trying not to laugh. She quickly clenched her fist in an attempt to force herself to calm down. Musashi Kito. It says here that you stole the register of Konoha shinobi currently on mission outside of the village. Care to tell me where you stashed them? Did you say something, dollface? He yawned, jamming a pinky up his nose. Ino tightened her jaw. Her first reaction was to haul off and jam her heel into his nose. Based on what she'd read in his file, she could probably kick his butt fairly easily. Especially when he was in HNDCFFS. Still, she decided that restraining herself was probably smarter in the current situation. If she let him get under her skin too easily, he'd won. As a matter of fact, I did. She slid onto the table in front of him, arching her back in the way she knew men loved. She wasn't new to using this particular technique, but it was her first time breaking it out an interrogation. She'd played the tough guy during the practice runs with her fellow interns until now, but somehow, she knew that alone wouldn't cut it. How about if I give you a little something, you give me the information I need in return, she whispered, smiling sultrily. The man leaned back with a wide grin, eyes running up and down her body with unhidden lust. Well, that's more like it. I take back the thing about wanting a new interrogator. He stood up and moved forward as if to kiss her, face lighting up when she did the same. That is, until she slammed her forehead against his nose. BLD gushed from his nostrils, and he howled in pain. You FING crazy beach. You broke my nose again. I'm sorry. Here, let me take a look at it, she cooed, leaning in. She fought down a smirk as she saw the very beginnings of fear begin to creep into his expression. She saw why Enko did it. It was sort of fun. She gently cupped his face and examined his nose. It's definitely broken. No FING sheet, he spat. If my hands weren't chained, I'd... A roar of pain erupted from his throat when she once again slammed her forehead into his nose. He fell from his chair to the floor, rolling around as if it'd lessen the pain at all. Ino stood up and walked back around the table, lifting a hand to her forehead to wipe away the BLD from his wound. As much as wanted to maintain her crazy act, she couldn't stop her nose from wrinkling a bit. "So, where are the documents?" she asked casually. "They're not very important, but we really do need them back." Tears began to form at the corners of his eyes. Phew. Ino smiled at him. "Please." She was enjoying this. A lot. Probably more than she should have been. She glanced meaningfully at the one-sided mirror, practically feeling the pride welling off of Anko. The man's eyes widened the closer she got, and his entire body tensed up when he felt her fingertips on his shoulder. "I don't like doing this, but it's my job," she lied, schooling her face into a remorseful frown. "These documents don't mean anything to you. They paid you, what, 25,000 yen? 50,000 yen. Is that really worth 10 years locked up down here? If you turn them over now, I guarantee they won't hold you longer than 2. With good behavior, you could be out in a year with probation. You didn't hurt anyone after all." His silence told her that he was thinking about it. Just a little more and she'd break him. She leaned down in front of him again and smiled, moving her hand to gently rub his neck. "Won't you tell me where you hid the documents?" she whispered. She pet her head and furrowed her eyebrows slightly, looking like the very picture of naive innocence. The real reason she'd moved her hand was so that she could feel his pulse through the fingers on his neck. "Would you SCK my pages?" he returned, snarling angrily. His eyes widened when he saw her head lean back. "Wait," he shouted, stopping her movement. They're 5 miles southeast of the village. There's a tree marked with a kunai at its base. Just please don't dash." The words weren't even out of his mouth before she slammed her forehead against his nose again, wincing slightly when she heard something pop. He was openly crying now, and she actually felt a little bad. His face was a complete mess, but hey, they medic means for that. "Next time tell me what I want to know from the beginning and you won't have to go through any of this," she spat angrily. She started to walk out of the door, but quickly turned around to look down at him. After a second of thought, she slammed her knee into his nose, just hard enough for him to black out from the pain. "How was that?" she asked, shaking as she exited the interrogation room. She'd never done anything so brutal, but if the huge smile on Anko's face was to be believed, her first job had been a huge success. "You're a natural. Prisoners talk, and believe me, it won't be long until you're known as the second craziest beach in the department." Ino rolled her eyes. "You're the only other female interrogator." "Details," Anko shrugged, waving her hand. "Hey, wanna try another one? I've got a genin in a holding cell who thinks he's tough sheet. It'll be easy, but you can think of him as sort of a cool down." The blonde glanced at the clock on the wall and shook her head. "I need to leave soon." Anko arched an eyebrow. She'd been certain that the girl would want to go another round after getting a taste of real interrogation. "Why? I have to meet Naruto for his doctor's appointment." She wiped her face, making sure to get rid of the BLD and sweat that had accumulated from her interrogation. Showing up covered in BLD was never a good way to enter a hospital. "But?" the woman asked again. Ino blinked. "Because Naruto needs me," she said as if it was the most obvious thing in the world. So, I need to be there for him." Not liking that answer, Anko narrowed her eyes. "I thought you wanted to become an interrogator." "I do." "Then you need to get your priorities straight. Your little boy toy can survive without you." Ino sighed. She knew better than to keep arguing. She was going to his appointment regardless of what Anko thought, so there was no point in even humoring her. "I'm done for the day. See you tomorrow." Turning on her heel, she strode out of the building without taking a second look back. He hated hospitals. Always had and always would. That said, he just couldn't muster up his usual hatred towards the impersonal white walls and overpoweringly sterile scents surrounding him. It was strange. He couldn't feel anything bad. Anger, sadness, loneliness, which was actually very different from sadness as he'd learned in life, and fear were non-existent to him. It was part of the reason why the Godame wouldn't clear him for active duty. A shinobi without fear was a danger to both himself and to his teammates. Fear was what made a shinobi, fear of death, fear of pain, fear of losing someone close to you. Personally, he thought that she was overreacting since it wasn't like didn't know what he should feel. If Ino beached at him about him leaving the toilet seat up, he knew he should be annoyed. If his brain was going to explode because of whatever that Rouge Yamanaka had done to him, he knew he should be afraid. He just wasn't. He wondered if his aloofness towards his new condition was because of the Gentusu or because he was just happy to have a reprieve from the pain he felt every day of his life. He no longer felt sad when he saw Haku's cold, dead eyes flash across his mind. He no longer felt anger towards himself for the many people he'd killed since becoming a shinobi. He wished he could forget, but he saw everyone who'd died by his hands when he went to bed at night, and he was sure that it was true for everyone. How could you forget that look of shock, anger, and ultimately acceptance on a person's face as their lives left their body? That deep ache in your chest as you realize that, in the end, the person on the other end of your weapon wasn't that much different from you. They were a child once, too. They'd had friends, family, dreams. The clicking of Tsunade's pen snapped him back to attention, and he grinned fondly at the woman who'd become sort of a mother to him. He was always happy to see her alive since she wasn't exactly a spring chicken anymore, and it took every ounce of control in his body not to pounce on her with a hug, another unfortunate side effect of the genjutsu. "How have you been feeling?" she asked, sitting across from him on the small stool in front of her desk. She wasn't facing him, instead continuing to scribble away on her clipboard. Almost against his will, he felt the corners of his lips lift even higher. "Great. Never better." Tsunade turned around, finally looking at him with an arched eyebrow. "Really?" "Yup." And it was true for once. He had a slight headache lurking behind his eyes, but other than that, he felt perfectly fine. The woman breathed through her nose, exasperated with his rambunctiousness. "Well, we got your BLD work back. Thanks to the rise of endorphins in your system, your brain has had to work overtime to compensate. Your brain's temperature is higher than most, but it hasn't reached a point where it's dangerous yet. If it keeps rising, sooner or later, your brain will be unable to take the strain. It will eventually become inflamed and begin to swell." "And then what?" He saw the pained look on her face and smiled, putting the pieces together to spare her from having to say it. "How long before that happens?" he asked. Tsunade sighed and leaned her head on her hands. "It's hard to say. You should be fine for a while, but it's safe to say that you should try your best to keep your anger and stress levels to a minimum. That's why I still can't clear you for active duty." Naruto's eyes widened. He didn't feel disappointed, but he did know that he should be. Being a shinobi and protecting his friends made him happy, and if he wasn't allowed to do that, well, what was the point of being alive? What? "But, Bachan," she slammed his file closed and glared at him. "No buts, that's my final decision. You can continue to work in the torture and interrogation department for the time being and no more." The blonde pouted playfully, wishing he could feel upset. It was a weird sort of gray area where his brain knew what he should be feeling based on previous experience with similar situations, yet it wasn't allowing him to. "But that's boring." "I said no buts. Get out of here, and come back next week for another checkup." Naruto, still smiling, couldn't stop himself from hugging her. She awkwardly returned it, quite expecting the action. It had been a while since she'd been hugged. Being the leader of the arguably strongest village in the world meant that most were too afraid or intimidated to touch her. It was somewhat lonely being the Hokage, but she doubted Naruto would have the same problem when he took over the position. If he took over position. She watched him bounce out of the room with a smile. It was short-lived, however, when a tired-looking Shizun came in from the door leading to her office shortly afterwards. She'd been listening in the entire time, which she'd allowed since she was hoping her assistant would pick up on anything she herself missed. "Tsunade-sama." The woman leaned more heavily on her hands. "I know. Where's Ibiki at with the prisoner?" Shizun frowned. "He's still not talking. Inoichi's working on him now, but there's unfortunately been little progress. All we know is that all of this was pre-planned especially for Naruto. It wasn't a coincidence like we originally hypothesized, and Inoichi is recommending that we refer to whatever he did as a kinjutsu." Tsunade sighed again. "That made things harder. There was absolutely no reason for him to reverse whatever he'd done, so they were on their own in figuring out how to save Naruto's life. We're in trouble? How was it? Ino asked, standing from the bench she'd been sitting on when Naruto exited the office. Her face reddened when he suddenly wrapped her up in a big hug, lifting her into the air and spinning her around a couple of times. It was the same way he usually greeted her, but she still wasn't used to it. He supposedly couldn't help it, but it didn't make her any less embarrassed. "I'm totally fine," he exclaimed, setting her back down in front of him. "I still have to take it easy until I'm cured, though." She was normally MSTR at reading people, but annoyingly, the genjutsu made it extremely tough to pin down his real emotions. She'd realized, after being around Naruto so much, that his affliction wasn't actually making him happy but rather suppressing all of his negative ones. She'd shared this theory with the Hokage, and grudgingly her father had admitted that she was most likely right. "Well, that's great. It's only a matter of time before you're back to normal." She heard Naruto's stomach growl and laughed. "Do you want to get lunch?" Before he could answer, the smell of cigarette smoke and a familiar slow shuffle caught his attention. "Oi, Naruto." "Hey, Shikamaru. What's up?" Naruto shouted, grinning widely to greet his friend as he approached from behind Ino. The strategist winced. Naruto's overly excited voice was still tough to get used to even though he knew all about his condition. "Everything check out with the Hokage?" Naruto's smile fell a bit as he saw the expression on Shikamaru's face. He could tell that he still felt guilty for what had happened even though it was in no way his fault. "Yup, good to go. Still can't go on missions though, so you're on your own for now." His friend nodded, but the crease in his forehead didn't lessen one bit. "Where are you two off to?" he asked, shifting his attention to Ino more than Naruto. Rumors had been flying about Ino's sudden closeness with him ever since Naruto's accident. She rarely left his side, and it was getting to the point where people were beginning to think that it was more than just concern that she felt for the Jinchuriki. At first he thought they'd never work since they were both loud, flamboyant, and stubborn, but they amazingly hadn't managed to kill each other so far. They were just rumors, of course, but watching them interact, there was no way they were only friends. Ignoring his scrutinizing gaze, Ino frowned and answered, "We're getting lunch. Actually, Ino, your dad wants to speak with you." "With me? What?" "It's about the prisoner." Her face changed from confusion to one of determination. "I'll see you at home, Naruto." Leaving a very confused Naruto behind, she led the way to the interrogation department. Since his incarceration, she hadn't been able to even see what the guy looked like. Despite working there, the higher-ups had been very hush-hush about the whole thing. Apparently, they were getting desperate if they were willing to let she and Shikamaru in on what was happening. "You and Naruto?" he asked as soon as they were out of earshot of anyone else. As much as he didn't want to come off as nosy, he couldn't deny that he was extremely curious about how their relationship worked. It made no sense, even to his supposedly genius mind. Two loud, opinionated, stubborn blondes dating. It was a recipe for disaster if he ever saw one. "It's not what you think." Shikamaru snorted. "What?" "Listen, Ino, I feel it's only fair to warn you that your dad knows." Her heart jumped into her chest. "Knows what?" she asked, already knowing exactly what he was referring. He leveled her with a serious gaze, clearly telling her that it was time to drop the bullshit. "Ino, well shit." After a week of nothing happening, she'd allowed herself to relax and trust that her mother hadn't told her father about her living situation. The girl's shoulders noticeably deflated. "How? You have to admit that it was sort of obvious. I figured it out after a couple of weeks." Noticing her confusion, Shikamaru shrugged. "You suddenly run away from home and a week later you and Naruto are acting like best friends. It wasn't hard to put the pieces together. If it makes you feel any better, he didn't come looking for you and Naruto right away. At least he can still think somewhat rationally." Ino groaned loudly. He had a point. From that angle, anyone would have been able to figure out what was going on. Hell, that was probably how her mother knew where to find her. She knew the jig would be up eventually, but she was hoping it'd have been on her terms and not so soon. They reached the interrogation department far too soon, and she followed her former teammate into one of the rooms she knew was only reserved for S-ranked criminals. Her father was glaring into the one-way glass, watching as Anko and Ibiki worked to pump the man for information. It was her first look at both the prisoner and her mentor's interrogation techniques at work, and what she saw made her cringe. Even though she was holding back, Anko was still brutal. She bent his fingers back, stomped on his Jetshinsei, and used some sort of flaming device to burn him on the most sensitive parts of his body. She was glad for the sound dampening of the room they were in, since she was sure the man's screams weren't very pleasant to listen to. Ibiki approached a moment later, pulling Anko back and speaking lowly to the prisoner. They weren't playing good cop bad cop, they were playing bad cop worse cop. Unable to watch as Ibiki began to work him over, her eyes slowly shifted back to her father. She could tell by the way his hands were raised that waiting for the prisoner's mind to lapse by even the slightest amount so that he could pull some information from him. The Yamanaka were notoriously steel-minded, and though her father was arguably the best, even he couldn't perform miracles. "You wanted to see me, Daddy?" she asked, trying to sound as innocent as possible. She knew that her father sometimes still saw her as his little girl, and as much as it annoyed her, she was well prepared to take full advantage of it. It seemed to work as his shoulders loosened by the slightest amount. "Sit." Ino wasted no time in doing as he asked. The more obedient she was, the less upset he'd be. She waited for him to say something, and wasn't disappointed when he turned to look at her. "How long have you been staying with Uzumaki?" Sensing that she wasn't going to be able to dance around it this time, she sighed. "Since the night I left." He growled angrily and she cringed. She'd always thought he'd never hit her, but in this situation, she wasn't so sure. "We're not doing anything, I swear. He's just being a nice guy and letting me crash there for a while." Inoichi scoffed. "A nice guy? I'll bet." Shikamaru uncomfortably cleared his throat from the corner of the room. It certainly wasn't the first time he'd seen Ino arguing with her dad since he'd grown up with her, but it never felt any less awkward. Luckily, he could actually interject before it became a full-blown fight. "Maybe you should tell her why she's here, sir." The man glared at the boy and tightened his lips before turning back to Ino. "Right. The main reason I've brought you here is that based on current intel, we've determined that Naruto's life is in danger." In one brief moment, it felt like all of the air had been sucked out of the room. Ino's stomach tightened uncomfortably, and if she weren't so used to news like this, she might have actually vomited. "But Naruto said that everything's okay? Then he lied to you?" She noticed that his lips quirked upwards at this, undoubtedly pleased to have found a crack in the perfect Naruto's armor. It was sort of childish, really. "We've been able to skim some information from the trader. Like you hypothesized, the increased dopamine levels are a result of the genjutsu repressing his negative emotions. This is putting constant stress on his brain, and eventually, it won't be able to take the strain." She felt panic build in the back of her throat, constricting the pathways that normally gave her the ability to speak. She'd known it was too good to be true. "Why are you telling me this?" "Since you're already shacking up with him," he ground out, "we need you to relieve it. Normally, he's able to express his negative emotions, but he can't do this at the moment. You'll have to take some of the pain onto yourself." Ino blinked. She didn't mind being given the task and would do almost anything to help Naruto, but it was strange that he was even allowing her be in the same village as Naruto after learning about their secret. "Why can't you do it?" Inoichi frowned deeply. "Believe me, if I could, I would. It needs to be someone he trusts and is willing to open his mind to, and unfortunately, you're the only person with both the skills and closeness to pull it off. If I tried to force it, I might end up doing more harm than good." Ino nodded. It made sense. Jutsu of the mind were complicated and required a delicate touch that not many could pull off even within the Yamanaka clan. Contrary to popular belief, only around half could use mind jutsus at all despite the overall size of the clan. Out of that half, very, very few had the skill or natural ability to do what she and her father could do. Her dad was considered a genius and had pioneered many of the new techniques they use today, including the one that had allowed her to link the minds of hundreds of men together during the war. She herself had only come up with one so far, and it wasn't very useful. "So, let me get this straight. I need to step into Naruto's mind, find his pain, and then absorb it." Her father grunted in reply. "I've worked out a variation of the Shindensen no Jutsu that will allow you to navigate his mind. I'll understand if you don't want to, I'll do it." Inoichi grimaced, obviously displeased that she'd agreed. This is only temporary and is meant as a way to buy time. Once we figure out a way to reverse the effects of the jutsu, you will leave his apartment and come home. Am I clear? As much as she wanted to puff out her chest and refuse on the spot, angering him further probably wasn't the smartest idea at the moment. Still, she wasn't about to make a promise that she had no intention of keeping, especially when avoidance worked just as well. Teach me the jutsu. I'll use it tonight. She couldn't stop herself from staring at him. He was shoveling mouthful after mouthful of noodles down his throat and getting soup everywhere, but it was weirdly cute. A sure sign that she was losing her mind. She'd stopped at Ichiraku's on the way home and gotten some ramen to go since she was far too tired to make anything for dinner. Even though it was fairly similar to the Shintensen, learning the jutsu had still taken hours. Are you gonna finish that? Naruto asked, gesturing towards her half-eaten container of ramen. His grin widened when she pushed it across the table, and it only took another minute or so for him to polish off what was left of her dinner. Ino rolled her eyes at his exuberance and tried not to smile. You're such a pig. She tossed the empty containers into the garbage and wiped down the table. Finally sated, Naruto leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes, looking very much like a satisfied fox. What did your dad want? The girl froze. She didn't want to lie, but she definitely couldn't tell him exactly what had happened. For me to come home, obviously, she smiled tightly, deciding a half-truth would be good enough. Sighing tiredly, she plopped down on the couch. Now that he was relaxed, it was as good of a time as any to try it out on him. Come watch a movie with me, she said, patting the empty space next to her. Naruto stared at her curiously from the kitchen table, ping his head a bit at her sudden niceness. Well, that wasn't exactly true. She'd been a lot nicer since his accident, and even before then, she was never really mean. It wasn't that strange for her to ask him to hang out with her. Shrugging, he stood up and headed in her direction. He jumped over the back of the couch and landed on the cushion next to her, eyes instantly glued to the television. He didn't notice her scoot a little closer, nor the fact that Ino was staring a hole into the side of his head. He did notice, however, that the movie they were watching wasn't really his cup of tea. It was a romance involving a normal girl and a demon, and the acting was boring and wooden to say the least. Altogether, it was a pretty terrible movie, so it was no wonder that his eyelids began to grow heavy as the minutes wore on. As his head dropped into his chest, Ino saw her chance. She reached her hand up and rested it on his head, gently pulling it into her lap. What are you doing? He asked, looking up at her through half-lidded eyes as he steadily descended into what many would refer to as the promised land. You look tired, so I'm letting you lean on me. Most guys would kill for this opportunity, you know. She was only half joking about that. She'd had guys fight over her, and a stabbing had even occurred. She felt guilty since she had, admittedly, instigated it. Naruto looked suspicious but slowly allowed his head to fully fall into her lap. Her thighs were soft, smooth, and warm, lulling him into an even deeper sleep. He came to the realization that it was the first time he'd ever felt such closeness with another person and smiled. Who knew a woman's lap could feel so comfortable? That said, he momentarily tensed up when he felt her hands began to slide his hair, the foreign feeling causing his chest to tingle with an emotion he wasn't prepared to confront. That feels funny. It's supposed to calm you. Is it working? Ino asked, fingers gently massaging his scalp. He yawned widely, and it didn't take much longer after that for his eyelids to slide shut all the way. She felt terrible that she was manipulating him like she was. Sure, it was to help him, but it didn't make her feel any better. He trusted her so much, and it made her chest ache as she stared at his relaxed, innocent face. When he was sleeping, he looked so quiet, almost like he was a completely different person. She waited half an hour until the movie ended before taking a deep breath and turning off the television. It was as good of a time as any to get started, and hopefully he was already in the REM stage of his sleep cycle and wouldn't wake up too easily. She formed the necessary hand signs and took another breath. Her father had trained her on what she needed to do and even let her use it on him a couple of times, but this was her first official try. Hopefully she wouldn't F anything up. Nihoku no Jutsu. The familiar feeling of her consciousness being sucked out of her body was a welcome sensation, and the next thing she knew, she was standing in what looked like some sort of sewer. It was surprisingly bright inside of Naruto's mind, though it was possible that it was a result of whatever had been done to him. The deeper she walked into the tunnel, the darker the hallway became, so she accurately hypothesized that it was where she needed to be. Bad things didn't tend to like the light very much. Eventually she reached a large room with a dozen or so doors. The doors had chains on them, something she'd never seen before in a person's mind. Either Naruto was very good at repressing his own memories, or it was another result of the jutsu. Still, when a person naturally repressed their memories, at most the door was locked. It'd be annoying but not too hard to break through if that were the case, but getting through the chains would be impossible. She remembered what her father had told her earlier and took a deep breath. This was the true test. If he really trusted her, she'd have no problem getting through the door. Otherwise, she'd either have to try to force the chains away from the door or give up. Closing her eyes, she stepped forward to press her hand against the cold metal surface. To her surprise, the chains fell into a pile at her feet with a loud clank. It was much easier than she thought. Smiling, she opened the door and stepped inside. A second later, the door slammed shut behind her, causing her to jump. She could easily get out if she wanted to, but it was still disconcerting. A lone boy that she quickly recognized as Naruto was in the middle of the dark room. "Hey there," she said, bending down next to the child with a smile. He looked up at her with wide blue eyes but didn't speak. He lacked pupils, something that sort of freaked her out, but otherwise he looked harmless. "Naruto, are you okay?" "Leave," a voice said from somewhere in the darkness surrounding her. Silhouettes of people began to appear around her, and it was through sheer force of will that she didn't cancel the jutsu and get out of his mind at that very moment. She quickly hopped to her feet, pulling him with her. She placed herself in between the faceless crowd and Naruto. Her father had told her to take the pain onto herself, but she didn't know what that meant, exactly. She didn't know what to expect, but she certainly wasn't expecting the searing pain that exploded behind her eyes as she was struck in the side of the head with a rock. It was quickly followed by another one, and it was then that she realized they were aiming at Naruto. Thinking quickly, she hugged him to her chest and turned her back to the crowd. This didn't curb their efforts in the least as they continued their assault, but she continued to stand between them, sobbing as pain racked every inch of her body. At some point it stopped, and she opened her eyes to find only the young Naruto staring at her, smiling. The dark room was now a field of fresh green grass, and the crowd that had been attacking them were nowhere to be seen. He wrapped his thin arms around her neck and pulled her close. "Thank you," he whispered. Despite the ache in her head, and despite the nauseousness she felt at what she'd experienced, she found herself smiling at the relief she saw in his eyes. She felt herself being pushed out of his mind and her eyes popped open. She was only vaguely aware that she was crying, a throbbing headache pounding behind her eyes. She wiped the tears away with the back of her hand. God, was that his memory? Had he really endured that much? She knew about the loneliness, but if they actually beat him? She stroked his hair. She hadn't known it'd be so hard. She felt every ache and pain in her body she'd felt in his mind. There wouldn't be a physical bruise, but the mind was a powerful thing. Phantom pain wasn't uncommon even among regular people. Since this was for Naruto, she'd endure whatever pain she had to in order to save his life. The thought made her laugh quietly to herself. She was willingly torturing herself just so that he would be okay. Maybe she actually loved him. "Ino," he whispered, bright blue eyes staring up at her. The blonde started and looked down at him. She hadn't known that he was awake. She was most surprised by the fact that he wasn't shouting for once, so whatever she'd done seemed to be working. "Hey." Concerned, Naruto furrowed his eyebrows, noticing the tear stains on her cheeks. "Are you okay? You're crying." I saw something really sad." As much as she wanted to ask him about his memories, and as much as she wanted to tell him what was going on, she couldn't. Not yet. If he closed his mind to her, she wouldn't be able to get back in. She saw his eyes flicker over to the television, which she'd turned off much earlier in order to concentrate. In the movie, Sakura studied her friend's appearance from across the table. Her long blonde hair was pulled back in a sloppy ponytail. She wasn't wearing any makeup besides lip gloss, and the only clothing she wore was a large t-shirt over a pair of shorts. She looked nothing like the usual flashy Ino she'd grown up with, though to her annoyance, she was still objectively hotter than most of the girls in the village. She was loath to admit it, but the blonde had a natural beauty she'd give her left arm for. Well, maybe not, but she'd think hard about it. Raising her eyebrow, she said the only thing she could think of at the moment. "You look like sheet." "Thank you and F you," Ino returned sarcastically, biting into the cupcake she'd ordered. She wasn't actually angry with her. The truth of the matter was that she did look worse than usual. Between her work in the interrogation department, having to stay up late to siphon Naruto's memories, and just the stress of dealing with emotions that weren't hers was steadily taking its toll. It had only been 2 weeks since she'd started Naruto's treatments, but it felt like months. "I'm just saying. Is it because of Naruto?" The blonde sighed. "Oh, well, sort of, I guess. If he knew what you were doing for him, he'd be pretty angry," Sakura said, finishing off her own cupcake. She brushed the crumbs from her hands and reached for her glass of milk, draining it in one large swallow. "That's why he doesn't know." Ino narrowed her eyes at the pink-haired Kunoichi, not so subtly threatening her against saying anything. "What? I'm not going to tell him. It's keeping him alive. And that's what's most important right now. How's your dad taking it?" Ino winced. "Not well." That was an understatement. Every time she walked into the prison to start work, her father leveled her with a disapproving glare that never failed to make her feel like a little girl again. He did everything he could to punish her by trying to relegate her to menial office work, but luckily, Anko realized what was happening and would personally request that Ino assist her in her interrogations. She'd really come to see the somewhat crazy woman as a friend, even if she could be overly rude and nosy. That said, she didn't care as much about her dad's feelings as she did Naruto's life. Thankfully, the treatment seemed to be working, as he was much more like his old self again instead of the overly happy idiot his condition had turned him into. Sakura laughed at her expression. "Figured as much." A serious look appearing on her face, she suddenly leaned forward and lowered her voice, bright green eyes lit up with amusement. "So, are you in love with Naruto?" A groan slipped out of Ino's throat. She'd known that it was coming. The rumors had been getting a lot worse over the past couple of weeks, but she was hoping that Sakura at least would be able to hold in her curiosity. It probably didn't help that, in a moment of weakness, she'd sort of let it slip that she had had a sick dream about Naruto. Who knows? It's not like I've ever been in love before. True, but why Naruto? She frowned across the table at her friend, not quite liking the girl's incredulous tone. "He's actually not a bad guy, Sakura. You know that." "Well, of course I do, but how can you see him like that? What about that guy you were dating last year? Hitohira or something? Didn't you say that he was super rich and handsome?" "Yeah, but he was also a JRK who knew that he was rich and handsome. And that wasn't all. He was constantly going on about all of the girls who wanted him and how she should put out more if she wanted him to stay with her. Yeah, she'd thoroughly enjoyed the free high-class meals and gifts that he showered her with, but other than that there wasn't a single other thing about him that she liked. He wasn't even good in bed." "If you're just going to drill me about Naruto, I'm going home," she grumbled, shoving the rest of her cupcake into her mouth. "I bet you're only so tight-lipped about Naruto because you've actually kissed him." Ino choked on the mouthful of cake, beating her chest a few times to dislodge the bread currently trying to kill her. "What? Oh my god. Seriously?" Sakura shouted, drawing the attention of nearby patrons. Glancing around self-consciously, she lowered her voice. "You kissed Naruto?" "Just a little one, and it was an accident." It was a lie, but the last thing she wanted was for any more rumors to spread. Sakura's face dropped from shock into a frown, a strange feeling developing in the pit of her stomach. It was weird. She was well aware of the rumors about Ino and Naruto, but she'd brushed them all off until now. What reason did she have to believe them? As much as she hated to admit it, Ino was easily the prettiest girl in their age group. The thought that she'd settled for anything less than perfection had been laughable, and imagining her with Naruto sent her into a fit of giggles. They were both so hard-headed, loud, and brash that it was much more likely that they'd kill each other instead. Now that she had actual proof that something had happened between them, though, she felt uneasy. Still, her anxiousness quickly gave way to curiosity. Having never really thought of Naruto as someone she'd consider dating, she suddenly found that there were a million questions running through her head. What did it feel like? Did he taste like ramen? I bet he tasted like ramen. I'm not answering that. Besides, I have to go. She could see the gears turning in the Medicnine's head. They'd been friends for over 10 years now and could read each other like a book. Where? Sakura asked, also standing up and grabbing her purse to pay her bill. The blonde paused. Her first thought was to lie, but she figured it wasn't a big deal for her to know the truth. She'd probably find out soon anyway. Konoha's rumor mill was quick and vicious. Well, Naruto's buying me dinner as thanks for my help or something. You mean like a date? It's not a date. As the words left her mouth, she found herself doubting them. He had been awfully nervous while talking to her, unable to meet her eye for more than a couple of seconds at a time. Now that she thought about it, the words he used did sort of sound like he was asking her out, and holy F, she was stupid for not realizing it sooner. Oh my God, all of my good stuff is at home. Are you actually excited about this? Ino shrugged. Hey, I haven't been out in months. I deserve this. I'll talk to you later and don't tell anyone. She quickly sped off, not giving the kunoichi a chance to say anything else. She had enough on her mind without worrying about Sakura's unneeded opinions. She jogged through the village towards her parents' flower shop as fast as she could. She had less than an hour to get dressed, put on some makeup, and just general prepping. Using chakra to stick the side of the shop, she snuck through her bedroom window with the hopes of getting in and out without anyone noticing. No such luck. She just barely grabbed a pair of panties from her top drawer when the door flew open, revealing her mother staring at her with excited surprise. Ino. The kunoichi groaned. She didn't know why she'd thought she could slip beneath her mother's radar. Her mother's eyes fell to the rather fancy underwear clutched in her fingers, and she raised an eyebrow. Big plans tonight? I was just tired of doing laundry all the time, so I came to grab more. It was taking away from taking care of Naruto. She fought down a cringe at how lame the excuse sounded. A mischievous twinkle appeared in the woman's eye, and a smirk played at the corner of her lips. I'm sure you've done a great job of taking care of him. Ino's jaw dropped open at the implication. Mother, I'm only joking. She walked over to the closet. I'll pick out your clothes for you while you take a shower. Knowing you, you're already running late. You're not upset? The woman sighed, face falling into a slight frown. Well, I'm not thrilled that you're living with a boy and sneaking around with him, but I do like Naruto-kun. He's a large step up from your last boyfriend. She squinted her eyes and leaned in towards Ino. She then raised her hand to the blonde's cheek, turning her head to look at her from a different angle. You need to take better care of yourself. You don't look well. It's nothing a little makeup can't fix. Her eyes slid to the clock on the dresser and she gasped. She only had 30 minutes before she was supposed to meet up with Naruto. I'll be right back. She ran into her bathroom and turned both faucets on, stripping while she waited for the water to warm up. Knowing she wouldn't have time to dry her hair, she was careful not to get it wet and only soaped and washed everything below her neck. She then ran a razor over her legs just in case, and not bothering to rinse off, she hopped out of the shower and wrapped herself up in a towel. A lot of her makeup was still at Naruto's place, so she had to make do with the few items she'd left behind, mostly things that she'd stopped wearing years ago. She cringed at the gaudy stuff she used to wear during her Stark's phase, but she really didn't have much of a choice in the matter. It took her a good 5 minutes to apply the few usable items she had, but thankfully, it had come out better than she'd expected. The door to the bathroom slowly opened, and she turned her head to see her mother holding a tiny, deep purple mini dress. It was something she'd bought a few years ago on a whim, but she'd never actually worn it. The war had started so suddenly, and between the battle and aftermath, there just hadn't been a very good time to put it on. Until now. I forgot about that dress, she mumbled, running her fingers over the thin material. In its current state, it looked more like it was made for an academy student. It was tucked into the back of your closet. I didn't even know you owned anything like this. Dad would blow a fuse if he knew. She held it up to her chest and smiled. This is perfect, thanks Mom. Dropping the towel, she quickly stepped into the dress. It stretched and clung to her body like a second skin, and looking in the mirror, she realized that it was much smaller than it had been a couple of years ago, which wasn't a bad thing since it only amplified all of her best parts. She hadn't worn something this CC in years, and she was glad that she'd decided to go ahead and shave her legs in the shower. After slipping into a pair of heels, she strode towards the window. She was already a couple of minutes late, and with such a tight dress on, she couldn't exactly use the rooftops to get to the restaurant. Don't tell Dad I was here, she said to her mother, one leg already hanging outside of the window. Her mother rolled her eyes. What? And end up embarrassed because he dragged you out of a restaurant kicking and screaming. I can do without being the hot topic of the rumor mill for the next month, thank you. She held out a small purple clutch that matched her dress so well it felt like they were made to go together. Here, you might need this. A smile appeared on the teen's face, and she leaned forward to kiss her on the cheek. Thanks, Ma. Love you. With that, she pulled her other leg over the windowsill. It was a bit difficult in the dress she was wearing, but she managed to slip out of the window and onto the ground without flashing the entire village. Though the restaurant was only 4 blocks away, jogging in 3-inch heels proved to be much harder on the calves than she remembered, not that she made a habit of doing so. She was well aware of the many eyes raking over her body as she ran, but none of them mattered. There was only one person's opinion she cared about at the moment. Throwing open the door to the surprisingly upscale establishment, she sped towards the maitre d', slightly out of breath. I'm meeting a friend here. Uzumaki Naruto. The waitress frowned at her, gaze running up and down her body. This way, she snapped, turning on her heel and walking off into the restaurant. Ino blinked. She was a little put off by the young woman's rudeness since as far as she knew they'd never met. Granted, she did tend to garner a lot of hatred from other girls just for being, well, her, so she wasn't completely surprised. What did surprise her was that Naruto was actually wearing something good for once. For someone who usually slopped around in t-shirts and shorts, he cleaned up very nicely. He wore a deep black button-up shirt that was slightly too small for him and a pair of black slacks. It did favorable things for his physique, his muscles seeming to bulge out of the thin cloth. Hey, sorry I'm late. I had to stop at home to get dressed, she breathed, taking the seat in front of him. She noticed his eyes darting over her body like they were unsure of what to look at first, and his mouth fell open a few centimeters as they took in the shortness of her dress. She couldn't help the small smirk that appeared on her face. Naruto may have been denser than most guys, but even he could appreciate hot. It's okay. I just got here. The blonde awkwardly cleared his throat. You look appealing, he finally said. It threw her off that the word appealing had been the first word he'd used to describe her. She'd expected hot or CC since that's what she was more used to, but being called appealing was a welcome surprise. Thank you. You look handsome too. He beamed back at her, and she couldn't stop herself from matching his grin. It was infectious, and that was putting it mildly. So, why are you taking me to dinner again? Naruto took a deep breath, scratching at his unruly blonde hair while he tried to get his thoughts together. Well, I mean, you've just done so much for me these past couple of months, and I wanted to repay you. The corners of her lips twitched downwards. Naruto, that stuff was part of our deal, remember? Not that stuff. I mean the stuff you do involving. What's wrong with me? Her eyes widened. How did he find out? Had he caught her? Did someone tell him? Her heart thumping madly in her chest, she cringed. You're not mad. Why would I be mad? Having you there at my appointments with Bachan helps me relax more, you check up on me, and you even help me when I don't understand something at work. Oh, that stuff, she breathed, not sure whether to be relieved or disappointed that she still had to keep her secret. Naruto curiously pet his head. What else would I be talking about? Luckily the waitress returned with 2 cups of water and 2 menus. She handed one menu to Naruto but dropped Ino's on the table in front of her. It was almost amusing considering how the village used to treat Naruto before he saved all of their buttes, but the way his jaw tightened was less so. Why did you do that? Naruto asked, voice even despite the angry glare on his face. Smiling hesitantly, the young woman turned to look at him. Excuse me. You handed me my menu but not Ino. What? Ino could feel him getting more upset and quickly moved to calm him down. Negative emotions would only undo her progress. It's no big deal, Taro. It's a big deal to me. We want someone else who doesn't treat their customers like shit to serve us. The woman's lips tightened, but she nodded. She turned on her heel and sped off. That really wasn't necessary, Ino mumbled. Of course it was. I'm taking you out and I want your night to be perfect. She felt her heart suddenly start thumping, and BLD began to rush to all of her extremities. That was smooth. And not just for Naruto, for anyone. She hid her burning cheeks with her menu, biting her lip to stop herself from smiling. She didn't do coy, but he was really bringing that side out of her. Are you ready to order? An older man said, smiling as he approached them. He didn't seem to even bat an eyelash at her appearance, so he was already a step up from their previous server. I'll have with a small garden salad with oil and vinegar as an appetizer and the grilled chicken entree, Ino replied, handing off her menu to the man. Without even looking at his own menu, he folded it up and handed it to the waiter. Really? You're going to eat salad? Naruto shrugged and grinned. Shikamaru said I couldn't get ramen, and I didn't know what else I like. Shikamaru, was this really your idea? Ino teased. Sorta. I mentioned to Shikamaru that I wanted to take you out and he told me about this place. Oh, and he gave me this shirt. That explained why he was practically bursting out of it. Shikamaru had in brains, he certainly lacked in body. Well, tell him that I'm impressed. Really? Really? He smiled so widely that she felt a smile of her own appear on her face. It was refreshing being on a date with someone who was so honest with his feelings. He wasn't trying to play it cool or pretend like he wasn't happy to be there with her. Naruto was a surprisingly amazing date. He seemed genuinely interested in her stories about her family and missions she'd been on, and even when the food was brought out he kept asking questions about her life. It didn't feel like he was only biding his time until he could get into her panties, which was an exceedingly rare thing for her to experience. And also vaguely annoying. You're so lucky to have such great parents, he said, finally starting in on his meal. Predictably, he ignored his salad in favor of the chicken and rice. She stopped her fork halfway to her mouth. At that moment, she felt like the biggest a-hole in the world. She was telling him all of these stories about her family when he had no one. You know, my mom wants you to come over for dinner. Me. What? I'll ask her, but I'm sure she'll be happy to have you anytime. She likes you for some weird reason. Naruto stuck his tongue out at her and she laughed, glad that he actually seemed interested in the idea. He probably thought she wasn't paying attention, but she was well aware of his eyes on her while she ate. It was, admittedly, a little disconcerting. She wondered what he was staring at. Was he taken with her appearance or just making sure she was enjoying herself? Both were equally as likely considering his personality, though she hoped it was the former. She didn't want him to feel like he was doing a bad job because he wasn't. After they finished eating, the waiter brought out their check. She went to reach for her purse, but Naruto nearly snatched up the check before she could even glance at it. He laid 5 crisp bills on top of the check and she raised her eyebrows at how much it was. His eyes begged her not to protest, so she bit her tongue and smiled. Thanks, Naruto. Hey, I asked you to dinner. Of course I'm paying. Ready to go. Sure. They stood up and headed out of the restaurant. On the way out, Ino couldn't resist looping her arm through Naruto's and smiling at the waitress who'd been so rude to her earlier, and she took great satisfaction in the look of distaste that appeared on her face. As they walked arm in arm down the street, Ino felt her eyes constantly drifting over to Naruto. Usually guys would be planning out their next move to hopefully get some action by now, but his mind didn't seem to be focused on her at all. It actually annoyed her that he could be thinking about Sakura at that very moment, which made absolutely no sense to her. Why did she even care? Was it narcissism that made her want all of his attention? Taking a deep breath, she decided to just ask the question that had been burning in her mind for the past 2 hours and get it over with. Worst case, he'd say no. So, was this a date? His eyes widened, and the arm she was holding onto immediately stiffened. A date? She winced and recoiled from his side. She wasn't expecting such a negative reaction. Well, no, not like that. I just mean, you're Ino. You're like. His eyes rolled upwards and searched his mind for the right word, appealing. She blinked in mild surprise that he'd admitted it so frankly. It was the second time he'd called her appealing that night, and it threw her a bit since she thought he hadn't really cared about her physical appearance much based on the way he treated her. So, Naruto sighed, rubbing a hand through his hair as if trying to decide something with himself. He seemed to come to a conclusion as he turned his head to look down at her. Can I tell you something weird? Not quite sure what to expect, Ino nodded. Sure. Well, I feel like you really know me for some reason. When I'm with you, I just feel safe. Does that make sense? He asked, scratching uncomfortably at the back of his head. Ino frowned guiltily. It was easy to know him and make him feel safe when she was inside of his head every night exorcising his demons. She was, in a way, protecting him after all. What are you saying? He nervously liked his lips and shrugged his shoulders. I don't know, I've never really felt like this before. Realizing how his words might be taken the wrong way, he quickly raised his hands. I'm not hitting on you or anything, I just want you to know that I'm really glad you're in my life. Her eyes widened. He was, literally, the first person to say that to her. She'd been hearing the words, I love you from guys since she'd sprouted melons, but none of them had ever said that they appreciated her just being there. It made her heart swell with an unknown emotion. It felt like affection, but stronger. He was so sincere and honest with his feelings that it made her say something equally honest, if not stupid. Why not? Why not what? He asked, ping his head. Why aren't you hitting on me? He fully turned to stare at her. She was looking at him in a way that made his stomach flip. Her cornflower blue eyes bore imploringly into his, and the corner of her light pink lips was raised in slight smile. Aiwa. Naruto stuttered, taking a small step back. He felt his heart begin to P&D in his chest, and a warm, tingly feeling spread throughout his body. Ino's hand shyly grabbed his, and she almost laughed at the frightened expression on his face. You shouldn't be so afraid of me, you know. I'm just a person. Implying that he was afraid of her seemed to snap him out of whatever stupor he was in, and the look on his face changed from frightened into just uncomfortable. I know. He stared straight ahead, back ramrod straight. When she leaned against him slightly, every muscle in his body involuntarily tensed. Ino found herself melting into his side, loving the warmth coming off of his body. She let out a small, content breath through her nose, and it was at that moment when she realized something scary. She wanted more of him. The problem with her wanting something, though, was that she was used to getting it. As cocky as it sounded, she'd never been denied much in her life. People just tended to see things her way, especially when she batted her eyelashes and flashed a smile. Her mind was already calculating the various ways that she could convince Naruto to loosen up a bit and maybe give her what she needed. Should she lead him? Force him? No, Naruto was stubborn like her and wouldn't respond well to that. She'd have to let him make the decision and hope it worked out in her favor. By the time they reached the apartment, she'd managed to formulate a loose plan of attack. Before her nervousness could get the best of her, she opened the door first and made a beeline for the sofa. She leaned against the back of the couch, staring him down with as piercing of a gaze as she could manage. Her head was tilted at a slight angle, subtly coaxing him into coming closer without saying a single word. Naruto stood at the door and stared at her with trepidation. He honestly had no idea what to do. On one hand, she looked like she was waiting for him to make a move. On the other, she was Yamanaka Ifeandi Ino. Hottest girl under 20 in the village, breaker of young men's hearts, and on the top of everyone's to-do list. Why the hell would she be coming on to him? Despite his mind telling him that he was delusional, he took a careful step forward, and when she didn't break eye contact, he took another. A tension so powerful he could almost feel it was in the air, propelling him forward and pushing him backwards at the same time. His doubt wrestled with his longing, tying his stomach up into knots. He stopped directly in front of her, close enough to feel the immense heat coming off of her skin but just far enough to still be considered platonic. Her lips parted slightly, and she pulled the corner of her bottom lip inwards, biting it lightly with her top teeth. He almost groaned at how attractive the simple action was. Taking a chance, he slowly lowered his head towards hers, offering her the chance to back out if he was misreading the situation. She didn't move, so he pressed his lips gently against hers. She immediately and ferociously returned it, pushing him backwards with the strength of her kiss. Her arms were around his neck before he could blink, and she pulled him closer until his hips were flush against hers. She dropped her clutch onto the ground, not caring that it would probably get stepped on. Just as they were getting into it, a slight crinkling sound under his foot grabbed their attention. He didn't want to ruin her purse, so he bent down and picked it up, planning to toss it onto the coffee table to get it out of the way. At least until a folded piece of paper fell out onto his hand. Unable to help himself, he unfolded the paper to see what was inside, revealing a roll of 5 condoms. Naruto snapped his head up to look at her with wide eyes, only to see that she seemed equally shocked. "Those aren't mine." Ino cringed at how lame that sounded, even if it was the truth. He glanced at the paper and laughed slightly, holding it up for her to see. The words, "Have fun and be safe," along with a little heart, was written on the paper in very familiar handwriting, and she grit her teeth with embarrassment. "Mother," she seethed, face turning a bright red when Naruto laughed again. She must have slipped it in before the date, further proving that her mother was the sneakiest woman alive. Naruto went to toss them onto the coffee table with her clutch when Ino suddenly spoke up. "What are you doing?" "Well, we don't need them." When she didn't say anything, he furrowed his brow. "Do we?" Rather than answer, she only bit her lip and placed her hand over his, closing it into a fist so that he held on to them. The blonde's eyes widened, and he swallowed the heavy lump that had formed in his throat. "Oh." He looked almost afraid, and she wondered for the first time if he was a virgin. It wouldn't be all that surprising considering how long he'd been pining after Sakura. He was notorious for having tunnel vision, so any girl who could manage to rip his attention away from the medicine would have to be extraordinary. It was for that reason Ino couldn't stop herself from feeling a bit smug at how easily she'd tempted Naruto, and then she almost laughed to herself at how sure she was that they were about to F-dash. She wasn't normally so aggressive, but Naruto needed constant confirmation that it was okay for him to do anything. She knew from experience that once he fully got the hint, all bets would be off, and she was looking forward to seeing exactly what he was going to do. She leaned forward and rested her lips against his neck, smiling into him when she heard him groan and grip her hips tighter. She slowly, agonizingly, unbuttoned his shirt, lips and teeth biting and stinging at the sensitive area between his shoulder and jaw. It gave her a weird sense of pleasure to know that she was bringing the strongest man in the world to his knees. She raked her nails up and down his stomach, feeling hard muscle beneath smooth skin. Her hand then moved to his breaths and he gripped her wrist to stop her. "Ino," he breathed, eyes staring into hers. "Do you like me?" A bit annoyed at being stopped when she was so close, she sighed. "Does it matter?" "Yeah, to me." "Yes, Naruto, I like you." "Like that?" he asked, still unconvinced. Rolling her eyes, she smiled up at him. "Yes, I like you like that." His face suddenly broke out into a wide smile before he kissed her, and then it was like SW's had been flipped as his hands slid up her smooth thighs and under her dress, pushing the thin fabric up until it was above her waist. She silently thanked herself for deciding to wear her good underwear, since if the way his eyes lit up was to be believed, it had had the desired effect. He pulled back once more to stare her straight into the eyes, and apparently finding what he was looking for, he easily picked her up and made a beeline for his bedroom. She banged into the doorframe on the way in, and there'd probably be a bruise there tomorrow, but it only served to heighten her excitement. He dropped her somewhat unceremoniously on the bed, and right after, he jumped on with her. He allowed his eyes to roam her body and she squirmed a bit under his gaze. He was nearly salivating as he took in her smooth skin and generous curves, almost like he was amazed that he was getting to see something so perfect. She didn't think her heart could beat any faster, at least not until he leaned his lips down next to her ear to whisper, "I'm gonna F you now." A shiver went through her at his words. He'd made it clear with his tone that there wasn't going to be any more kissing or FRPY, and at this point, it wasn't needed for either of them. The last thing she could clearly remember was him reaching for one of the condoms, ripping it open with his teeth, and then pleasure. Lots and lots of pleasure. An hour later, Ino lay gasping for breath at Naruto's side, fingers idly playing with thin wisps of hair on his chest as he rested on his back. Her body still shook every few seconds with pleasurable little aftershocks, and every time she blinked she saw stars. She breathed, eyelids steadily drooping as fatigue began to overtake her. Naruto laughed slightly and rolled over on his side so that he was facing her, propping his head up on his hand. Yeah. He leaned down and kissed her, amused when she could barely return it. You seem tired, he joked, delighting in the annoyed scowl she gave him. Not all of us have godlike stamina. I'm going to be so sore tomorrow. When his face took on a somewhat guilty expression, she used what little remaining energy she had to trace the thin lines etched into his cheek. So I'm going to need your help showering in the morning. His grin returned, even larger than before. I can do that. Naruto sat up with a start, a light sheen of sweat misting his forehead. He'd been having strange nightmares lately, all of them concerning the worst moments he could remember from his past. The cold stares from the villagers, his fight with Sasuke in the Valley of the End, watching friends die in the war. Every major event that had fundamentally changed him as a person bombarded him every night, and it was only getting worse. He blindly reached his hand out and instantly calmed down when he felt Ino's smooth, warm skin beneath his fingertips. Something about having her close helped. Her presence in general made him happy to the point where he was starting to worry that he wasn't giving her enough space. Then again, she also hadn't slept in her own room since the first night they'd had SEC together, and that had been entirely her choice. God, he felt so lucky. He didn't know how or why, but Yamanaka Ino not only liked him, she actually wanted to have SEC with him. And it wasn't like he hadn't had girls come on to him before. As the so-called hero of the shinobi world, he'd had his pick of appealing girls from every country after the end of the war, and he had admittedly succumbed a few times, but ultimately his love for Sakura kept him from committing to anyone for longer than a few weeks. Naruto blinked at this train of thought. He hadn't thought much about Sakura in weeks, which was both rare and disconcerting, but having gotten to know Ino more, he'd had the chance to see beneath her loud and brash exterior. She wasn't at all the stuck-up pretty girl she portrayed herself as to the people she wasn't close to. Well, not usually, any. She had a huge heart with smarts that easily rivaled Sakura's, and on the physical side, well, they had had SEC sometimes twice a day for the past 2 weeks. He couldn't get enough of her, and she couldn't seem to stop either as she initiated at least half of their encounters. When he felt himself begin to harden, he glanced down and noticed she was awake and grinning sleepily up at him, bare leg rubbing against his growing erection. "Morning, boyfriend," she mumbled, pulling his head down for a quick kiss. "Morning, girlfriend." Oh yeah, and they were officially together. He'd actually asked her out the morning after their first night, and though she'd laughed about how backwards it was for him to ask after FNG her, she'd accepted. It was Saturday, so all he really wanted to do was stay in bed and fool around for a few hours and then maybe eat lunch with her somewhere in the village before he went out to train with Shikamaru. He was just about to suggest this idea to her when she pulled away suddenly. "Hey, Naruto." He asked, fingers working their way up under her thin tank top. "Do you want to have dinner at my parents' house?" His hand froze just as he'd grabbed a handful of her BGMI. "What?" Sighing, Ino sat up, effectively removing his hand from its prized possession. "Well, my mom really wants us to go over there. She's been hounding me about it since she came over for dinner, and when I mentioned we were dating, well, she's just been relentless." Naruto let a breath out through his nose. "What about your dad?" She raised an eyebrow and shrugged. "Well, he's my dad. You know how he is." "Yeah, I dunno, I kinda like living," he half-joked. Ino grabbed his arm and put it around her shoulders, snuggling closer into his side. Her bright blue eyes stared imploringly up into his, not so subtly trying to coerce him into doing what she wanted. Please. Frankly, he didn't know why she thought for a second that he'd deny her. The thought of saying no barely even occurred to him, which was extremely scary. She had him wrapped around her finger already. "Depends. Am I going as your boyfriend?" Ino rolled her eyes and jabbed her elbow into his side. "What do you think?" You're so smart. Do you still have Shika's shirt?" He glanced towards his closet and nodded. "Yeah, he said I could keep it." Are you sure this is a good idea though? I'll keep daddy in line and my mom loves you, don't worry. If Sai can make it out alive, it should be a piece of cake for you. She tried to kiss him again, but he wasn't really in the mood anymore. Never mind that she brought up Sai, but there was a very real chance he was going to die tonight. He threw the covers back and hopped out of bed, much to Ino's annoyance. Come on, don't freak out. It's 2 hours tops and then we're out of there for at least another few months. By then my dad will be used to you. He groaned and looked away from her gaze to find some clothing to put on. Using those eyes to soften me up is no fair. Hey, if you got it, use it. She slipped back under the sheets and rolled over to stare at him. Where are you going anyway? To get us breakfast. You shouldn't have to cook after what I did to you last night. Ino laughed. How romantic, she drawled sarcastically. He leaned down and kissed her on his way out. I know. After getting breakfast for the two of them, the rest of his morning was spent pretending that he wasn't internally freaking out. He was on pins and needles all day, even when sparring with Shikamaru later that afternoon, who'd spent the better part of half an hour knocking Naruto around. Let's call it a day, Shikamaru sighed, releasing Naruto from his cage main jutsu and sending the blonde tumbling to the ground. Naruto immediately jumped back up into his fighting stance. Oh, I'm good really. The dark-haired teen walked over and took a seat in the shade. If you're good now, I hate to see what you're like when you're bad. Look, I already know about you having dinner with Ino's parents. My mom's been gossiping about it all day. Sighing, Naruto dropped down onto his back next to his friend. Be honest with me. Am I dead? Define dead. When the blonde groaned, Shikamaru laughed. I'm joking, it'll be fine. He's more bark than bite unless you do something to hurt Ino. Then you have a real reason to be afraid. Inoichi knows you're a good guy, so don't worry too much about anything he says. He just has to give you a hard time because he's her dad. He chuckled again and shook his head. I still can't believe you and Ino are dating. I honestly never saw it coming, though I guess it makes sense now that it's happened. The blonde choked out a laugh of his own. Me either, and I'm the one in the relationship. Shikamaru lit a cigarette and shrugged, taking a long drag before speaking. It's good for her, I think. Growing up she was always struggling with the duality of being herself versus who everyone thought she should be, and even now I think she has problems with it. She's one of my closest friends, so I've always been worried about the guy she'd eventually end up with. She has a bad habit of going for looks first and dealing with the rest of a guy's personality afterwards because everyone expects her to be with the hottest or richest person she can find when what she really wants is someone who's kind and will treat her well. Someone like you. I still feel like I don't really deserve her, Naruto mumbled, staring up at the sky. Well, I don't blame you for feeling that way. Even if you get past her looks, Ino's a bright, wicked smart hard ass with the compassion to match. You probably already know this, but she just has. Something most other girls don't. Yeah, she can be a handful when she wants to be, but she's loyal almost to a fault. She'll have your back no matter what. Naruto sat up on his elbows and looked over at Shikamaru a little nervously. He was really talking her up a lot. It was different than what he'd said before when he'd asked him about Ino, and it reminded him a lot of when he tried to explain his own fascination for Sakura to others. Are you in love with Ino? A short bark of laughter slipped out of the Jounin's throat, accompanied by a puff of smoke. Once, when I was a kid, but like I said, she's a handful. Temari has all the good qualities of Ino without the stress. Smirking, he nudged Shikamaru's arm with his fist. When are you two getting married, anyway? Don't even joke. Gar's been pressuring me to pop the question for months now. Seriously though, I'm really glad you're the guy Ino chose. So that's why you have to fight off whatever that BSTRD did to you. You hear me? Yeah, I hear you. Thanks, Shikamaru. The taller boy stood up and reached out his hand for Naruto to take. Wanna actually give me a real fight now? Naruto flashed through a set of seals and smirked. If you mean a real beatdown, then yeah. He launched himself at his friend, feeling lighter than he had all day. Walking through the market district, Naruto was barely aware of the many eyes on them as they approached the Yamanaka household. He was afraid, but much less so than he'd been before his talk with Shikamaru. He glanced down at Ino, who actually looked twice as nervous as he did. She was wearing a nice, simple black dress that stopped just above her knees and a pair of matching heels, and her long blonde hair hung down past her shoulders instead of up in its usual ponytail. They reached their destination faster than expected. He strongly considered turning around and leaving, but instead he squeezed her hand and then knocked on the door of her parents' home. "This is it," he mumbled, shifting from one foot to the other. She squeezed it back and noted, "Just remember not to let my dad freak you out." Before he could reply, the door flew open to reveal Ino's mother with a wide, excited smile on her face. "Ino, I'm so glad you could make it. And it's very nice to see you again, Naruto-kun. Come in, dinner's almost ready." She ushered them from the foyer to the living area where they saw her father sitting stiffly in an armchair, steely blue eyes trained on the both of them. Naruto and Ino exchanged uneasy glances. She nudged him to say something, so he forced a smile on his face and stepped forward. "Hi, Yamanaka-san." The man's expression remained unchanged. "Uzumaki." The younger blonde swallowed roughly. "Well, that wasn't a good sign." "Ino, why don't you go help your mother finish dinner?" he said, the suggestion coming out as more of a command. "Sure, Daddy." She shot Naruto an apologetic glance at his panicked expression and quickly left the room. Left without anything else to do, Naruto awkwardly sat on the couch across from her father, who immediately began to speak. "So you're the guy who stole her away. Ino usually isn't so stubborn when we tell her to do something. You must have really made an impression on her." He sighed and rubbed at his forehead. "Though I can't say I'm too upset about it. She can and has done a lot worse." Naruto blinked, not sure if he was hearing correctly. "Wait, you're not?" "Of course not. When you become a father, you'll learn how to spot people who are good or bad for your children." "Me? A father?" Naruto choked out. Inoichi's eyes suddenly narrowed. "Are you saying you're not thinking of having children?" "What? I mean not right now, but what about marriage? Are you dating Ino with that in mind?" "Well, by now the man was halfway out of his seat, anger growing with each passing second. "I'm warning you, Uzumaki, if you think my little girl is someone that you can just play around with Dad," Ino yelled, crossing her arms tightly over her chest. As relieved as he was to see her standing there, Naruto thought that she looked a lot like her father at that moment. Stop giving Naruto a hard time. Dinner's ready. That was all Naruto needed to hear. He shot up from the living room and headed towards his girlfriend, following her into the large dining room. He nervously sat down across from her parents, and even though his appetite was all but gone, he forced himself to appear as if he were starving. "This looks delicious," he exclaimed. And it did. The woman had really outdone herself, making dishes he'd never even seen before. His throat felt constricted, but he was sure he'd have no problem eating any of it. "Such great manners, right, honey?" her mother said, staring pointedly at her husband. The man only grunted and began to eat, shoving mouthful after mouthful of food down his throat instead of answering. They were eventually able to settle into casual conversation, and just as Naruto was feeling relaxed in their company, Ino's mother started what had to be the worst topic of conversation in their situation. "It's always so nice to meet Ino's boyfriends. She usually never brings anyone home to meet us. You know, when she was younger, she was always on about finding her prince." Ino dropped her chopsticks, looking at her mother with a look of abject horror. "Please don't." "Oh, why not? I'm just expressing how happy I am that you're happy. You two look so good together, and all a mother really wants is for their children to live long, fulfilling lives. That, and grandchildren." Naruto choked on his soup, forcing Ino to pat him on the back while she glared over at her parents. "Can we talk about something else, please?" Ino asked, trying to force a smile. The older woman sighed. "Fine. Naruto, how are you feeling?" "Great. Bossy, Tsunatsama says that my condition isn't deteriorating too rapidly, so hopefully she can figure something out. Ino's been a huge help." Inoichi cleared his throat. "That reminds me. Ino, I think it's time that you came home." An eerie silence settled over the table at his sudden proclamation. "Why?" Ino finally asked, trying not to show her anger. "I just don't think there's no point in you staying with him anymore. Nothing against Naruto, but it really isn't proper for you to live with someone that you're dating. Still struggling to maintain her composure, Ino clenched her fists. What do you mean there's no point? You heard Naruto. I'm helping him. I'm not just your little girl anymore, Dad. If I want to help my boyfriend, then I'm going to help him. Inoichi refused to back down. Instead, he leaned forward aggressively, staring his daughter straight in the eyes. The operation is over. Whatever you're doing now can be done by anyone else. So why not me? I'm his girlfriend and the most qualified. Shouldn't I be the one to do it? You shouldn't be doing anything. Naruto is not your responsibility. What operation? Naruto quietly interjected. The room instantly fell silent. None of the Yamanaka were looking at him, alarming him further. What operation? He asked louder, staring directly at Ino this time. She opened and closed her mouth multiple times as she struggled to find the words to explain what she wanted to say. Naruto. Ino was tasked with siphoning some of your more stressful memories and emotions to help relieve the strain on your brain. We ended the operation because it was putting too much stress on Ino's mind. Inoichi cut in. Naruto stared at her. Suddenly it all made sense. He'd thought it was strange that she'd been appearing in his dreams as his savior whenever he had a nightmare, but wrote it off as a coincidence because of their recent proximity. No wonder she felt so close to him. He felt manipulated, used, and worst of all, betrayed. Thanks for dinner, Yamanaka-san. It was really good. He abruptly stood and headed for the front door. Naruto, wait. She shot up from the table and ran after him. Naruto. She grabbed his arm to slow him down. Look, it was way after I started liking you and way after we started living together officially. It was the only way we could reverse the deterioration, and it was working. He stared down at her incredulously. If the situation wasn't so effed up, he might have found it funny. You've been looking into my thoughts while pretending that you cared about me and you want me to be thankful. Her mouth dropped open. She couldn't believe how blind he was to exactly how much she'd been doing for him. Wasn't it obvious that the last thing she wanted to do was peek around in his brain? That she put herself on the line to help him? Her anger bubbling over, she stepped right in his face and jabbed her finger into his chest. I was trying to save your stupid life. He laughed then, finally finding some sliver of humor in the whole thing. You know, I should have known something like this was going on. Yamanaka Ino interested in me. But I do like you. Only enough to make me trust you so you can spy on all of my personal memories, right? Have you not been listening? I was trying to help you. I did help you. What part of this whole thing are you not getting? Naruto rubbed at his forehead, head throbbing painfully. He was tired. He wasn't even so much angry as he was just. He could see her parents watching them from the dining room, and since the last thing he wanted was an audience, he decided to get out of there as fast as he could. Just leave me alone, Ino. Ino bit her lip. She didn't cry over guys. It just wasn't something she ever allowed herself to do, not since Sasuke broke her heart all those years ago, but now she felt slow tears begin to roll down her face. She wiped at the corner of her eyes to stem the flow. She'd opened up more to him than any other guy she'd dated in the past, showing him who she really was because she knew he'd accept her no matter what. The fact that he didn't trust her anymore hurt her more deeply than she'd expected it to. It seemed like it was always one step forward and two steps back with them, and she was sick of it. So what do you want to do? Break up? Will that make you happy? He didn't feel sad and he couldn't feel anger anymore, a fact that severely worried him. It was hard to tell if his condition was worsening or if he actually wasn't angry with her for what she'd done because, logically, he knew that she was only trying to help. As he'd learned over the past 6 months, Ino just wasn't the type to do something like that to him for no reason. He sighed and ground his palms into his eyes, struggling to think through the pain. If he looked at it from her point of view, he'd have done the same exact thing. I'm sorry, she said, staring down at the ground. Naruto faltered. Hearing her voice sound so sad and small did something to him. Through the fog and the pain, he could somehow feel that she really was sorry. It was faint, but he could feel it. He shook his head and used his fingers to lift her chin so that she was looking straight up at him. The only thing you should be sorry for is worrying me like that. I don't want you to hurt yourself for my sake. If I die, I die. But I'm not taking you with me. You mean too much to me. And I know you would never do something like that unless you had to. I'm so tired of being used, you know. I'm not used to someone just wanting to be with me because I'm me. I'm still not. She could tell he was having trouble saying these things. Admitting that his self-esteem wasn't nearly as great as he pretended was tough. She knew that firsthand. It was hard to be even a little bit upset with him knowing that. Ino smiled and leaned up on her toes to press her lips against his, and to her pleasure, he reciprocated. When she pulled away, she seemed to have brightened up significantly. Then I'll just have to convince you. She grabbed the back of his head and pulled him down to her lips, not caring that her parents were 10 feet away. She and Naruto were going to be okay. He suddenly stopped kissing her, and when she pulled away again to see what was wrong, he collapsed into her arms, dual trickles of blood dripping from his nose. She felt her heart stop as she took in his limp, pale form. Naruto. Naruto's not moving. Fearing the worst, she gently lowered him to the ground as her dad rushed over began to check his vitals, her mother hovering worriedly in the background. He's still breathing. The man formed a few seals and placed his fingertips on the boy's forehead, closing his eyes to concentrate. They popped open a few seconds later, and he wasted no time in maneuvering the boy onto his back. We need to get him to the hospital now. Is he going to be okay? What did you see? Inoichi looked at his daughter. He couldn't tell her. He couldn't tell her that the darkness had spread to every corner of his mind and was beginning to erode it. He couldn't tell her that there wasn't a single healthy synapse in his mind and that the virus was now completely irreversible. He couldn't tell her that he was going to die. Instead, he shook his head and sprinted off towards the hospital, Ino hot on his heels. Ino sat tiredly by Naruto's bedside, the only sounds in the room being the quiet beeping and whirs of the machines hooked up to him to monitor his condition. Her head would droop every now and then whenever the fatigue would get to be too much, but just as quickly she'd shake herself awake and sit up straight again. She was still in her dress from the night before, but her heels were tossed into a corner. She hadn't had much sleep yet, maybe 2 or 3 hours at the most. There was no way she could sleep without knowing whether or not Naruto was okay. The sound of the stiff hospital sheets rustling immediately snapped her awake, and she lifted her head to see that her boyfriend had finally come to. What happened? He asked, grinning over at her. She could only manage a small smile. Between her fatigue and worry, it was the best she could do despite being ecstatic to see him awake. You passed out. That's probably a bad thing. Ino cringed inwardly. He was back to being overbearingly happy again, but now he looked paler than she ever remembered seeing him. Even his hair seemed duller somehow. My body feels really weak for some reason, he mumbled, holding up his hand. It shook with the effort, and she quickly leaned forward to grab it and forced it back to his side. Just rest. We'll figure this out. Ino, are you tired? You should get some sleep. I'm totally fine, don't worry. I was planning to go home after you woke up. She was just about to speak again when the door to the room slid open, revealing the equally tired-looking Godame. Tsunade crossed her arms and stood at the foot of Naruto's bed, eyes slightly red. How are you feeling, kid? Great, Naruto exclaimed. When can I go home? You can't right now. Your condition is deteriorating very quickly, so we'll need to keep you here for observation. Ino stared at the woman incredulously. She hadn't heard anything about this before. She almost confronted her right there, but realizing it had only hurt Naruto's condition, motioned towards the door. Tsunade, can I speak with you? She didn't wait to see if the woman would follow her out, instead crossing her arms tightly over chest and stepping outside. When she heard the door slide shut, she reeled on the older blonde. What do you mean he's deteriorating? He was fine yesterday. The Godame sighed, rubbing at her forehead as she tried to explain things in a way that would keep Ino from losing her mind. This isn't anything we've ever seen before. Any negative emotion he feels continues to compound, and his brain just reached its tipping point. Then let me help him, she yelled, drawing the attention of a few of the nurses walking past. It amazed her that they weren't letting her do anything. She could take the stress of siphoning his bad memories if it would give him more time. It's my fault this happened. I made him meet my parents and then we had an argument, and, look, You have to let me do this. Please. It's too dangerous. At this point, the stress could kill you. I don't care. Let me help him. If you want to help him, stay by his side. Her tone was kind, but there was a finality in her voice. She knew what that meant. She'd heard it dozens of times before while interning with Sakura at the hospital. They were giving up. They were give up on the man who had risked his life to save all their lives, a man who was the best amongst them. She let loose a slow breath, forcing herself to calm down enough to speak. How long does he have? It's hard to say. As I said, we've never seen anything like this before, but I'd guess 24 hours at the most. Nodding to herself, she stalked back into the room and took the seat by his bed. He was asleep again, and as she stared at his sleeping face, she remembered when they were children how she and other kids would always joke that he looked like a fox with his strange whisker marks and toothy grin. It didn't help that he'd acted like one too by pulling admittedly creative pranks on teachers and other students or rolling around in the grass like a wild animal. The thought gave her pause. They were still children if she really thought about it. He was barely 18 years old and had not only saved Konoha by hosting the QB, but the entire shinobi world. The thought of such a young and promising life ending so soon. It couldn't happen. This wasn't even about her or her feelings towards him anymore. He had so much more to do and so many more people to touch with his kindness. He wasn't going to die, not on her watch. She waited for half an hour or so until she felt like it was safe, then placed her fingertips on his forehead and closed her eyes to help herself concentrate. If she could buy him some more time, maybe they'd be able to figure something out. At the very least, she could get him out of the hospital and home with her where she could protect him. "Ino, what are you doing?" Naruto suddenly asked, surprising her. She opened her eyes just long enough to glance down at him before closing them again. "I don't give a f what the Hokage says, I'm saving your life." With that, she began to enter his mind, intent on saving him herself. Unfortunately, it was like a huge red gate had appeared in the entranceway to his thoughts, shutting her out completely. She'd never seen anything like it, but she knew exactly why it was happening. "Naruto, let me in. Let me help you." He smiled up at her and shook his head, removing her fingertips from his forehead. "I'm not gonna let you suffer with me, Ino." The girl clenched her jaw, struggling to keep herself from blowing up at him. She couldn't do anything if he wouldn't let her. Sure, she could easily force her way in if she really wanted to, but if she was fighting him while also trying to fight his memories, it wouldn't be nearly as effective. It'd be waste of her chakra and his energy, and in the end, it might even make things worse. She spent so long sitting by his bedside thinking that she barely noticed when their friends began to show up one by one to visit him. Eventually, the entire Konoha 12 minus Sasuke, Niji, and Shino, who was on a mission, was in his room. It was cramped and everyone was laughing along with Naruto as he told them about some of his more interesting missions, but there was a definite heaviness to the air that only Naruto couldn't seem to sense. They obviously knew that his time was short, and glancing over at a sullen Sakura standing alone in the corner, Ino correctly guessed that she'd been the one to gather everyone together. Since she really didn't feel like pretending that everything was going to be okay with the rest of her friends, she crossed her arms and headed over to her longtime friend. "How are you holding up?" Sakura asked, noticing her approach. Ino shrugged her shoulders and leaned against the wall next to Sakura, arms still crossed tightly as she stared at Naruto. "Well, my boyfriend's going to die within the next day or so because no one wants to help him. Ino, you need to calm down. We're doing everything we can." "Calm down. Naruto's FNG dying and he can't even feel upset about it." She snapped, perhaps a bit more harshly than she'd intended. Having dealt with this many times before, the medic Nin wisely kept her voice soft and neutral as she addressed the blonde. "You stressing yourself out isn't going to help anyone. Go home, take a shower, and then come back to be with Naruto. It'll make you feel better. The only thing that would make me feel better is if we could get that a-hole to reverse his jutsu." At that, Ino's eyes narrowed and her mouth formed a thin line. The chances of her getting him to do as she asked was almost zero, but maybe if she got him talking, he'd let something slip. There was no way he'd create a virus without an antidote. That was stupid at best and reckless at worst. Noticing this, Sakura grabbed Ino's arm before the girl could move. "I know that look. What are you going to do? Whatever I have to. She shrugged off the Jounin's grip and rushed out of the hospital door, making a beeline towards the prison. Deciding it wouldn't be a good idea to show up to interrogate a prisoner in a black mini dress and heels, she'd made a quick stop at Naruto's apartment to change into her shinobi garb, not her usual attire, but the uniform she'd worn during the war, complete with her scratched-up headband. She easily slipped inside the torture and interrogation compound, nodding towards the guards posted in the hallway leading to where the prisoners were held as if she was supposed to be there. They were chunin at best, and everyone knew her father was one of the top dogs, so neither of them gave her a second look. From there it was mostly smooth sailing. She knew exactly where she needed to go, and her hands were already twitching in anticipation of what she might have to do. Just as she reached the cell block where her target was being held, she heard something that sent a chill up a spine. "Yamanaka!" A voice called from behind her, causing her to pause only momentarily to groan inwardly. Of all the people she didn't want to run into, Anko was at the top of the list. She wouldn't be stopped here, though, and pressed on, pretending not to hear anything. "Yamanaka, I know." Anko called again, enunciating each syllable of her name. The girl only walked faster down the corridor, hoping she would give up and assume that she hadn't been heard. A long shot, really, since you could probably hear the woman from outside the complex with how loud she was. "Ino, if you don't stop right now, I swear to God I'm going to pump you full of snake venom." The blonde winced at the threat. She'd do it too, and probably leave her writhing in pain from the poison for hours before she decided to do anything about it. Ino groaned vocally this time and turned to face the woman as she approached. "Didn't you hear me the first 3 times I called? You really do have a listening problem, don't you?" "Sorry, I have a lot on my mind." Clearly not believing her, Anko placed a hand on her pet hip. "Obet. Visiting a prisoner." There was no point in pretending anymore. Anko had seen through her the moment she'd arrived. "I need to talk to him." "Do you now?" "Look, I don't have time for this. Naruto's dying, so if you're going to stop me, do it now." She tensed and waited for her mentor to move, but the purple-haired woman just stared back at her with a blank expression. "I didn't say I was going to stop you. What I will do is say that you should be sure you're ready. Going in with your emotions out of whack like this will only hurt your interrogation and you'll end up with nothing." "I'm ready, and even if I'm not, I'm doing this." Anko stared into her protégé's eyes and shrugged after a few seconds, apparently seeing enough to give her the confidence to allow her to continue. "But I'll monitor." Ino nodded her thanks and stood in front of the prison cell. She then took a deep breath and pushed open the heavy steel door. It was against protocol to interrogate prisoners in their cells, but as far as she was concerned, F's protocol. The cell was sparse, only containing a hard cot, a wooden folding chair, a rickety old toilet, and a rusty sink within its 4 stone walls. Most prisoners usually were given some basic comforts like a pillow and some entertainment, but he hadn't been allowed any of that. You didn't F with the world's golden boy and not expect to be treated like dirt. The man blearily raised his head from where he'd been sitting against the wall in his chair, and when he saw who it was, he cracked a wide, somewhat insane-looking grin. "Yamanaka Ino. Are you trying to read my mind? If your daddy couldn't get in here, what makes you think that you'll be any different?" Every emotion she'd felt ever since she found out about Naruto's condition bubbled to the surface. Her fingers twitched so badly with the urge to stab him that she had to fold her arms to keep them from reaching for her weapon's pouch. She wanted to carve out his heart and crush it between her fingers, but none of that would help Naruto. "No, I just wanted to talk about what you did to Naruto." Her voice came out clear and calm, surprising even herself as she was nearly shaking with rage. The man's face took on a surprised and fearful expression. "He's not dead yet? Should he be? Weeks ago. Guess he's not the hero of the shinobi world for nothing." He shook his head and laughed slightly. "Goddamn, he's a tough one." There was a tense silence as they both tried to figure out where the conversation would go next. For his part, the prisoner thought that he was about to be executed. If he played his cards right, though, he just might be able to save himself. "I need you to reverse it. If you do, I can guarantee that you'll be let off with a lighter sentence." He laughed again and shook his head. "What, so you can kill me? Not a chance." Ino loosened her grip on her arms, and she stared straight into the man's dark blue eyes. Please. You're a part of this village. A part of my family. You need to save Naruto. Oh, this is great. Inoichi's daughter begging me to save her little friend. When Ino's mouth tightened, the older Yamanaka raised his eyebrow. Or maybe he's more than just a friend. Have you been Ifunji the demon, Ino? Before she could think, her fist had embedded itself into his nose, forcing BLD to gush out in waves. He cried out in pain, and then she grabbed the back of his head and slammed it into the wall until she was able to get herself back under control. I guess the good cops left the room, he murmured with humor, even as BLD poured from his nose. Even though hurting him had felt extremely satisfying, she still felt defeated. She was no closer to helping Naruto. Why are you doing this? Why Naruto? Why, he laughed, throwing his head back to stem the BLD flow. Why not? After I die, I'm done. I'm not a part of the famous Rookie 9, and I don't have demon chakra running through my veins. When I'm gone, no one will remember Yamanaka Tamki, unless I kill the boy who saved the world. At her stricken expression, he chuckled again. Think about it. Rival villages will praise my name. They'll sing songs, write tales about me. Ino couldn't stop her mouth from falling open. He was only doing this for glory. If the QB had killed someone he cared about, she might have been able to see things from his point of view. It'd still have been irredeemable since Naruto had saved them all numerous times, and it was already common knowledge in the village that the QB was being controlled during the attack, but at least he'd have an actual reason beyond his ego. Her anger spiking, she clenched her fists and took step forward. You'll die by my hands if you don't help Naruto, and then I guarantee no one will know you even existed. Is that supposed to frighten me? Once word of how the demon died spreads and they learn that I killed him, I'll be a wanted man. Every village will want me on their side to know how I managed to kill the QB. I'll be broken out of this place in hours, probably even by one of your comrades. They'll treat me like a king, make me a trusted advisor who can assassinate literally anyone no matter how protected they are. All I have to do is see them twice. He lazily leaned back in his hard wooden chair, grinning at her through his long, dirty blonde bangs and quickly swelling nose. This isn't just some plan I threw together in a couple of weeks, he said, that infuriating smile on his face growing wider. I've been working on this for years, though the QB wasn't my target until recently. There was another target probably stronger than him that offed himself before the virus could really work its magic, but have to break a few eggs. I've considered this from every possible angle, so believe me when I tell you that my plan is foolproof. There's nothing you can do. How about I kill you right now if you don't tell me how to reverse the jutsu, she ground out. She pulled a kunai from her pouch and brandished it for him to see. Her fingers shook as she held the knife, not because she was afraid, but because she wanted so goddamn badly to jam it right between his eyes. Really? Is that all you've got? Threats? Unfortunately, there's nothing even I can do to get rid of it, he sneered, yellowish teeth gleaming in the dim lighting. As long as there's activity in his brain, my virus will continue to eat him alive, dragging him further and further into the darkness of his own mind. I'm impressed that he lived this long, but he was dead from the moment I had him in my sights. He smiled self-satisfyingly at the end of his spiel, waiting to see what she'd say next. He had won, no doubt about it. Like the Hyuga, the Yamanka were also adept at telling if someone was lying, and she could clearly see that he wasn't. She struggled to keep her composure as she realized that nothing short of killing Naruto would stop the virus from spreading. She'd finally met the perfect guy for her, and he was going to die just because someone decided that he would make a good test subject for their insane experiment. At that moment, Ino stood up straight, eyes widening. She had an idea. It was a Hail Fang Mary, but it was something. Turning on her heel, she barreled towards the cell door. She flung the heavy metal door open like it weighed absolutely nothing and sprinted through, not bothering to close it behind her as she tore down the corridor to exit the compound. The man stared after her with a mixture of fear and curiosity. She couldn't have found a way around it. Could you? He was 100% sure that Naruto was on borrowed time, so why did he feel so uneasy? He didn't have time to contemplate it further as Anko sauntered in with an easy grin on her face. His face dropped into horror, and he fell out of his chair in his attempt to scoot as far into the corner as he could to get away from her. The woman closed the cell door behind her, and eyes turning predatory, her smile widened. Sup? The prison was miles away from the hospital, but she didn't care. Using a good chunk of her chakra, she sprinted through the forest, and once she reached the village, she took to the rooftops, ignoring the warnings of other shinobi to slow down or complaints from villagers about the plants she knocked over. She burst through the front doors of the hospital minutes later, breathing and wheezing as she made her way to Naruto's room. As she rounded the corner of the corridor his room was in, she saw all of their friends standing in the hallway. "Where have you been?" Kiba shouted, being the first to notice her. She felt her heart stop as she took in all of their expressions. But what happened? Please don't let it be too late. Not yet. She hadn't even been able to say goodbye, let alone try to save him. Shikamaru, eyes glassy and wide, shook his head. "We don't know. The machines all just started going crazy, and next thing we know everyone's making us wait outside. I think Naruto's dying." He looked more shocked than upset, and she understood why. Out of all of them, Naruto was the most invincible. He'd survived so much, and to die like this. Ino's face hardened. "Not today, he's not." She slammed the door open and headed straight into the room. The eyes of Tsunade, Shizune, Kakashi, Sakura, and her father met her as she entered, morose looks on all of their faces, but she ignored them in favor of the pale teen lying in bed. He looked even smaller and weaker than when she'd left him only a few hours before. His pulse was dangerously low, but he cracked a small shaky grin anyway when he noticed her. "Hey, I thought you weren't gonna make it in time for the curtain." A choked sob slipped out of her throat against her will, and she pressed her hand to her mouth to keep herself from crying. As she got closer, she could see the bags under his eyes, and his vibrant blue eyes were pale with sickness. She wondered if he could even see her at this point. "That's not funny," she returned, a watery smirk on her face. It quickly dropped when she noticed his eyes shut. She didn't have time to banter with him right now. "Do you trust me, Naruto?" Everyone in the room stared her. "Ino, what are you doing?" the Godame asked, taking a step forward. She held up her hand to the Hokage, shocking her into silence. She'd pay for her rudeness later, but this was more important. She stared into Naruto's eyes. "Do you trust me?" she asked again. His grin fell slightly as he took in her resolute expression, but he nodded. "With my life." Ino took a deep breath and climbed onto his bed, putting one knee on each side of him in a straddle. She threw her Jounin vest off and lay down on top of him, pressing her chest against his and ignoring her father's cross look at how suggestive their position was. "What are you doing?" Tsunade repeated, more angrily this time. Seeing as how no one was going to leave her alone unless she said something, she turned to look her straight in the eye and answered. "I'm going to stop his brain." Sakura immediately grabbed Ino by the wrist, but she wasn't prepared for the elbow that met her nose. The medicine cried out as BLD gushed from her face. "Back the F off." Shocked, Inoichi reached out for his daughter. "Ino." "Let her do it," Kakashi said, holding the man back. "We don't have any other options. Unless someone comes up with something better in the next 10 minutes, he's going to die regardless. At this point, what have we got to lose?" Recognizing the truth in his words, they all stood back, albeit uneasily. She was vaguely aware that her hands were shaking as she placed one over his heart and one on his right temple, and she leaned her forehead against his to stare him straight in the eyes. "I love you," she whispered. The smile finally leaving his face for the first time since he'd passed out, he looked back at her. "I love you too." She kissed him gently, then pumped a sharp burst of chakra directly into his brain to stop all of its electrical impulses, killing him almost instantly. The EKG machine flatlined, and the room's occupants looked on in abject horror. "Ino!" Sakura screamed, lunging forward to pull the girl off of her teammate. But Tsunade held her back with one strong hand. No one dared move, the only sound being Sakura's sobs and the sounds of the machine whirring and beeping in an attempt to tell them what they already knew. Naruto was dead. Unbeknownst to the other occupants of the room, right before she'd killed him, Ino had jumped into Naruto's mind. She'd watched as everything, His memories, thoughts, impulses faded away into darkness, and even though it meant that he was dying, it was somewhat appealing. No other Yamanaka had ever attempted this and lived, so no one knew what it looked like. To be inside of a person at the moment of death was forbidden, as it always resulted in the death of both people. But she'd had an idea. Rather than leave her body completely, she had held on to the smallest but most important part of herself. In simple terms, her lifeline, before she'd left. It had manifested itself as a thin blue piece of thread that she held between her fingertips, and it allowed her limited control over her physical body. The problem was, if she couldn't find his lifeline before she lost her grip on her own, she was going to die along with him. She glanced down at herself to see Hero body rapidly disappearing, starting from her feet. She didn't have much time. The lifeline was keeping her alive, but she was still dying. When her hand disintegrated and she let go of it, Ino shook her head to force herself to focus on the task at hand. She moved through his mind, watching as memories shattered and faded all around her. There was no sign of his lifeline, and his mind was quickly crumbling before her very eyes. Panic was just beginning to set in when she heard a sound echo from behind. She heard a rumbling say. She instantly recognized what, or who, it was. The QB. She'd seen him, briefly, once before when she jumped into his mind, and it had terrified her to the point where she hadn't been able to jump inside anyone else for weeks and still had nightmares about it every now and then. She didn't want to ask for his help, but what choice did she have? A thin red line came swirling towards her from the glowing doorway, and it took her a second to realize what it was. Naruto's lifeline. So, she couldn't believe it. She remembered Naruto telling her that the QB, or, well, Kurama as he apparently insisted on being called, was actually a great guy, but she'd never actually believed it until now. He was helping her. Helping them both. Relief poured through her as it worked its way up to her hand. She was nothing more than half of her head and her right hand, and now that she had both of their threads, she could get out of there. But then something unexpected happened. The thread didn't stop moving once it got into her hand. Instead it tied itself to hers, melding until it turned a strange but appealing purple color. She didn't have time to ponder what this meant, as she was now just a hand, and using the last bit of coherent thought she possessed, she quickly sent for her own body to pump every ounce of chakra it could muster into his heart and brain simultaneously, jump-starting both as she held the very last piece of Naruto's soul in her hand. For a full 5 seconds, she waited for something, anything to happen. Unfortunately, the darkness continued to grow, and her hand was fading until their lifelines rested between the very tips of her fingers. "Come on, Naruto. Come back," she said into the abyss of his mind. She could feel the darkness begin to smother her, killing her much like it was killing him. "Come back." Another tense moment followed, and then there was a single blip on the EKG machine, followed by a second, and gradually his heart rate began to increase, albeit very slowly. Inside of his mind, Ino watched as memories began to flood past her, clips of his life from the time he was born until the last kiss they'd shared in his hospital bed. She was absorbing everything, becoming intertwined with his mind forever. She knew every detail of his life that he knew, and even some things that he didn't. The stress of the information was becoming too much for her, to the point where it felt like her head was beginning to explode, but she held on. Eventually the darkness receded until she could see the familiar constructs of his thoughts in the form of a sewer, and then Naruto stepped out of the darkness. He hugged her tightly, resting his forehead against hers. "Thank you." He then placed his hands on her shoulders and pushed her hard, shoving her out of his mind and back into her own. She snapped her eyes open and gasped, struggling to take in air after being very close to dead for 10 seconds. She could hear the muffled shouts and movements of people around her, but she couldn't see much of anything, and it occurred to her that she might have actually been dead and not even known it. She tasted the coppery blood seeping from her eyes and nose, but smiled and leaned up to place a kiss on where she thought his lips were. Her eyes then fluttered shut and the world went dark around her. Bouquet of flowers in hand, Ino pulled her jacket up around her cheeks and lowered her head to protect herself against the wind as she headed out the door of her parents' flower shop. It was absolutely freezing outside. She blew a small puff of air, and delighting in the smoke that appeared, She blew a few more as though she were smoking a cigarette. She laughed slightly to herself, amazed at how something so simple could amuse her. Winter in Konoha was her favorite time of year. Sure, she couldn't wear short shorts and skirts, but the snow was just so appealing. That, and since less people wanted to be outside, she was left alone a lot more. Her smile fell slightly as she thought about where she'd been this time last year, freezing her butt off and waiting for Naruto to come to his apartment to ask if she could stay with him for a while, which was an insane request considering they were barely friends back then. It was hard to believe that it was just over 12 months ago that she'd thought of him as a nice but dim guy, and now she couldn't imagine life without him. She noticed a toddler being carried as by her mother on the sidewalk in front of her, watching her pretend to smoke with wide eyes. Smiling, she plucked one of the smaller carnations from the bouquet in her arms and stuck it into her own mouth, breathing in as though taking a drag. She then let it loose, leaning forward and gently blowing the cool air in the child's face. The little girl giggled and held out her hands for the flower, to which Ino amusedly gave to her. She laughed quietly as the girl performed the same action, slipping the flower between her lips and taking a deep breath before blowing it all out in Ino's face as a puff of smoke. They blew smoke towards each other as they continued to walk, her mother none the wiser about what was going on right behind her back. Unfortunately, Ino had reached her destination, so she waved to the girl and turned to head through the doors of the hospital. Hopefully she wouldn't grow up into a chain smoker because of her. "Here again, Ino," the nurse at the front desk asked, smiling at her over the low countertop. She wrote her name on the guest sign-in sheet. Her name dominated the piece of paper, especially since she stopped by sometimes twice times a day. "Just for a short while. I have to head back to work in half an hour." She waved at the woman and headed towards the stairs leading to the long-term patient ward. She smiled at a few of the orderlies she'd grown accustomed to seeing on her daily trips to the hospital. They were still making eyes at her despite knowing she was only interested in one man, but she didn't mind letting them think that they had a chance. She continued on down the hall and stopped in front of the room that held Naruto. Taking a deep breath, she steeled herself for what awaited her inside. "Hey, Naruto. I brought you some more flowers," she exclaimed happily, opening the door and striding into the room. She set up about throwing out the old flowers, emptying the vase of its contents to refill it with fresh water. She then placed the new flowers in the small vase and rearranged them so that his favorites were closer to his line of sight. She sat down on the bed next to him and reached into her purse, digging around a bit until she found what she was looking for. She pulled the cap off of the small tube and leaned over him, her long blonde hair falling onto his neck. Being careful, she applied the chapstick to his lips in a thin, even coat. She used her fingers to wipe away the excess and then leaned forward to peck him on the lips. "Nice and soft, just the way I like them," she joked more to herself than to him. She stuck her hand back into her bag and pulled out a comb. "I know how much you hate to comb your hair, but no boyfriend of mine can be seen looking like a hobo." As she ran it through his hair a few times, easily because she took pretty good care of it, she tilted her head and looked down at him thoughtfully. "I kind of like you with long hair. You look just like your dad with it." She took the moment to study his features more thoroughly, as she often did during her visits, to make sure that he was still okay. His skin was much paler from being indoors all day and his face was a little gaunt, but overall, he looked to be in perfect health. She and the staff were doing their very best to keep him that way, and it showed. If only he would wake up. After she'd killed him, she too had fallen into a brief coma. It took her a full week to wake up, and shortly after getting back on her feet, she'd had to actually stand trial to defend her actions in front of the shinobi world while at the same time being berated by everyone she knew for nearly killing herself in the process. Naruto's friends from all around had made the trip to listen to her plead her case, even from places as small as the snow country. Rumors flew through the world that it was all an elaborate internal plan. For weeks the Yamanaka were put under intense scrutiny because, according to those who didn't know anything, it was too much of a coincidence that a Yamanaka had poisoned his mind and a Yamanaka, girlfriend or not, had ultimately killed him. Never mind that he was still alive, albeit a vegetable. It had been nerve-wracking being watched by so many people all the time, but she didn't have anything to hide. She made it clear that she didn't regret any of it. She'd done what she had to do to save his life. She'd waited until his brain was dead, completely devoid of all bioelectric activity and thus killing the virus, before bringing him back to life. It was a first in the medical world and extremely dangerous to her own well-being since she was in his mind at the time of his death, but it was because of that risk that he'd lived. If she had been even a second too late in jump-starting his brain, she could have died too, or worse, the virus could have also infected her. Luckily, whatever Yamanaki Tamaki had done seemed to only affect its original target, but unfortunately, her plan had left Naruto severely brain-damaged, most of his cells being killed from lack of BLD and oxygen. A normal person wouldn't have survived the process, but Naruto wasn't a normal person. He had the QB. She'd been counting on his healing factor to restore his cells and the pathways of his mind, because if he could come back from a broken neck, he could survive this. It had been a huge gamble, but she'd refused to accept the alternative of just letting him die without a fight. After hearing her reasoning for what she'd done, not one of Naruto's friends faulted her for her actions. They all knew how insanely fast he could heal, and they also knew exactly how much she cared for him to put herself at risk like that. There were a few strangers who demanded that she still be thrown into prison for turning the hero of the shinobi world into a vegetable, but her supporters thankfully far outweighed her detractors. Even when the trial had ended, she was busy for weeks explaining and documenting the experience in detail to the other members of her clan, as she was the first to survive such a thing. What she'd done was unprecedented, and at the behest of her father, Tsunade had officially labeled it as an S-ranked kenjutsu that was never to be performed again. It wasn't all bad since now everyone in the clan looked at her like she was some sort of goddess. Well, more than they used to. The biggest highlight of the whole ordeal was seeing Yamanaka Tamaki's expression after she'd personally told him about what she'd done. When his face had gone ghost white, she knew she'd beaten him. He was scheduled for execution in the coming months, for not only had he deserted the village, but he'd attacked one of his own and nearly killed them. It didn't help that Naruto was the world's golden boy and practically family to the Hokage. He'd tried to get off on an insanity plea, but the judge and jury had shot it down minutes after he'd made it. She smiled remembering his trial. If she thought the amount of people who'd attended hers was great, the amount that appeared at Tamaki's trial was staggering. The activity in the village during the trial was reminiscent of her first Chunin exam. Nearly all of the ANBU and a large number of Jounin had to be called in for security and to prevent Tamaki from being killed, especially with so many insanely powerful visitors waiting for the smallest chance to slit his throat. Turns out he'd been right all along. Hundreds of shinobi wanted him, but not in the way he'd anticipated. There had been multiple break-in attempts of the prison, and on the one successful attempt, there had reportedly been small amounts of sand found in the corners of Tamaki's cell and in his body. After that, the man had never been quite the same. Whatever had happened to him after the last visit seemed to have traumatized him in a way that his mind couldn't handle. It had filled her heart with joy to see how many people cared for Naruto. He wasn't alone anymore. He had a worldwide network of supporters, many of whom made regular visits to the hospital to check up on him. There was talk of him being made an honorary Hokage to acknowledge his lifelong dream if he died, and a day didn't go by that she didn't receive a dozen get-well cards or letters in the mail from some of his friends or fans. He'd be overjoyed to see how much people cared. If only he would wake up. Ino sighed and lie down next to him, tucking her head beneath his chin. Dozens of times she'd considered giving up hope, but the quiet thumping of his heartbeat and gentle rise and fall of his chest kept her going. Naruto never gave up, so neither would she. Against her will, she yawned. His body was warm, and she still had time for a quick nap before work. Tsunade had told her speaking and being near him would help in his recovery, so she took every chance she could find to do just that. She fell asleep in seconds, dreaming of him waking up and tightening his arms around her. The dream felt almost real. Too real. Her eyes shot open, and she cautiously tilted her head up to look at him. Though it was slight, his eyes were open and staring back at her. She could feel her heart threatening to P&D out of her chest as she watched him struggle to speak, and keeping her eyes trained on his as if it would keep him from slipping back into a coma, she clumsily felt around for the water pitcher on his side table. She shakily poured a small amount into his glass and leaned the cup up to his lips, letting him have just the slightest amount of water to wet his throat. When his eyes opened a little more and she saw his lips twitch upwards, and against her will, tears began to roll down her face. "Don't cry," he rasped. His voice was barely audible over the beeping of the many machines monitoring his condition, but she'd heard him loud and clear. She sobbed loudly into his chest, completely ignoring his request. She felt his fingers weakly attempt to rub her back to calm her down, however it only made her bawl harder. It took her a few minutes to calm down, but she was eventually able to sit up and really look at him, almost as if she couldn't believe he was there. "I bet I look pretty gross right now," she breathed, nose red as she sniffled. His smirk widened. A little. Scowling playfully, she lightly hit his shoulder and wiped her nose with the end of her sleeve. He was back. Her Naruto was back. "What the hell have you done to my apartment?" Naruto shouted, slowly limping through the doorway of his home on a thin, metal walker. His eyes were wide with shock as he took in the new furniture and decorations in the living room. Everything was rearranged, and if he hadn't seen himself walk through the door, he might not have believed he was in the right place. "I gave it style. And it's our apartment now. I've been paying rent this entire time." She had his hospital bag slung over her shoulder that contained the things he'd need until he was back at full strength. One side effect of being in a coma for nearly 6 months was that your muscles tended to atrophy to the point where your body became too weak to support itself. He'd need at least 2 weeks of daily physical therapy before he could walk around unassisted, and even longer to get back to full strength. He had a long road to recovery ahead of him, but with his healing factor and determination, she couldn't help but feel it'd be cut to half that time. For the first few days he could barely move or speak, and she'd taken a few weeks off from work to stay with him. She'd spent her time telling him about what he'd missed and what she'd been up to in an effort to keep him from possibly slipping back into a coma, even though Tsunade had assured her that he would be fine. The QB had regenerated the cells in his brain, and astoundingly, he'd retained most of his memories. Every now and then he'd forget a word or his speech would slur, but these occasions were becoming less and less frequent as time went on, and somehow she always knew exactly what he wanted to say. Once he'd been cleared to eat some solids again, predictably the first thing he demanded was Ichiraku ramen, which Tuchi and Ayam delivered themselves to his bedside. That was the moment when she officially knew that her Naruto was back. Naruto looked at her incredulously. "Style," he repeated, pointing his head towards his kitchen table. "There's a lacy sheet on my table." He squinted his eyes and tilted his head, looking closer at the piece of furniture. "Hey, that's not even my table." Ino rolled her eyes and gripped his walker, pulling him further into the apartment. "It's called a tablecloth and I bought us a new one. Now shut up and sit down. You're not supposed to be on your feet so much yet." Still shaking his head, he eased himself onto his couch with a groan. At least that was still the same, even though it had a cover on it. "So you've been living here the entire time? Hey, someone had to keep the place up for your return. How did you know I'd even?" His eyebrows furrowed slightly as he struggled to form the correct words, and noticing this, Ino quickly stepped in to help him. She smiled cheekily, setting his things down on the aforementioned table. "Wake up. Come on, what guy could leave this?" she said, gesturing to her body, behind. Naruto's eyes raked over her, and he absent-mindedly liked his lips. Even in her winter clothing she looked stunning. "Good point." Laughing, Ino walked over to answer the knock at the door. "Hey, Sakura. Come on in, Naruto's just getting settled." Sakura smiled and stepped into the apartment with some more equipment, shedding her jacket and folding it over one of the kitchen chairs. "I'm only going to stay for a few minutes. I know how much you two want to be alone." She grinned, nudging her best friend to the confusion of Naruto. She walked into the living room and began to check Naruto over to make sure that he really was okay to be on his own at home again. She was well aware of her longtime friend's eyes watching her every move, and rolling her eyes, she finished the checkup and placed her supplies back into her bag. Even though they'd hashed out their problems with each other over Naruto and were once again best friends, it seemed as if Ino was still a little wary. "You're recovering really quickly, but try not to engage in too much strenuous activity," she stressed, staring pointedly at Ino. Her words were innocent, but both her tone and expression clearly told them what she meant. The blonde only shrugged noncommittally and smiled, drawing an even more confused stare from Naruto. "Bye, Sakura." The pink-haired Kunoichi rolled her eyes and grabbed her coat as she was being shoved rather rudely out of the door. "Well, you can't say I didn't try. I'll see you two whenever you decide to rejoin society." When the door clicked shut behind her, Naruto turned his curious gaze on his girlfriend. "Why does she think we're gonna jump each other?" Ino rushed over and straddled his lap, laughing at the way his eyes widened. "Probably because I've been complaining about being horny ever since you went into a coma." Naruto swallowed heavily. The way her hips were slowly rubbing against him was almost painful. "And what if I say that I don't want to sleep with you?" His body obviously didn't share the same opinion, a fact that didn't go missed by Ino. "Well, too bad. You're just gonna have to grin and bear it." Then,